Go.
You don't need headphones to cancel the noise, or a trophy to feel like you're winning. You don't need to go far to leave it all behind. All you need to do is move. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
So we've got family and friends who are wanting to watch you happen here. Then they'll be able to track along.
Well, hello and welcome all. The highlight of the 5K calendar is here, Podium Festival 2025. Year 2 is about to go down, and I'm joined alongside here, Rosie, and we've got much better conditions than last year, thankfully, and you are a Leicester resident. Is this going to be one of the best sites in Leicester today?
Oh, it absolutely is. Like you say, the conditions are so much better than this time 12 months ago. We had a lot of rain, a very, very chilly evening back in 2024, so we're going to have some fast racing. It's going to be a great day. The amount of brands that we've got here, the stalls that are set up, the merchandise they've got on offer, the games they've got on offer, the freebies that are all around the venue today, and this is the fastest place in Leicester.
We certainly hope so. 12 races to look forward to. Obviously that first one there, 1:15. So that's underway in just under 10 minutes time. We're going to be on air all the way till 8 o'clock this evening as well. And of course that presentation and after party for those who are here at Leicester, the new college cycle circuit. So if you're watching at home, feel free to come down a little bit later on for those elite races. A lot to look forward to. You talk about it being fast races. The conditions are a little blustery at the moment, but we hope that will settle down, especially for those elite races. Those course records, 13:19 Gebriwet last year, and Asmarak Anli at Ethiopia, 14:59. Took it by storm, but we've got some, fair to say, some more domestic fields this time around.
Yeah, we absolutely do. We've got some big hitters going later on this evening. Callum Elson, for one, is going to be an absolutely fantastic performance, I'm sure. Obviously, I'm sure so many people have followed his journey back following his Achilles injury last year at the World Indoors, and he's going to grace us with his presence this evening. I'm very excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, Callum stepping up in distance in the 5K, opening up his, I guess, outdoor season. You can, if you are in the facility and you're watching this, you can, of course, predict his time today. I've gone with 13:52. Perhaps, well, I wonder what he'll make of that, but I think I'm in good contention of winning that prize. Rosie, any predictions?
You know what, I haven't gone and entered it, but you know, I think I'm going to go 13:48. I think he's going to go a couple of seconds quicker, but he's not quite going to personal best, I think, this evening.
There we go. Well, familiarise ourselves with race 1. The open race is going to be the largest race of the day, 150 or so. And I must say, in year 2, the entrants have doubled. And we are pretty much at full capacity here. We've gone from sort of 60 or so in each race last year to 150 in this first race. Most races will have around 120, 110 athletes. And of course, if you're not familiar with the New College cycle circuit, it is just under a kilometre per lap. So they'll do 5 laps in about 150 metres. And race 1, you can see picking out a few of those names. Some of the fastest in the field. It would be great to see a sub 19-minute clocking. Rosie, we got Clara Higgs, Shara Jones, Alice Sullivan in there as well, Lucy Hewitt, all of these women operating around that 19-minute tempo. And of course, it is a mixed race. There will be some men in here as well.
Yeah, I think they stand a really good chance actually of going under that 90-minute mark today. Like you say, Matt, it is a little bit blustery, it's a bit of a wind, but with it being the circuit, of course, that is with you as much as it is against you here today. We've got 5 laps of the cycle course here at New College, and with it being a mixed race, I think some of these faster runners really could have the potential to drag each other around and dip underneath that 19-minute mark, especially with the energy and the adrenaline that's going to be rushing through them. Being first race of the day, they're kicking us off. It's going to be a big event, and it's a very exciting race to be a part of.
Absolutely, and of course, once they're done and dusted, they can then enjoy the afternoon. We've got, well, multiple brands here, some of the biggest in the sport. Garmin, New Balance, On, Nike are in town, Adidas as well. They're all there, really, for people to enjoy. Firstly, experience the shoes. I guess that's priority number 1 for these brands, to you know, increase that brand awareness and what's coming up in the pipeline into the spring road season.
It absolutely is. I think it's such a good opportunity for athletes and brands. I think that's why we've seen such a big buy into the Podium Festival. Last year, of course, was its first event, and it was a huge success. It's increased, I mean, having been here last year and then again this year, what looks to be about tenfold. The brands are so excited to be here. Everybody working at the brand tents are so alive with energy. And I think that because of the benefits it brings the brands and the excitement it brings to the athletes to be able to try out these new shoes, the kit, to see it all firsthand, it really adds to the energy of this place. That's one of the reasons why Podium Festival is going to be such a huge success again in 2025.
Absolutely, and that is what you can see on the screen at the moment, and lots of freebies and giveaways for everyone in the facility as well. So we'll turn our attention to race 1, the first race of 12, and the meeting, by the way, is going to finish with that handicap mile. That's going to be a fun race, so exciting to see how that pans out. We saw Podium tease it at that New Year's Eve event, didn't we, in Battersea Park, and it's come back here at Podium Festival. Last year, of course, it was the 1K time trial, so that's probably the only change that we've seen to Podium Festival in terms of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a really interesting change, actually. After that kind of trial run we had at the New Year's Eve podium, it was so exciting, that 36-second head start for the women over the men, and then to have an all-out winner take the prize money was absolutely fantastic, and it really generated a buzz. So to finish with it again today, it's just going to add to the party, the after party they've got going on this evening here at New College. It's going to be absolutely huge.
So the first of 1,500 runners are about to get underway. We said well over 1,000 athletes are going to run around this track today, multiple laps of it as well. We're looking at those paces in the purple there, and they're decked out. They will all have a Garmin watch on their wrist to help them pace. Of course, Garmin, one of the sponsors at this event today. So, and that's the man of the moment, Rosie, Chris Barnes, just briefing them all. He's the man who came up with the idea of Podium Festival, and what an idea it was. I think it was, you know, over a pint somewhere up north after an event somewhere, and you know, he's full of crazy ideas, we know, and perhaps this is great innovation for the sport and road running in the UK, and it's now become really the pinnacle of 5Ks in the UK. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think Chris Barnes has done an absolutely fantastic job of bringing it to the forefront of making 5K racing exciting and something for athletes to look forward to. I know athletes now target Podium, they look at Podium and think, I want to have a go at a 5K because of Podium, and it just shows the influence this man has had, and he's still so heavily involved in every event he runs. He briefs the athletes before every race, he starts every race, and he does a brilliant job of bringing new ideas, fresh ideas into each and every event that he does. He is just a machine.
They churn out the events, don't they? And they're going to churn out the races here today as well. So eyes on a few of these athletes already. 1:4:09 there, one to watch, of course, and just going to ID that 1:4:11. Other athletes, so the open race paces, a few lads from Loughborough in here as well. So Adam Brown, 22-year-old, in a white vest there. Looks like he means business, doesn't he? Just limbering himself up. Rosie and to the paces left as well, Luca Page of Loughborough. We're going to see a lot of Loughborough students here, aren't we? Just down the road, Loughborough, Birmingham, you know, two big unis in the UK, and they'll do battle. I think they're both bringing down sort of 30 or 40 athletes already. So just moments away, you can see the countdown, bottom right of picture. Podium Festival 2025 about to get underway. New college in Leicester, and this time around we got the conditions. The sun is just about shining, and the athletes all hovering over their watch. So off we go then, 1,500 runners throughout the afternoon into the evening, going to take to this circuit, and this is race one, kick-starting as the largest race of the day. 150 or so athletes in this one, and already some of them just not quite trusting the pace. They're looking to pull round, and this is the fun they're having, aren't they? I've mentioned Adam Lee Brown out there in the white. He's leading the way, high-fiving everyone as he goes, and the crowd straight onto the course already, Rosie, and that is only going to grow throughout the afternoon, so that's very, very pleasing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally when you have events like this, you see the crowds grow through the day, and I'm sure we'll get that as well, but to have the crowds already so enthralled in the event is absolutely brilliant. It means the energy is going to be here from start to end, and that is exactly what we want to see.
Yes, indeed. So round turn one, you see the camera just hovering on a few of these. They'll sort of hold a gradual left turn all the way around this top bend, and this is the sharpest bend, if you like, of the course. And then they'll go back on the far side, and you can see the crowd all move along as the leaders sweep their way through. Great images, great depth as well, and I think that's something that everyone. This is why you come to Podium Festival and podium events in general, because you want to race and you want to be competing amongst like-minded athletes who are at your level as well. So Adam Lee Brown looking very, very comfortable at the moment. All of these looking in control, just over a minute into their 5K. And mentioned before, Rosie, this race, it'd be great to see how many, I guess is the question, how many athletes can we get sub 19 minutes? That was sort of the cut-off point for this race.
Yeah, I think we'll get a good chunk go underneath it. The excitement of being first race of the day, the excitement of having the crowds so heavily packed all the way around the course. And of course, that is one of the benefits of Podium. The way it's designed is very spectator friendly. It's there to cultivate that party-like atmosphere, and that's what's going to drag these athletes around. That's what's going to help get them in under that 19-minute mark, and hopefully we'll get plenty of them as they come around. We can see them now as they snake through, starting to find the racing line, find the shortest, most efficient route, even in the breeze. These athletes looking really strong at the moment.
Yeah, Luca Page, the Loughborough man, in the bandana there as well, running alongside Adam Lee Page. So those two looking very, very comfortable up at the front and just starting to bridge away from the pack. He's out of Thames Valley Harry, Liddy Blythe there. Want to watch, there's a lot of work for Stride Athletics as well. Great content. Creators, and they cover the sport so well here in the UK, and obviously there's Scotland base as well, so she's out there trying to battle for her PB. They're going to be around about half a mile or so into this race. You can see where they started over on the far side, the banner, so they'll loop round that top turn. It's a much, much bigger sweeping turn over there, Rosie, and they will have a slight headwind as they come down this home stretch.
Yeah, they will, and I'm sure they'll get used to that as they allow this race to play out over the next 4 laps or so. And they'll start to find their packs, their racing partners, if you like, and they'll know where to tuck in and where to keep themselves in good positions and work together and where to try and pull away, and that's what they'll have to learn about this course. We can see the wind's actually picked up a little bit since the start of this race. It is getting quite breezy. We can see the ASICS barriers, the branding starting to fly in the wind a little bit on the opposite side of the course at the moment. So I'm sure they'll be pleased with a little bit of respite at the moment. But our 2 leaders at the minute, about 10 or so metres on 3rd place.
That's the Westbury Harrier there in 3rd at the moment, and do you know what? He's got contact, hasn't he? And that's important. Talk about contact in these races. He's, 3 or 4 meters behind, but actually comes straight onto their heels now. So we're going to have a pack of 3 over this 2nd lap. So as they come through, they've got 4 laps to run, these lots, so they'll be ticking them off, and fairly similar to sort of the track 5K mentality. And I think that's why it's quite a good race to do, because it does prepare you for the summer, and doing 5K on the track, we know how mentally challenging that can be, lap after lap after lap. But so it's great to see we've got 3 of them just sort of sharing out the lead. This is Tyzee Lee of Loughborough up at the front as well, just the 19-year-old. And compare that to Adam Lee Brown, who is alongside him in the white, who is still determined to just be pushing the pace. Whenever it sort of slips, he just sort of pushes on. You can see the wind on their backs there. But Tyzee Lee as well, looking very, very controlled so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking really nice and comfortable at the minute, and it's always a good idea, I think, if you've got the legs early on in the race to push that pace and keep on it. It's much easier to stay there in the latter stages if you haven't slipped earlier on. So these athletes moving really well now, and we can see just how spread out this course has become actually as we move through the 150 so competitors, really taking up the majority of this loop now, probably covering about half of it in the snake as they move all the way around. Very few gaps between them, which is really nice. All these competitors are still in touch with each other, and that can be really beneficial, especially as they move into that 2nd half. They'll be nearing the halfway point very, very soon.
They will, and that's good for the crowd, isn't it? It's good for the atmosphere. There's always something to watch here at the Podium Festival, to be honest with you. So Adam Lee Brown starting to move along, and well, the man Ollie Grove from the Westbury Harriers just looking to go past Lee of Loughborough there. He's just 16, is Ollie Grove, and well, on the day where it is the English Schools Championships down in Sussex, so he's choosing to come up here and compete over 5,000 metres on the road.
Yeah, and I think that just shows you the gravity that Podium has now. The English Schools is a prestigious cross-country, obviously, and it's a target for so many. But if you know you're in 5K shape, Podium Festival only comes around once a year, and it usually does fall on the same day as the English Schools cross-country, so young athletes do have a choice to make there. But if that PB is there floating where you want it to be, and it could open some doors for you later on in the season, it's absolutely a great setup and a great decision.
Yeah, you're right, it is a pull for a lot of these athletes and a lot of youngsters getting into the sport through parkrun, so they already have that connect with the 5K, and Ollie Grove, clearly one of them so far. He's a steeplechaser in the summer over the 1500, and we'll look forward to stepping up over the 2000 metre steeplechase, I'm sure, come the summer. So a bit of strength work for him as well. Perhaps he is thinking ahead to that summer season, because, well, for the youngsters, it comes around pretty fast. I mean, there's going to be some open meets in a couple of weeks, and then before you know it, it's into the BMC calendar as well. SportsShoes also a sponsor of those British Miners Club meetings. So Ollie Grove and Lee of Loughborough in 2nd and 3rd as they come through the Finnish gantry with 3 to run. But I tell you what, Adam Lee Brown, right where he wants to be, Rosie. He's got a big old lead now, and he's looking very, very comfortable. He's clearly got a few friends and family out on the course. He's enjoying himself. He's high-fiving a lot of people out there too.
Yeah, I think it's clear the confidence that he came into this event with right from the start. I mean, we're probably about 150 metres from the start arch, and he was already high-fiving people, already lapping up the support on the course by the time he reached us the first time round. And I think that confidence is only growing as he makes his way around the course again. His lead has opened up massively. He's looking really strong, really comfortable.
Tell you what as well, just going through the finish line now, great to see a big pack of Nottingham Trent runners. Again, a bit of a local race for them, but all operating, swarming round together. And I believe a lot of the Loughborough athletes in this will have a bit of triathlon background as well. I'm seeing some Loughborough Tri signs. There's cheering them on. There's one of the things you can do at the Adidas tent. You can write a sign and be holding up around the course as well. So constant brand engagement and activation here. And there you are. Second and third sweeping round this bottom bend, and we're just seeing the lead female in this one. Did she be the first female to cross the line?
Yeah, it's looking like she's comfortably in the lead of the female race at the moment. There's our leader once again. Adam Lee Brown just looking really comfortable, really strong. There's never really been a point where his form, his cadence has really altered too much, aside from his surge to pull himself away.
Yeah, he's unchallenged, really, and this race, perhaps up at the front, turning into a little bit of a procession, you could say. Good battle there for second and third, though. Lee of Loughborough, he's been content on just pushing things on. Grove, the youngster I mentioned, just 16 years old. Well, he's not racing like it is. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's just playing it tactical. And some of these, I think, are going to have their sights set on lapping a few others in this race. Rosie, you talk about everyone just strewn out over this course. What was once a big pack is slowly turning into single file as well, as you'd expect in a 5K.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I think that is just a sign of the open race really getting a hold of these athletes, and the athletes really giving it all they've got. Just is stringing out really nicely, and the 5 laps, of course, it can be beneficial to some athletes. Some athletes may find it a little bit harder to contend with. Multiple laps can be a bit of a challenge at points, but as you mentioned a few minutes ago, Matt, it's a really good way to step into that preparation for track season. Multiple lap races are obviously the feature of the summer, so it's always a really good move. And our leaders now coming round once again. They're going to head through the finish arch yet again now. It's Adam Lee Brown really looking very comfortable.
Yeah, he's not attached to a club or anything, Lee Brown, so perhaps an athlete who has not come through the traditional club system and network, and a man who was inspired perhaps last year watching this event, and well, this year he's doing a great job, and he's out front enjoying himself. Sun is shining, and wouldn't it be special for him to take the win? So the battle for second and third continues as well. And we've got a few more. I mentioned Luca Page in there just a little bit further back. He's hanging tough in this chase group. Move through, so 2 laps to go, and you can see what 11 or so minutes on the clock. It'd be interesting, are we going to see a sub-19? The way this race is going, I definitely think Lee Brown is well inside 90 minutes. I think we're going to see several break that barrier, if you like, Rosie.
Yeah, I think so. I think the conditions are really spot on for it, and I think our lead female, who has just passed through that start-finish arch, is Christina Durbin as well, from Albans AC. So she's sat nicely in the chase group behind second and third at the moment. She's in that cluster for the top 10 finish, and she's looking very comfortable, and we'll be hoping to continue.
Yeah, well, we've seen that vest a couple times before, haven't we? The St. Albans colours. I mean, Phoebe Gill, what a season she had last year. We look forward to seeing her on the track once again. So it's an inspired club, you could say, at the moment, and they're doing great things in the realms of middle distance. I've been running for the St. Albans AC and the St. Albans Striders, and yeah, has had a good season on the cross-country circuit. As Durbin, you know, top 100 at the national cross-country. Now that's strong running, and so often competing in those Chiltern League matches as well, finishing around that top 10 sort of marker, top 15, 60th at the South England cross-country championships. So that's the kind of caliber of a lead female we're going to have. Looks like the win is pretty much hers. She's just got to hang on to those guys around her. Hasn't seen the likes of Luca Page. She was doing a great job at just limiting those gaps, opening up. And you have to do that, Rosie. You can't let gaps open in a 5K, not when you're right on the limit, because the minute you're on your own, the minute you're isolated, as I say that, looks like Lee has pulled away from Grove for second place. It's a tough gig.
It absolutely is, and while she's got a bit of daylight between herself and the second female, the last thing Durbin wants is to be cast into no man's land now, because then suddenly she becomes a target, she becomes vulnerable. I remember the one thing I was always told as a junior was stay in contention, and it is so important. It can really help you just keep that energy rolling, keep the momentum going, and that's exactly what she needs to do now. She looks like she's doing a superb job.
Yeah, this is it, and I think it's important to race. As much as we talk about times, and every race that's on the fixture list now is all about records and how fast you've run and this and that, did you get a PB? But it is important to race, and it's important to come out on top. And for someone like Durbin, if she can win that battle against those lads, that's a massive confidence boost for her, and she's going to be able to gain momentum off of that going into the summer season, this spring, summer. So Lee Brown, there's Barnsley ringing the bell for him. Final lap. And we mentioned he's going to have a lot of lap runners to gun down over this lap. That's a big help for him because he's got a massive lead. And he's probably an athlete who's going to cross that line and think, I could definitely have been in that faster race. However, Barnsley always a thorough job of seeding these events. It's awfully difficult, isn't it? A lot of people come in with different lifetime bests, but also they all like to say what shape they're in. And although they've only run a 20-minute 5K, they're in 19-minute shape. So it's you know, what do you believe? But we can certainly believe this man, Lee Brown, is in great shape and great form at the moment. He sweeps around the top bend for the final time, and like you said, will weave through these lap runners, sun on his back, and he'll also have the wind on his back as well.
Yeah, he'll be very grateful for that. But like you say, Matt, it can be really challenging to know where to put yourself, where to try and seed yourself with your predicted time coming into it. And I think that can be sometimes a very brave move for athletes to go slightly faster than they think they can do. And it can be really beneficial, and sometimes it can be a bit detrimental to their confidence. And we've seen athletes before asking to move down races, but Barnsley does a fantastic job of seeding these races, and the cut-off points of each race is an absolutely fantastic job that he does. It's a very challenging one as well with the sheer volume of athletes we've got here today, but that is only a good thing, really.
Yeah, I think for me, you would rather be in you know, a race you could compete in and get really high up in than a race too fast. So, you know, Lee Brown, I'm sure he would rather be winning this in the fashion he is, to be honest with you, than you know, in a race which is above him and really hanging on for dear life. So there he goes, weaving through. This is the final time he's going to sweep around this bend. He's just looked very good from the offset, hasn't he, to be honest with you. A faultless run from Lee Brown. He's going to be our first victor of the day at the Podium Festival 2025, and hopefully we're going to see him back next year to set another lifetime best. And Rosie, keep an eye on the clock because he's absolutely flying. You know, we're not even at 16 minutes yet. He's going to obliterate 19 minutes. I think the whole, you know, we're going to have sort of 20, 30, 50 or so athletes obliterate that mark the way they're going. And we saw Lee behind him as well. Grove is on for a big lifetime best if he can hang in there. And some of the questions are now going to be, especially when we compare podium to the likes of Armagh, how many can we get sub 15 on that men's side? How many can break 17 on the women's side? Of course, there's women elite races coming. But into the final bend, into the final straight, shall I say, Lee Brown sweeping round.
Yeah, here he comes. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic finish for him, and to have so many athletes coming through in underneath that time is going to be absolutely phenomenal, Matt.
Here we go. So Jeff Whiteman announcing there by the finish line. Can he break 17 minutes? That's the question he's asking. That's the question we're wondering as well. What's Lee Brown got? Looks like he's going to do it pretty comfortably. Your winner of race 1 at Podium Festival, ladies and gentlemen. He enjoyed that. Good on him. Hopefully he can keep that finish tape as well, but destroyed the field from the outset. He had a few lonely laps, but 2 laps to run. He started catching people, and he spent the rest of the race just overtaking. So big ego boost. Every person he was lapping, I'm sure. And that kept him accountable at the crucial time, Rosie. We're going to keep an eye on who's coming across for second at the gap. Goodness me, he's put on Tyzee Lee there. There's been Mega, who's coming across. Couple Loughborough lads. Is that Luca Page as well? Glancing at his watch. So here comes second and third. Lee's going to just get out dipped for third. Page is going to be in fourth there. And Ollie Grove, the youngster, just 16 years of age, the Westbury Harrier, come across the line in fifth. But he got after it, didn't he? He committed. And you can't ask for much more than that. All of them already. Look, 18 minutes, and we've still got a minute before. How many can we get inside that 19-minute mark?
And there the tape just got strewn across quickly for Christina Durbin there. She was our first winner. I think she managed to stay underneath 18 minutes as well, and that is a huge personal best for her. 18:59 was her previous best, so she's obliterated that by about 60 seconds, if not a little bit more, so that's a fantastic run from her. And it's really interesting, actually, like you say, Matt, to have a couple of lonely laps there when Lee Brown started to make his way. He made his surge, but very quickly he started to pick up the lapped athletes.
Yeah, we'll throw down to Lewis because he's got an interview now. He's got the winner by his side.
Stepping up for the 5K for the very first time. Is that a 5K debut for you?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. First 5K race anyway.
And what were you expecting compared to that rapid time that we've seen you put out?
I was hoping for a sub 17:30. 17 would have been nice, and anything lower than that was just a dream. So thanks to the boys and all my mates for coming out to support, because first race, it's been just amazing. So yeah.
And what's on the plan now? Are you going to stick around and support everyone in the afternoon?
Yeah, I've got mates racing in pretty much every race, so stick around, have a few beers, enjoy it really.
Brilliant. Well, you've earned them. Well done, Adam. And thanks to the fans who came out to support. 16:50-ish on the clock with a target of 17:30.
And we're coming up to 19 and a half.
Well, there we are. Look at the rest of them as we catch up with Lee Brown, the winner of race 1. All coming across the line. Give it 110%. Lee Brown there, Rosie mentioning that he's got a lot of friends here, and I think that is the advantage of Podium Festival when you've got so many races, when you've got 12 races to look forward to. And it doesn't matter kind of how good you are, Barnsley's got you in the race, and you come up in big groups, big friendship groups, training groups, and you can just enjoy the day. You all get a race out, and then like you mentioned, you stick around after, you have a few beers, you have a little bit of fun, and you watch those elites.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what our sport needs. I think that is just, if someone had given me that opportunity as a young junior, I'd have found it absolutely incredible to be able to go and race and to watch the elites in the evening. It's a great day out. You have such a good time with your mates, your training partners. It is exactly what you want, and to have all the brands here as well really adds to it. The freebies make it exciting. The food trucks, have a few beers, have a good drink, and off we go home. It's going to be a great day, and I think the excitement that the athletes do have just shows just how much the sport needs this.
Yeah, and I think as a race organizer like Chris Barnes and those at Sports Shoes, they acknowledge the fact the more athletes we can have competing is the more crowd we're going to get, the more engagement the brands are going to get as well, and just the better the atmosphere that it's going to be here. Because if every athlete brings a couple friends or parents along and shares lifts, then you're multiplying that 1,500 athlete entry number by 2 or 3, 4 times, and that's everyone in that village right now, and it really is filling up already. So it was great to hear from Lee Brown as a few more continue to cross the line, and we're still only at 21 minutes, so this is great. We must be seeing loads of lifetime bests, because some athletes in this race down on that sort of 22-minute mark as well, as they continue to do battle. Lots of love for vests out there in race 1. It's good to see that Eldest Cabango there. Commentary Godiva Harriers comes across the line, another youngster, just 17 years of age, and well, isn't that a shot? That is 5,000 meter running in a nutshell. You do a 5,000 and very often you will end up on the floor.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see. The athletes that have given it absolutely everything, and these are athletes that are going to then go and enjoy the rest of their day, knowing that they've worked hard this afternoon, knowing that they've had a good time, they've left it all out on the course, and they can thoroughly enjoy every single bit of the athlete village, the chill out zones, the freebies, all of it.
Absolutely. So next race up at 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be the Hate race, and in that one we should be seeing, well, we already saw Lee Brown obliterate 17 minutes, 16:50 odds, massive lifetime best for him. quite a special run. And well, I remember last year, Rosie, there was just so much of that. You know, people coming, I think for a lot of them, like the likes of Lee Brown, they haven't done anything like this before. You know, to be running around, you know, a closed road circuit like this. One, it's flat. I mean, the elevation is absolutely minimal. It's something like less than a meter a lap or something elevation. It's just tiny. And then of course, you know, the fact that you can just get in such a good rhythm. And the weather's reasonably good as well. I know it's a little blustery on this home straight, but well, there we are. Then here's the results. Adam Lee Brown 16:48, Owen Watkins 17:32, Lee, Page, Grove, Thomas, Durbin. You mentioned the winner there 17:50. Great to see our first female sub-18 already this early on in the day. Who thought that was going to happen? Lydia Blythe I mentioned down there 18:28. A good run from her. Tom Keane, well, not the Tom Keane we saw at the European Indoor Championships, but a solid run from him, 18:31 as well.
Yeah, what an absolutely fantastic start to the day it has been. And those results really do just show how quick it is here in Leicester. This course is absolutely ideal for 5k racing. Of course, you have the 5 laps, but with the spectators being able to pack it out as much as they do, the 5 laps really isn't too detrimental because the support is so ongoing and there's no real twists and turns. It's not a technical course. You've got some sweeping bends and that's about it. It's a really nice, fast circuit.
I think you hit it nail on the head there. The fact the bends are sweeping. We know, you know, there are no negatives to Super Shoes, let's be honest. But perhaps the one drawback you could say is they are a little unstable. They're quite hard to sort of take in those 90-degree turns when you're at speed in a 5K. And the fact that there are no aggressive bends here, I think that does add to the speed that athletes are able to maintain. There's nothing to break their rhythm, really. They can just lock in as much as possible. So is I think the last finisher across the line in race 1 of the day. Great running, Coventry and Godiva best there. Team. So as I mentioned before, yeah, race 2 due off in around about 20 minutes or so time. After that, there'll be every half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, and to look forward to. And Rosie, you talk about, you know, the excitement of the crowd and stuff. I think for a lot of people, just warming up with this sort of atmosphere and this buzz, you're just down there doing your warm-up. You're probably doing it 5 or 10 seconds a mile quicker than you usually warm up because you're just giddy. You want to get going, don't you? Especially if you've been hovering around the Red Bull tent and dosing yourself up on them. I mean, they've been giving me a fair few, so...
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's something about being in an environment that feels professional, feels elite, and it just gives you that extra spring in your step, that extra little bounce, and the extra few seconds on every single mile. And I think that's one of the reasons why we do see so many PBs coming through. We get an absolutely fantastic environment in the sense of the adrenaline that is almost infectious, and the athletes are just eager, they're ready to go, they're primed more than they perhaps usually would be. A psychological readiness and an excitement to be in an event where they are classed as elite or sub-elite is a really exciting experience. And these athletes can then feed off of that and have that experience to drag them into the sport even more, as if runners needed it.
Well, this is it. I was in the race hotel last night, Rosie, speaking to a few of our elites that we're going to see this afternoon, well, in this evening, really, and lots of them very, very excited, and it just comes at a good time. You know, March, great time for them. Some people off the back of an indoor season, some people off the back of a cross-country season, and some just want to lay down a little bit of a base marker before they go away on various altitude trips and camps. And you know, that's true for not just the elites, but even the sub-elites that we're going to see. I was speaking to a few lads from the University of Birmingham, and this very much is, you know, get a 5k time knocked out, and that's then going to shape their training for the next 3-4 weeks. I know they're off to an altitude camp in Font-Romeu as of sort of next week. Of course, those university terms ending, so an exciting time for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's really interesting to see how the university athletics culture has kind of moved more towards that sub-elite, elite athletics.
Well, exactly that, Rosie. So, well, as I mentioned, caught up with Callum yesterday, Callum Elson. Let's hear what he had to say.
My name is Callum Elson. I'm racing for Hoka at Podium Festival in the 5K. I got into running because I was extremely active playing football, but obviously in the summer there's no football season, so I still needed something to do. So I was going out running. My mum was kind of getting into running and training for some marathons and stuff. So I went along to a local club, and then it spiraled from there. My first job actually was a paper round when I was 12, 13. Shout out to Mr. Singh who gave me that, a paper round at the newsagents. And yeah, I kept that on for ages, probably way longer than it was acceptable to have a paper round. I was quite late in my teens still doing it alongside some cricket scoring. So yeah, I loved a little part-time job. My career highlight today is probably winning the silver medal at the World Road Champs over the mile, just because it was totally unexpected. And I feel like sometimes when you're not expecting anything at all and then it goes well, you're kind of, a little bit shell-shocked by it, and it lasts for a long time. My goals for 2025 are basically just to PB over every distance that I can, basically. I missed all of 2024 pretty much. So, I'm just trying to race as many different distances as I can. Try and PB in them all. I've ticked one off in the 3K already this year. Hopefully the 5K tomorrow or today, I guess, depending on when this is out. And then, try and make the World Champs team in the summer over 1,500 metres. My final tune-up session before this race I did on Wednesday. I did a mile tempo to start, then 2 200s just to kind of get properly warmed up. And then I did 3 800s of 60 seconds, alternating between kind of a race pace-ish and a little bit slower. And I did 5 400s, again, alternating between more of a 3K and 5K pace. You want the splits? The splits were 4:56 for the mile, 31 seconds for the 200s. The 800s were 2:12 and 2:20 alternating. And then it was 64s and 67s alternating for the 400s. Ooh, favourite post-race meal. I don't have a good answer for a post-race meal because I'm one of those people that feels a little bit sick after the race. It takes me a while. I have to consciously say, right, come on, eat something, drink something. I'm normally just like chewing people's ear off talking about the race. I have to be told, go and cool down, go and have your protein bar, go and do whatever. So once the dust has settled, normally something that's really salty. I'm normally like, salt, sugar, just anything like that I can gorge on. So like it, love it, or leave it. I'm gonna like the long run, love the track, leave the easy runs. I reckon if it's probably gonna be an international winner, you'd think, but Will Barnicoat, and is Jack Kavanagh racing? Jack Kavanagh's man in form over 5K, so hopefully from a British perspective, they can do really well. Running red flag is using AI coaching apps. Running green flag is people who just look like they're loving it, the sessions, even when they're hard or they're running bad or whatever. I think the people who are most respected or everyone has a good word to say about them in the running world, people like Ellis Cross and stuff where no one has anything bad to say, they just always look like they're loving it, which I think is a green flag. Fun fact about me, I've actually completed a 20-mile race, which not many 1,500 metres runners can say. And even more than that, it was 20 laps of a 1-mile loop in Darlington, and I took the win in 1 hour 58 minutes.
And we've got an image we're going to show you. Collage of 4 athletes. You're going to have to guess who's in the image.
Bloody heck. That's not easy, is it? Yeah, I think I'm immediately drawn to, I think, a Noah Lyles bottom chin beard. Ooh, this is difficult. Oh, I'm going to go Sydney McLaughlin nose. That's good. That's a great bit. That's kind of weird that I've got that. The forehead's going to be really difficult, but because you said big names, I'm going to say Femke Ball head. So that leaves another big name, and arguably it should be the easiest one, the eyes, this sort of section. They're from the US. Oh, they're not. Oh, okay. Warholm. Close? So close. Old Pick?
Yeah, I think it was
got quite long hair there.
I said like
he's got more of a skin fade now, hasn't he, Ingebrigtsen? So I was looking at the hair around the ears. That's why I thought it was a woman, because I thought they had the hair tied up. Yeah, that's a good one, that. Spell Leicester backwards. All right. I'm just trying to work out how I'm getting caught out with this question somehow, because it's not going to go well, because I can barely spell it forwards. Spell Leicester backwards. So we're going. Come on. So we're going R-E-T-S. Ooh, and then is it E-C? I-E-L?
Whoa!
Yes.
Just
about?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, straight Scott, yeah. Your first one you got it right, everyone else has stumbled.
The I-E and C was a pure guess of order that was in. I was just like, I feel like it's definitely L-E, and then it's Tur at the end, and everything else is going to work itself out.
You don't need headphones to cancel the noise, or a trophy to feel like you're winning. You don't need to go far to leave it all behind. All you need to do is move. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
Well, we are back and we are moments away from race 2 getting underway, off in about 8 minutes time at 2 o'clock. And if you missed it, do go and watch back. A fantastic win in race 1 by Adam Lee Brown. Based around these parts, and Rosie, I've been told he's got the nickname El Tractor. He once upon a time got in a slipstream of a tractor on the bike, and that's how he got that name. And he was relentless out there, wasn't he? A sub 17 minutes already here at Podium Festival, and we're hoping for a sub 18, sub 17 winner in this next one. And so how many races could Lee Brown have won today? Could he have even won this next race up? We're about to find out.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. Of course, the race is getting quicker and quicker through the day. We've got the elite races to come this evening, which we're very, very excited for. But Adam Lee Brown really setting the superb afternoon of racing here in Leicester.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is that first turn. If just to get you familiar with the course, it's a grenade truck where athletes are going to be able to pick up loads of protein freebie. Here at the Podium Festival, you've got Garmin on offer, Sports Shoes official timing sponsor of Podium Festival, and discounts for anyone who purchases a Garmin today or beyond even the Podium Festival. So it's just brilliant, and there's so many initiatives like that here today. Rosie's got Red Bull just opposite us here in the gantry, talking about the Wings for Life Royal Run that they've got going on. It's a race with a bit of a twist. It's there is no finish line. It's just once you get caught by that Red Bull car, your race is over. So how long can you outrun a car? Hopefully it's not going too fast.
Yeah, you'd like to think not. I think if it's going around kind of 20, 25 miles an hour, it might be a pretty short race. But no,
100-metre sprint for most.
An exciting prospect nonetheless, and I'm sure Red Bull have got that absolutely down. They do some absolutely superb, unique sporting events. They like their kind of fanciful different races. Of course, they released a promo with Carsten Warholm this week of him running on ice, running on a frozen lake, doing some hurdle training, and that was absolutely superb to see. So Red Bull, of course, doing their best to get athletes involved and keep them involved, and giving out plenty of free drinks today, as are many brands.
Marketing is their middle name, to be honest, isn't it, Red Bull? They do lots of special things within the sport and adventure realms. But the man to watch then in this next race, just moments away, Ben Aikens, lucky try. 22-year-old. He's got, well, a fine resume. 2:38 at the Seville Marathon, just, well, a little under 3 weeks ago, which is very, very impressive. And to be honest, for me, that translates to something much, much quicker than 17 minutes over 5K. I think we're going to see him be able to operate in that sort of 16:30-ish range. And I think he's going to have a lot of company. Jack Casey, another man to watch. Max Kirscher, Dan McMillan, Matt Shipley. It's just Swain. All of these men have put down a predicted time of 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting, and it does beg the question of how quick can the races go today. Obviously, we saw that opening race go so much faster than we were anticipating, and each race is then going to do its best to kind of keep up that trend and just see how much it can absolutely obliterate those predicted times by. And makes you wonder where we'll be at this evening. Of course, we've got some of the domestic elite athletes floating around. Callum Elson, Andy Butcher, they're due to grace the course here in Leicester a little bit later on, and they'll be going for some sub 14, low 13s sort of region. So it's going to be really interesting to see just how quick these races go and how much they can beat their target times by.
Yeah, I think a lot of these athletes in those elite races will be motivated as well, not just for the win and the podium place, but there is a lot of prize money, £30,000 of prize money on offer over the whole day here, the whole Podium Festival. It's often split down between the mile, the women's elite race, and that men's elite race, and of course British records, national records, course records, European records, even world records. I'm not sure we'll see one of those today, but there are certainly rumours of a few national records being targeted. Odd found from Sweden, looking to attack that Swedish record of 13:32. But plenty more on that to come a little later. Obviously, those elite races not until sort of 6 o'clock this evening, so we'll focus on picking out a few. I mentioned Matt Shipley. He's certainly one to watch, one of the best running for Les Croops in this one. Dave Thomas in there as well, Will Sykes. All of these men looking at that sort of 17 minutes, 17:02, 17:04. I mean, we actually have 28 men sub 17:10. So what we really want is just a massive pack of them for as long as possible. We want quite the contrast to what we saw. Adam Lee Brown just absolutely ran away with it. Those further down, though, did have a race. And Rosie, this is the exciting thing about these sort of races at Podium Festival, is you just don't know what sort of form people are coming into these races in. You know, have they been competing over the cross country? Have they been quiet, just training, working on their craft for many, many months? Having put Podium Festival in the diary, knowing that on this day they're going to be able to attack their lifetime best. There's the Pacers once again. Don't get them mixed up with that purple Loughborough colours, or violet, shall I say. Probably quite offensive to call it purple. The Loughborough diehards.
Yeah, they like their African violet. Don't ever mix the two up. You'll be told off badly, I imagine. But this race looking to get underway very, very shortly. You can see some nervous legs, some eager jitters on the line. Plenty of Loughborough vests, like you say, Matt. Lots of Birmingham athletes here as well today. The universities absolutely love this event. I know it is a big day in the calendar for students to get a fast 5K in the legs, see where they're at before heading out to Font Romeu and different altitude camps, like you mentioned a little bit earlier on. But also, it's a great day out. It's brilliant to bring the training groups to a new venue, give them a run out, give them a bit of a team boost. It can be really exciting for them to build that morale, build those training partnerships, and have a bit of fun as well at the same time. And it's really important, and the students really buy into it absolutely fantastically. And Chris Barnes has done a brilliant job of making sure it appeals to them as well as some of the wider athletics population. It really is an event for all, and this H race is going to be getting underway in just over a minute or so.
There they are indeed, Sam Turney there, Carlisle Junior Tri Club. Look at him, he's travelled far now from wearing those border colours as well in the bright orange, and alongside him a couple of the Loughborough lads. Isaac Witten is one of those, just 19 years of age, and stepping up here, the Loughborough shooter Dan Aldling as well, 1:2.87. And Rosie, well, if the position on the start line is anything to go by, I mean, Lee Brown was looking one of the most engaged on the start line, wasn't he? He was definitely on the front row, and he was the fastest over the first 200 and didn't relinquish the lead at all at any point in that last race. So if we're going on purely the front row, perhaps we're keeping an eye on those Loughborough colours. Yeah,
most definitely. The front row is usually the place where the athletes try and make their way to. Of course, it is the quickest place to get away from, and instinctively athletes want to get themselves there. The elbows will come out. It will be a little bit of argy-bargy to get off that line and get away quickly. Those first couple of rows will be really competitive. But those Loughborough colours will be doing their absolute best on what they will see as home turf. And here we go then. The start of this H race is underway, and the pace is looking very calm and controlled. They will all be kitted out, of course, for the day. Brand new Garmin watches on their wrists to help with the pacing here this afternoon. And straight away, we have Loughborough hitting the front alongside City of Norwich vest as well, some Adidas kit. The Pacers looking very calm and controlled in their trio very early on.
Yeah, another man to look out for. Josh Taylor-Brown is in that lead group. He's in the just all-black strip. Valley Stridus, his home club, the 27-year-old. So he's got 10 years or so on some of the athletes alongside him. It counts for nothing, to be honest with you. It's more about your training age, as we know in this sport. How long you've been honing your craft, and how long you've been able to string together that consistent training is often the telling time. But your endurance does improve, probably fair to say does improve the older you get, and often because just the more miles you've been able to put in.
Yeah, most definitely that kind of accumulative impact of the miles month on month, year on year, really does have an impact. And even then, with athletes having interruptions of injury and illness, it's not quite so impactful when you've hit it right in previous years. And there's been a bit of a shuffle around at the front of this race at the moment. You can see just the magnitude of the pack there as they come around that corner past the Red Bull tent. There's so many athletes streaming through here, and they're all looking very calm and collected in these early stages. No one's been too eager to rush off. They've kept a nice lid on it in the first half of this very, very first lap. 5 laps, of course, of the cycle circuit here.
Yeah, what's good to see, I think what's so special about this course is it is packed, but there's still plenty of room to move and operate and overtake people. You know, yes, you're under 2 minutes into a 5K. It is going to be busy, but you can see even up at the front here and even further down, there's still, if you want to just drift wide and overtake a whole host of people, you can do that. There's room to do it. I think a lot of these athletes will be enjoying just tucking in, to be honest, and sitting and letting others do the work, that's for sure. And you don't really want to get involved in a 5K race until, or sort of make your move until that final last couple K. To be honest with you, you can just bide your time, because yes, you are going to feel good over that first kilometre, but it's how you feel at kilometres 3 and 4. That's where the questions are really asked, and the concentration can often lapse as well. It depends. You've got to be doing those sort of longer intervals at race pace to really not only train yourself physically, but train your mind for that pain, that suffering that you're going to have to handle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about tempos and being comfortably hard, and it's all about making yourself comfortable when you're uncomfortable, I think is the motto that a lot of these athletes will be living by. And as you say, Matt, this course is perfect for when those athletes do want to move in and out just a little bit and drift around. There is plenty of room. We've doubled the size of the field in pretty much every race this year compared to 2024's edition of Podium Festival, and still we can see there is plenty of room for these athletes to move through.
Yeah, lovely, and a Loughborough vest up at the front. As always, we've become used to seeing that, although Birmingham have been outclassing them over the last couple of years, haven't they? Especially on that Bucks level. Man at the front. And it looks like Ben Atkins moving very well, the triathlete. And this is the home of triathlon, really, isn't it? You talk about the likes of Alex Yee, trains very, very locally, doesn't he? It is quite an inspiring place if you are a triathlete, and kind of put yourself in this environment, and it ends up being part of the culture, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a real kind of feeling around lots of universities, but Loughborough especially, where you become almost in a bubble, and that environment cultivates a space where you live and breathe the sport, and it becomes so important, ingrained in your life, and that routine of get up, train, lectures if you're a student, work, whatever it might be, just becomes part of who you are. And I think Ben Atkins is just highlighting how beneficial that's been to him as he's stretching away very early on in this race. He's moving through looking very comfortable.
He is stretching away. I think a few others just checking their watch in behind him, probably just being slightly cautious this early on, just making sure they're not going too fast, not burning the match too early on. But, Atkins, I mentioned before this race, he's probably arguably one of the strongest in the field. That 2:38 marathon, that indicates towards something quite special over 5K, to be honest. And when you see a marathon running, that was only 3 weeks ago, so he's got all that volume in his legs. He's probably had, a week of recovery, and then a couple of weeks where he's just sharpened the needle a little bit, got his legs turning over. And when you see him out front like this, I have no doubts that he's going to be able to kind of keep it going. Although, say that, Rosie, look at this.
Yeah, maybe not quite what we expected this early on, but Atkins being challenged at the front at the moment. And I think, like you say, that marathon endurance is really going to show. He looks so easy at this pace. He looks in control, and he is just gliding along, and it is just about how much he's been able to sharpen up over those last couple of weeks post-marathon. How much speed has he been able to get into those legs? So obviously it is a massive drop down in distance, but definitely has the potential to provide something really special for us here at Podium. And it'd be interesting to see how that plays out over the next kind of 3.5-4 kilometres or so.
Yeah, Ralph Wood was the man who's now in the lead, from Mansfield, the under-23 athlete, and it was a quick move he made. I mean, when Atkins passed us on this far side, he looked very, very comfortable. He was up front, but Wood's just eating away at that gap and now gone past him and making a move as well. So, and you can see what's he got, sort of 10 meters on Atkins already. So within about 400 meters, he's probably closed up 20 and then put 20 on Atkins as he goes round this bend. He's got a 16:50 season's best, and that's a park run. So down at the Rother Valley Park Run, but 17 minutes, I guess, officially. 17:02 is his official 5,000 meter PB, or 5K PB, shall I say, on the road. And he's certainly going to be looking to battle that and challenge it. So Wood leads the way, Atkins in second, and then Rosie, a whole pack, and we've still got 3 laps to run.
Yeah, I absolutely would be backing that pack. If I was sat in there at the moment, I'd be feeling very happy with myself. You've got a slight gap between the leaders. You've obviously got Wood out in front, Atkins in second. But that chase pack is working together nicely. It's compact, it's strong, it's moving very fluidly, and they are the ones that are going to be able, they're in pole position to chase down now. Everybody out in front of them, anyone that's been cut adrift from a leader is now vulnerable. They've got a target on their back, and Atkins is going to have to work really hard to keep himself from being swallowed up by that chase pack. He looks smooth, he looks happy where he is at the moment. We've just got to hope that watching Wood move away from him after the gap that he opened up after a surge initially isn't going to be too detrimental for him. But Wood's looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I tell you what, someone else who's looking pretty smooth for me in that chase pack is Chad Cayley of the City of Norwich. There he is. He's just looking to stretch that chase pack on. And well, when he came past his finish gantry, he looked very, very relaxed, and he's had a good winter so far. He's been competing at the National Cross Country Championships. He was in that Bucks Championships as well. So he's done a lot of hard 10K, 12K efforts over the cross country, and so that strength starting to prevail here for Cayley. And a lifetime best of 17:07. He set that just a month or so ago at the Podium Under Lights event in Battersea Park as well. As they go under the cheer zone on the far side, and we see the rest of them sweep their way round, coming off that top bend, and they've got a long stretch. This is the part of the course where they can really get moving. This is where the crowd are as well. It's on that finishing straight, just on the far side. But Ralph Wood, no change up at the front, and he's got 2.5 laps to go, Rosie. And Atkins, he won't go away, not with that marathon pedigree that he's got. And you can see Wood just checking his watch. And he too looks to be relatively in control, but you can implode when it comes to the 5K, especially when you're out front like this. And these guys, if they do make contact, that's going to mess with Wood's psyche, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wood's in a great position. He does look smooth, he looks strong, but that glancing at the watch, is that going to be detrimental? Is he going to say, oh, I think I'm working a little bit harder than I thought I was? Or maybe it would be a confidence boost. He might be feeling really good. We don't know. But of course, we've got to look out for those little signs, those bits of body language. And it can be, like you say, really a quick change actually for athletes in a 5K. You can go from feeling really good in the opening couple of kilometres, really start to push on because you feel great, to suddenly combusting and feeling absolutely dreadful as you come through, feeling really tough as you enter that last couple of kilometres. So Ralph Wood hoping that he can stay out, keep himself ahead, keep himself out of trouble. At the moment he looks to be absolutely fine. He's just cruising around into another sweeping bend now, and that will mean his momentum can stay absolutely fantastic. But Atkins has started to be reeled in by that chase group.
Well, Atkins has, but I think Wood is as well. I think those up at the front are starting to slow. We'll keep an eye on their lap times. That's something to watch out for. Although it is, it's just under a kilometre. I think it's about 960, 970 odd metres per lap. But Wood, I mean, this is the business end. How's the training been, Wood? The questions are going to be asked. He's got a slight tailwind now. It's a swirling wind here up at Leicester, but he's got just enough of a lead. And if he can hold that gap, he's going to ask questions of those in second, Atkins and co, because that is a tough gap to close. They're going to have to really knuckle down and work together if they want to get on terms with Wood. So if he can just keep that lead, Rosie, I think he's going to be able to hang on. But if he just drops the pace at any point, he's going to have the whole field start to latch onto him and ask the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important for him now to not let that gap close any more than it already has done. Those chasers, having reeled in Atkins, are going to start to have a bit of a fire in their belly. Once you've got one, you start to think, can we get the next and the next? And Atkins now moving back into third position, so Wood really going to have to work hard. He will be hopefully unaware of the change behind him. He's pushing on, just himself and his watch, and the spectators for company. And now he moves through. He's on the opposite side of the course to us at the moment, looking really smooth. His cadence is unchanged. He's unwavering at the front at the minute, but he's perhaps only got 10, 15 metres or so.
Yeah, do you know what? Atkins is doing the right thing here. When you're struggling, you've just got to back off. You've got to let someone else do the work, but you cannot let them break away. You have to just hang on to their coattails, stare at their back, and just keep that contact the whole way. And it's fascinating, isn't it? What was once a pack, people threatening about what position they might be in a clear run, is now very, very much single file, all acknowledging that they just need to hang tough in this 5K. So for the first time, Ralph Wood is under pressure. You see him just checking his shoulder there. It's the Garmin colours in behind him. This is a very, very measured effort, perhaps keying off of that Garmin, using it to full effect here in the 5K. Not something me as a coach would recommend, Rosie. I think you've got to be using the internal clock when you're out there on the track racing, but he has cut through Wood. No questions, no problems. And I think Atkins is now going to find himself on the shoulder of Wood as well, along with a Cayley, the Norwich man, a little bit further back. And I think there's a lot to play for still. Look at these positions, top 10 And what are we? Just over 12 minutes on the clock. It's going to be difficult to see at this stage where we hope for a sub 17, but I think we're going to be in the region of a 16:45, 16:50, very similar to what Lee Brown ran in that opening race of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It does, of course, beg the question of what could he do in a slightly faster race. Lee Brown having a storming run to kick off the day. But now it looks like Ralph Wood has had no response after being overtaken at the front of this H race at the moment.
Yeah, so do apologise, but we will try and ID the leader. I believe there's a bit of a late entrant in this one, 1:5:52. He's taking it by absolute storm, and he's looking good. He's been measured the whole way. He's just slowly worked his way up the field. He wasn't too excited to start, managed to just hold his nerves, keep himself calm, and then just pick off the whole field out there. So Wood is doing a good job. He's fighting hard. Atkins as well. Those are your two sort of going toe for toe, but there's nothing really separating any of these out there. And Wood, Atkins is second to Cayley. Well, I really hope he can break 17. These men are going to look at the clock and see 13:15 at the moment. They've got to sweep round this in sort of 3.5 minutes. Very, very doable considering it's under a kilometre. So I think even now, those crossing the line are going to be inside that 17 minutes. I mean, 3:30 Ks is 17.5 minutes for 5K. I think we're going to see, Rosie, about 30 or 40 people break that mark. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just look how strong he is at the front of that. Unfortunately, we can't quite get the idea of that athlete just yet. He's not on our start lists at the moment, but he's looking so strong as he moves his way round. And that, at the moment, of course, we still have a lap to go, but that has been a 5K run to almost perfection as he moves through. He's looked really strong. He's ticked off the athletes one by one. He hasn't panicked in the early stages when athletes have tried to take it on. Ralph Wood, of course, doing a fantastic job in the middle portion of the race, really pulling the pace forward. And then our current lead athlete just really reeling them in, turning the screw, gradually closing that gap.
Yeah, Christopher Mann doing a phenomenal job, it is. And the man from Wrexham had their half marathon just a few weeks ago, but he's he's running like a half marathon runner at the moment, isn't he? He's faultless, that form, just not breaking down, rocking side to side a little bit, but the gap he's put on the rest of the field, phenomenal over this final kilometre. And those battling for hard, Wood and Atkins now fading back a little bit. It's another Loughborough man who's edged his way into second place. I don't think anyone's going to touch Chris Mann. He can start to enjoy this as he runs past that Loughborough gazebo and almost rubbing salt in the wounds, as if to say. And 200 metres to run then for Mann at this stage. Comes around that final bend, we await him. We're going to appear as all those battles a little bit further back take place. And this is what Podium Festival is all about. Athletes like him announcing themselves, and this is a memory he'll cherish for life, I'm sure. The Vet 35 hasn't done much at all this year, just a couple park runs, and this is why it catches people like us completely off guard. But his lifetime best is 16:47. And that's on the track. He's run a 16:13 on the rotor. That's the mark we're looking at. I think he's going to be outside that. We're already 15:45. Can he close this last 200? But regardless of a lifetime best, it's a fine win for Christopher Mann. And I think we can say that confidently now, Rosie.
Yeah, we absolutely can. And here he comes down the final straight for the final time. You can see the spectators on the side bashing the barriers, raising their arms above their head, clapping, cheering him in. He's striding for home. He's really pushing in every last step now. It's going to be low 16s, 16, 11, 16-12 as he just eases, into the line. You know, he's had the win. He was very comfortable coming across there. And he doesn't even look phased. He's standing up pretty much straight upright following that. He's absolutely fine.
Well, I thought he was going to be hard pushed to break a lifetime best there, but he's done it. He's just about sneaked it. We'll wait for the official time though, but I think that was a lifetime best. And 16:13 before this race. You can see Jeff asking the questions already, almost as if to say, where did that come from?
Yeah, absolutely. We can see that he is absolutely loving the adrenaline rush that's given him. He's absolutely fine. He's full of beans following that. And the feeling when you do absolutely obliterate your previous best does just carry you on after that race, and you won't feel the fatigue for a good couple of hours yet, and then suddenly, a little bit later on, I'm sure he'll crash and need all the food he can get. But right now, Christopher Mann on cloud 9. An absolutely fantastic day at the office for him, and a massive personal best to boot.
And you know what's special about that for me is that lifetime best of his was back in 2014. And you think it's been 10 years of, and this is the sport in a nutshell, isn't it? The ups and downs. I'm sure he's been negotiating full-time work and changes in his circumstances like everyone does in a decade period. And but he's stuck at his task, and the last couple of years he's done very little in terms of sort of road racing. He's enjoyed a lot of park runs, and he's probably gone back to basics. And so to break what we think a PB from 10, 11 years ago is truly, truly quite something. And well, that's what us runners do, don't we? We just can't quite let go. Doesn't matter how old we get, we just can't let go of the sport we love. It's ingrained in us.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. There's so many athletes that I know that can't quite let go of the sport. They might move away from the competitive side perhaps, or the side that they were once so drawn into. But no athlete will ever fully put it down. I don't think I know anyone that's ever left the sport and left it for good.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, you know, everyone has breaks, don't they? Have periods where maybe they fall out of love with the sport, and then of course they get back into it. And I think advice for a lot is just keep it as social as possible. I think as much as, you know, you want to be chasing those PBs and you're just looking to better yourself constantly, you've got to be doing it with friends, with training partners. And I think the more sociable you can keep this sport, the longer you're going to be able to stay in it at a very, very high level as well, because you can put a lot of pressure on yourself as an athlete, and it's difficult out there. It's just you against you every single day. But let's check in with Jeff and the team, Jeff and Lewis down there with the race winner.
I was like, yeah, absolutely blown away. Conditions were really good today, so yeah, very happy.
You judged it pretty well because you weren't featuring in the first couple of laps, but you stormed away in the second half. Was that the plan?
Yeah. I was actually chatting to someone before the race, and they just said, "Oh, make sure you don't go first 2 miles absolutely all guns blazing, because that tends to be what I do." So I just had that in my head, and I was like, "Oh, I'll wait till the last mile and give it some beans." So yeah, it worked out right.
And if we read your vest, you're on a working day here, are you?
Yeah. It's nice to be able to call it a working day. But yeah, we're working with Garmin today, so in the van. Come over and chat to us if you fancy it.
Is that the biggest win of your career?
Yeah, by far. No, like honestly, especially running. I come from a cycling background mainly, so finding running this past year, this has been really, really good, and enjoying my running lots and lots. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, the winner of our second race, Chris Mann. Good work.
Well, great to hear from race winner of that H race, second race of the day, and yeah, working man, and by far the biggest win of his career. That was special, and look at that, oh, agonizingly close. He equals his lifetime best, 16:13. Sonny Nickel with a late run, 16:22, and Dan Odling, mentioned him before the race, Ralph Wood hanging in there, Adam Huxford as well, Chad Cayley, Oscar Morton. It's good running from all these men out there, and we're looking for that first female as well. Luke Cossey, Oscar Harvey Nash out of Ghent. How many have we had break 17? We'll see on that next page, right down to Jack Headley. So well done to him, last man inside 17 minutes. And the rest of them, you can see how close it is. Look at that, 4 men on 16:51. And that's what it's about. That's why you come to Podium Festival. And a lot of these, you know, they're all from different parts of the UK. They may enter a local race and compete. They may often, with these sorts of times, find themselves up at the front as well. And the race is thinning out a little bit, but today they find themselves in the H races. Just credit to the depth that we've got. And we'll start those conversations of how many will we see sub 15 minutes. They've got Armagh, they've got that 150. Men who broke 15 in Armagh to better here. That's Barnsley's challenge this afternoon. He's, I'm sure the conditions will play their part in that. You can see those flags just fluttering a little bit as our third race of the day is about to get ready. That's off at 2:30. there we are, familiarise ourselves with that timetable. Race G up next, and now the conversation starts, doesn't it? When we'll see a sub 16 minute clocking, I think it's going to be likely from this next race out, that's for sure. And a few women will go in that one. We've got those 2 women elite races to look forward to, as well as that mile. As I said, 1,500 runners. It's just absolutely staggering. We've got live music. The Hot Pizza Brass Band are playing at the moment in the Red Bull tent in the centre of the course, and that athlete village, Rosie.
Yeah, that athlete village is absolutely alive at the moment, and the brass band doing an absolutely fantastic job of keeping the energy going. They've been playing all day and been absolutely brilliant so far, and it really is just adding to the atmosphere, increasing the energy, and people are absolutely loving it. The spectators have really packed out the athlete village at the moment. The brands are having a great time, and the athletes really enjoying the opportunities that seem to be presenting themselves in front of them. I'm starting to see some of the kits for the brands that will be running a little bit later on as well, beginning to float around. So some of our elite athletes are starting to arrive, ready for their races later on this evening.
Absolutely, Rosie, and I caught up with Katie Snowden just yesterday in her hopes for today.
My name is Katie Snowden and I'm racing Podium Festival. I started running at primary school, it was sports day, and then I joined Hennell Harriers that I'm still a member of today when I was 12. First job, working at a coffee shop in Loughborough. My career highlight was making the World Champs final in Budapest in 2023. Make the World Champs team in Tokyo. Actually did it with Georgie. We did a fartlek round Battersea Park. It was actually a bit of a confusing one. Yeah, we went 4 by 75 seconds off 30-second jog, straight into a 1 mile at 5:20 pace, and then repeated that twice, and then did another set of 4 by 75 seconds at the end. Gonna go pizza. I'd leave the long run, like the intervals, and love the easy run. I feel like you've got to say it yourself. I've got to back you. I'm now a Nike athlete. One running red flag would be DNFing.
Yeah, it's a collage of athletes, and they're all all sort of track athletes, stars, and you just got to guess who they are.
That's really hard. I recognise the eyes, but I can't think who that is. Oh my God, I actually don't know if I can do any of these. Are they people racing here?
No.
No, I afraid can't do any.
Failed.
That's really bad. It's not Jakob. Oh, it is. Okay, Jakob. Spelling Leicester backwards. RETSCIEL.
I think she missed an E. It was a good effort. Yeah, good effort.
Well, there we are. There's a Hot Pizza Brass Band putting on a little bit of a show on that infield for those who are at the festival, providing the festival atmosphere, you could say, as well, keeping the energy going in between races. Third race of the day about to get going, Rosie, and it was great to catch up with Katie Snowden and that collage of athletes, proving quite difficult for a lot of them, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say, I saw that going out on the Instagram last night, and it took me a minute, and I'm pretty up to date with my athletes and my athletics, and it took me a good while to kind of wrap my head around what I was looking at and who each slither was. And I have to say, one of my favourite parts of the interviews has to be asking them to spell Leicester backwards.
Spelling it forwards is hard enough, well, at least for me anyway. And let's have a look at this G race. Some of the leading contenders in: Ian Adamson, 16:20 his lifetime there. Sam Bruce. So far though, those marks have been obliterated in these previous races. And Sam Lockwood, another one to look out for. Josh Langman, 16:20 as well. We've got a whole host of them right on that sort of ballpark. And it just goes, the depth is just incredible. I mean, we've got 60 men, 70 men, sub 16:45. And so fastest in the field around that 16:20. And 120 or so athletes, all inside 17 in this next race. So, hey, that's the challenge, isn't it? Can we get them all on paper? We should, but will it play out that way? Well, let's find out.
Yeah, let's hope so. It's going to be a phenomenally quick one, actually, when you see how closely packed together these athletes are on the start list. It really does beg the question of how close the finishes are going to be through the day. We're going to get some really tight on the line finish dips perhaps a little bit later on, and especially when money becomes involved for the prizes this evening. It's going to be, yeah, really interesting, really exciting to see, actually, and to have that pedigree of athletics in the G race as well. We've got plenty more races still to come, and we've already got so many athletes packing it in under 16:45. It's absolutely fantastic, and it really is a privilege to see for our sport.
It is indeed. So there we are, 2 minutes or so away. Barnes is going to get them this race up and running. I tell you what, the pace is doing a fantastic job. They're going back to back to back to back so far. They're pacing all the races bar the elite. You know, speaking to the meet director, Chris, he really wanted to strip it back to basics and have more of a race on our hands. So there will be no pacemakers in those league races. I personally prefer that. We want to see athletes make decisions out on the course. And, you know, pacemakers almost just takes all that decision making away from them, at least for sort of 3 or 4K of the race. And it's a test of purely fitness rather than kind of fitness and your tactical ability.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like when we have paces involved, you're essentially time trialing. You've got someone sorting out the pace for you. You're racing the clock, you're not really racing your competitors. And I think it's really important that when there is prize money up for grabs, it's almost like a championship in the sense of going for medals, going for money, that paces aren't involved, actually, because racing is what we're here to see. Yes, fast times are great. We want to see really quick times, and that money incentive is going to really help with that. Hence why there's an even bigger incentive on any records that fall today. But it's really important that we do also see racing tactics come to light, and we get that kind of opportunity. It's something that with the paces out on the Diamond League circuit that we see so much for elites at the minute, and various different aspects of marathons and half marathons with paces involved in that as well, that we start to lose that tactical art, that racing form that does take so long to perfect. And it really is an important part of the sport. And if you're going to be a racer, if you're going to be the best on the day, that has to be part of your strength as well.
That's it. Charlie Yates, one to look out for there. To the right of picture, 1173 in the bright coloured red and blue colours there. Travis Scrivens as well, just 17 in wearing 1150. You've got the Cambridge and Coleridge, man, a club. Whenever you see that club vest, you pay it some respects, don't you? Just the level of athletes that they have coming out of that system and that setup in Cambridge. Pacemakers to the left of picture. Batting again. So race 3 of 12, moments away. So off they go then, Rosie, the third race of the day, and we're hoping potentially the first race sub 16 minutes. Less about time though. Let's focus on the race at hand. Travis Scrivens, I mentioned, just settling into the pack early doors.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice and calm start, a clean start once again, and that just goes to show that this course is absolutely fantastic, really perfect for this kind of volume of athletes that we've got here today. And it's just so good to see these athletes moving around the way they are, no one moving away too quickly. And the athletes staying nice and clean, nice upright, not too much pushing. And hopefully we have plenty more of that, especially as the races go on into this evening.
Yeah, well, Leon Lewis is straight to the front, isn't he? Off the front, in fact. And, well, his first 100 was very, very fast. He seems to settle down a bit now. And just looking pretty smooth, this man. 2:43 marathon runner at his best. Relatively new to the game, to the distance running game. And started his marathon career with a 3:12, just chipped away on it. But I think what's most impressive about Leon Lewis for me, Rosie, is the fact he did last year 4 marathons: London, Manchester, New York and Berlin. And his quickest 2:43, that came in Berlin, but his slowest still only 2:55 in New York, and we know how tough of a course New York is. So he is very, very much a strength runner, perhaps even preparing for this year's London Marathon as well. And that's probably why he is just not fearing the distance. 5K is purely nothing to that man.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a fearlessness in racing is really important. If you're holding yourself back, if you're worried, you subconsciously just won't be able to kind of access that last extra little bit to just unlock that speed for you. But that is a big chunk of the marathon majors as well. It'll be interesting to see if he goes on to complete all 6. and get the last two. Tokyo, of course, being one of the ones that he needs to add to that list to get his majors medal. But we're really staying as a nice wide pack. Several athletes at rest at the moment, and no major breakaway in these very, very early stages. The pace is looking very comfortable as well at the front. As you say, Matt, a big day for them going back to back in these races. Of course, some of them will be taking on different roles and responsibilities, but what a great day of training they've got ahead of them if they're pacing each and every run today.
Oh, they certainly do, don't they? Well, Alex Ligo is another man to look out for. He was just sitting off Leon Lewis's right shoulder to our left of picture in that orange vest of Western Tempo, the 17-year-old. And the fact that they're all fanning out like this shows that they're all quite comfortable. They don't really want to take the lead. They're trusting, and perhaps this is the race experience a little bit more. The seeding probably a little bit more. Chris Barnes probably got a lot more to work with athletes who have, competed regularly on that domestic circuit. So a lot of them trusting the pacemakers, and a lot of them happy to sit in behind Leon Lewis this early on. They're coming round for that first lap. Let's see what they are with 4 to run, and then we'll keep an eye on those lap splits from there on out.
Yeah, absolutely, and really interesting to see that Lewis is just happy to sit at the front there. He's just very comfortable, looking well within himself, as are the rest of the pack. And no one's being too eager to take it on at the moment. And that, like you say, is starting to just maybe nod towards those racing smarts as opposed to an all-out 5K time that they really want to go for. So really interesting to see at the moment. These racing smarts just giving them a slightly more controlled start to their 5K. Of course, good few laps to go. Plenty of time for us to see them really turn on the afterburners and get into it as it starts to spread out. There'll be this middle section where we start to see people play their games and add their speed into this now.
Yeah, well, they've got the rhythm now, haven't they? So Lewis relinquishes the lead for the first time, and it looks like it might be Kip Monty up there, just a 20-year-old, just moving things along. The Sam Lockwood as well, the Doncaster AC man, is looking quite strong up at the front. So it's a large pack at the moment. They're very, very difficult to call this early on, but I think it's good for the race. But we mentioned that first lap perhaps being slightly controlled. It is certainly just stringing out a little bit more now as they operate, come round for on that backstretch section. Wind on their backs. This is where they can really get a bit of speed going. They'll go under that cheer zone. They'll have the tune truck as well. There'll be some noise really echoing under that gazebo. Now, remember it last year. It's where most people spent the whole afternoon. We got absolutely poured on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's it's always a great place to go for the atmosphere. And I mean, it wouldn't be a classic British festival without a little bit of cloud or rain, and we certainly had our fair share of that last year. And it has clouded over slightly here in Leicester today, but the sun's still trying to poke through. The wind has picked up just a touch, but the athletes seem unfazed, and the quick times really are still rolling through. That lead pack still is very, very big. It's strung out slightly at the front of it, but it is still a very large group of athletes that are holding on to those paces, really trying to push on for those times up at the front. So those sub 16:45 athletes all packed together, moving really nicely along, and hopefully that'll be dragging a lot of people on for a very quick time for them today.
Yeah, a man to look out for in this race as well is Ryan Lenoir, coached by Jethro McGraw, isn't he? The Wickham Phoenix Birmingham University shooting 152 800 meter man. That is very, very strong. 16:20 is 5K best, and I think, with 152 you can certainly attack 16:20 quite comfortably. So I'm sure he's done the strength work. We know Jethro McGraw, an incredible coach, and there he is actually, Lenoir, right up at the front, looking good, wearing 119, and he's just starting to lead this. And Jethro probably sitting at home, or he might even be in the facility just saying, well, just keep it relaxed for now, just be careful, because there's still a long way to go and a lot of men on your shoulder. So Spanish Canny game, but checked his watch, looking very, very comfortable, and he's got great speed, Rosie, as well. I don't know many who have run 50 point indoors over 400 and come out and are willing to toe the line over 5K as well. And to give you a bit of context, folks, I'm just looking at that lap split. It's around about 3 minutes for that lap. It's just under a kilometre, of course, but they're well inside 16-minute tempo. I make that for the K about 3:10, which would be 15:50-ish pace, which again would be big PBs for these men. I think a lot of them will have sub 16 in mind.
Yeah, they absolutely will.
So Lenoir over on the far side, sweeping around as we see the rest of them, Westo tempo, colours, and that lead just chopping and changing. I think Ryan Lenoir will really welcome the fact that he's now just being able to tuck into another athlete's slipstream. That Loughborough vest I mentioned at African Violet, Birmingham and Loughborough are going to have some battles all throughout the afternoon. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, they most definitely will. And I think as we see the races get quicker, we'll see more and more of that rivalry coming up at the front of these races. And that, to me, looks like Aaron Barker. We need to double check that bib number when we can. But that looks like Aaron Barker, to me, is just taking the lead at the moment as Lenoir just steps into second momentarily. These athletes still very tightly packed.
Yeah, well, Barker just pressing, and to be honest, if they are going to break 16 minutes, this is what they need. They need, you know, if you feel good in a 5K and you've got a lead pack like this, kind of similar to cycling, isn't it? Just put yourself at the front for a lap, keep the pace honest, and hope that someone just sort of sweeps by you and then helps you out. It does a little bit of the work later on when you're also struggling. So if they can feed off one another, these men, they're in with a good shout. Barker, the oldest in this front group, you won't mind me saying that, definitely the most experienced, and probably backs himself the most. He's done more 5Ks than any of these men before. He'll be familiar with that feeling like no other. And you look at some of the others, got an 800 meter background, a 1500 meter background. It's unknown territory for them, really. Even though you can do all the intervals in the world, all the predictor sessions in the world, but nothing is quite like getting out there and racing.
Yeah, absolutely. The predictor sessions are good to a point, and there's a lot of training that everyone can do, but there is nothing like a race to really show where you're at. And of course, that's why we talk about you've got your training fitness and your race fitness, and why these things are so very different, and why they take a long time to build and to accumulate. When athletes have been out of racing condition for a little while, you often see them training really well and then coming back and struggling in their first race when they return.
Yeah, it is Barker up at the front and doing well now just to string things along. Everyone happy to sit in behind him. So I don't think he's going to get much help, despite me saying this pack should maybe work together just to move things along. And then at the end of the day, they're out there, they're racing, and they want to win. Barker is a man with a lot of strength at the moment. Just last weekend, ran a 20-miler inside 2 hours. That would start to indicate that he's preparing for a marathon on the horizon, perhaps London. As I say that, Lenoir gets back up to the front, wanting to sweep through. We've got 2 laps to run in this one now, under 10 minutes on the clock as the rest of the field stream through. And just look at that. Places up for grabs, and a lot of these athletes now, they've got to pick out a vest up the road and they've just got to hunt them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost attaching an invisible rope to the back of the athlete ahead of them and just reeling them in, pulling themselves forward is often something that athletes kind of visualize, a tool that they often use. And now, as they sweep round the opposite side, that lead pack really trying to push on and work and keep themselves together as they move through the group. But it looks to me like perhaps Lenoir has retaken the lead.
Yeah, Lenoir really has, hasn't he? And I think this is the decisive move. When he took the lead initially, it was his first bit to just sort of keep things rolling, get things moving along, and, well, just sort of cement himself up at the front of the field. But he sat in for a lap. He let Barker do a little bit of work, and I think he thought, look, I'm coming into my final 2K, I'm feeling good. If I'm going to get a lifetime best out of this, if I'm going to run a time I'm worthy of and I'm in shape to, I've really got to start moving. And you can suffer for 2K or so on your own. So Jethro McGraw will be happy with this one. What a fine job he's done at Birmingham University. Tyler Billiard, one of his star men, will go later in that handicap mile, and I'm sure Lenoir has many sessions with Billiard and will know him well and will take inspiration from his training partner. And look, success breeds success at the end of the day, and we are seeing another bout of it here with a Lenoir masterclass at Podium Festival. He might come under pressure this last lap. It's not done yet as he comes in with just over a lap to run.
Yeah, still plenty of this 5K left. This closing stages a lot can change. There's a lot of running still to be done. and the mental games that the athletes will play can really start to highlight just how long that last kilometre feels for a lot of these athletes, and almost could be, it can be so very different for the competitors when they're coming up against their rivals. But it won't be long now until they come in towards their final lap.
Yeah, let's have a look, and I believe it's a couple of seconds. I think he had 4 or 5 seconds on the field when he came around that far side. The Western Tempo vest giving chase. So Lenoir still up at the front, but has he got it in him? You think with a lifetime best of 152 over 800, 49.9 over 400, you think he would have the speed certainly to kick? So as long as he can just measure this next half a mile or so, I think he's going to be able to hang in there, and he'll accept any challenge that comes his way over the last sort of 400 or 500 meters, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, he's looking very, very smooth at the front of this race at the moment. He's unfazed, he's not really glancing around too much, his eyes are fixed ahead of him at the moment, and his arms and legs moving metronomically as he carries his momentum around the long sweeping bends here in Leicester. And now Lenoir just moves so finely. He's got a gap of probably about 30, 40, 50 metres perhaps as he heads around now. It's going to be a lonely run to home, but the spectators are packed into the athlete village. They're all around the course here in Leicester, and they can catch athletes at so many points on this lap as well. It's so accessible that athletes can just move, can just move from one side of the course to the other with a couple of strides, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, do you know what? I think someone out on the course giving Lenoir a little bit of info about the gap he's got, because as he was just starting to settle coming through that finish line gantry, Ligo was closing up with Western Tempo. The 20-year-old spent a lot of time on the cross-country circuit this year, multiple Birmingham leagues, so he'll be enjoying the fact that he's on the roads for the first time in 2025 here at Podium Festival. But well, as soon as Lenoir went past that finish gantry, he just put his foot down a little bit and wanted to just extend his lead. So I think now he's into that final K, that final half a mile. He's growing in confidence, and he's well aware that he can hang and he can continue to push. He doesn't have to worry about burning out of any energy, overdoing it, being in the red for too long. Let him sweep round that turn. It's a masterclass from him. Hats off to him. Now we keep an eye on the clock as well. I suppose an official 5K lifetime best is 16:20. He's going to be well inside that, you would have thought. And he's going to get a time that he is worthy of, to be honest with you, because when you go 152 800 and sub 4 1500 meter run, he's going to be one to watch, the Birmingham University student, and I'm sure we'll be singing Birmingham's praise a little bit more throughout the afternoon as well. Well, here's the battles a little bit further down too.
Yeah, the athletes staying competitive all the way through the field, which is exactly what we want to see. We've got some really top-class athletes all the way through, and it's really easy to forget the calibre, actually, of those running today, even when they're not at the front of their races. They are some really talented 5K club runners that we've got here at the new college. But it won't be long until our leader does sweep round, and he's going to be gracing the finish line very, very soon. He's just coming into view from our commentary position. It won't be long until he's on the home straight. He's looking so strong as he heads down. 16:20, the mark he wants to be. He is going to be well inside it, Matt.
Oh, he is. He looks smooth enough, doesn't he, Lenoir? What a victory for him. Perhaps his biggest win to date, especially on the roads. And hey, he's a 400, 800 man, but perhaps he's a 5K boy now. He's going to smash 16 minutes. He's going to be inside 15:30 if he can hang on through the line. That's impressive from Lenoir. He takes race 3. Hats off to him, and Ligo Rosie looks to be battling hard in second. How many men are going to break that 16-minute mark? We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have a good few of them underneath that 16-minute barrier, and that was a superb finish from Ligo. We could really see his arms pumping, his head was back a little bit. He was really striding home for that line, and we've not even reached 16 minutes yet. We've got so many athletes coming over the line.
Well, when you have a race like that, you know, a lot of athletes will come across the line and just collapse and be exhausted. Sometimes it clicks, and often your best races are the races where you just don't even feel pain. You're floating along, aren't you? You're just pouring it on. Your adrenaline's going. You're oozing with confidence throughout, and he would have enjoyed every step of the way over that last lap, I'm sure. And it gets very, very quiet over on that bottom bend. It really does. You know, there's not much crowd down there. They are hovering in the village here. So you almost have a quiet 200-300 meter section where you can compose your thoughts before you enjoy this finishing straight. And hopefully we're going to hear from this man, and Jeff or Lewis are going to pull him to one side, and we're going to get a very insightful interview from him.
Well, it looks like we'll get that interview in a few moments' time, but the athletes still flocking across the line are absolutely fantastic. We saw one a few minutes ago celebrating his time as he came across, arms aloft. It's absolutely fantastic. And now it sounds like we're going to hear from our race winner.
So I'm here with race 3 winner, Rehan Lenoir. Have I got that right, Rehan?
Yeah.
Your English is a lot better than my French, my French even. What brings you to Leicester? You say you're at Birmingham Uni, is that right?
Yeah, I'm a student at the University of Birmingham. So, well, I've lived it my whole life, but I am half French as well, so I thought I'd wear the French top.
Well, it stood out and it got our attention. You look like you paced that exceptionally well. There's good things happening at Birmingham University. You're bringing that form here to Leicestershire in style?
Oh yeah, I would say the University of Birmingham is the best place to be if you want to run quick, and I'm glad it's showing up. But yeah, I just thought I'd take a couple of seconds off and have some fun.
So you're not a 5K runner. What type of runner are you? Because it's a pretty impressive 5K if it's not your specialist event.
I'd say maybe the 8 if I was to put something on it, but I just enjoy running, really.
So this is a step up for you today, 800 metres up to 5K.
Yeah, 4.2k too long for me. I'm looking forward to just completing one lap again, or 2 maybe, yeah.
Well, it didn't look too long for you today. A massive well done. Rehan Lenoir is winner of race 3 here at Podium, an official time of 15:29. Well done.
And our final.
Well, there you have it. Just heard from race winner of the 3rd race here at the Podium Festival. Massive lifetime best, was it 15:27 or so there. We'll get those official results to you shortly, that's for sure. But yeah, Birmingham University, well, Lenoir, claiming there it's the best place to be if you want to run fast. Many may disagree, including myself, but credit to him. And there we are, just outside actually 15:31. Alex Ligo and Steck at 15:42, and we can safely say, well, the whole sort of top, we'll have a look in a minute, but all of those guys on the screen there have all PB, Rosie.
Yeah, that's 10 athletes underneath the 16-minute mark. It's absolutely fantastic, and just goes to show the atmosphere that is generated here at Podium Festival really is one for fast running, even with quite a windy course here actually today. The wind has picked up, especially for that race. It died down a little bit earlier on, but it has risen again at the moment. And to see such fast times, such huge personal bests coming through, even then, it's absolutely fantastic. And our next race will be up shortly. That's going off in about 11 minutes time. So we'll be looking for some even quicker races now, and the athletes still to run today are going to be looking to move towards that kind of 15:30 mark. Some really exciting prospects for the rest of the day.
Yes, absolutely. We look forward to the next race on the circuit as that wind's starting to die down as well out there. Well, good afternoon and welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, we are 3 races in to the Podium Festival 2025, and race 4 on the horizon, about to get going at 3 o'clock. Here's the timetable, that F race, and we're looking at a lot of people who are in that 15, well, definitely sub 16 minutes, in around about that 15:30 to 16 minute range. And we just saw Lenoir dominate that third race with a lifetime best. So we're 3 for 3 at the moment, Rosie. Three winners, all with big lifetime bests, and so far, if not equaling their lifetime best. We saw Chris Mann, didn't we? The Garmin employee take down race 2. And the first elite race of the day, you can see just off in an hour and a half's time, that elite female B race. So we look forward to that at 4:30, and sandwich in between that C race, and then those 2 elite men's races, and the elite female race in between that at 6. And the new introduction, I guess the talking point, is that mixed mile, and it's not your traditional mile race. It will be a handicap race. The women second head start, and I think the favourites in that one, you're looking at Holly Parker and Tyler Billiard. Although, when you're a favourite in a handicap race, are the eyes on you to kind of do the work and push the pace? You know, the women are going to be running scared. They're just going to have to run as fast as they can and try and hold their mount. But the men who are chasing, it's going to be interesting to see if there will be a little bit of teamwork at least to get onto the women to hopefully take the win, because the prize money, ladies and gentlemen, and the podium places will just be done on the first 3 past the line. So if that is 3 women, they will take home the prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really interesting, really exciting way to be doing the final race of the day. That 36 seconds, of course, head start that women get is a really exciting layout, actually. It was trialled, of course, at the New Year's Eve podium back in December 31st, of course, of December 2024, and that was really, really exciting. And we got a really close finish. In fact, I think it was Holly Dixon leading out the women, and she was just pipped on the line. And yeah, really, really intriguing, really exciting. It'll be great to see how that plays out today. And as you say, the top spot goes to whoever crosses the line first. There are no male or female winners. It is just an all-out race. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant way to end the day.
Yeah, Tom Dodd ran on that occasion, so he's a man familiar with the race format. He'll be looking forward to this evening's action as well. So, in this, couple of names to watch out for. Tommy Blake, 15:51 man. Paul O'Mara, Tom Shaw in here. The Workshop Harrier. Here you can see Josh Ballinger as well. Steve Bacon, Matt Allen, Tommy Blake, Mitch Blundell, John Boda, Ben Boschel. All of these men sub 16 minute runners. So they've kind of got the monkey off their back, haven't they? I feel like, you know, in 5Ks, he's sort of talking half a minute chunks, even really at the pointy end of the sport. You know, once you break 16, the next goal's 15:30. Once you do that, the next goal's 15. And sometimes it can take a little while, sometimes years, and sometimes, if you're lucky, months of preparation. But so far, we've seen some mega PBs. I mean, in that last race in Lenoir, taking almost 50 seconds off his lifetime best. Perhaps a little bit unfair to say, because he hadn't done a 5K in quite some time. It was clearly due something quite special. And well, so difficult to call these races when you've got 20 or so athletes all within 10 seconds of each other. We can't really say there's an outright favourite, can we?
No, it's going to be one of those we have to just watch it play out, and that's some of the most exciting racing that we can be privileged to watch. Actually, is we don't want there to be an outright winner before it's even started. We don't want anyone to kind of spoil the party in that sense. It's going to be so exciting to see the race just play out as it's meant to, see it unfold, and see the tactical minds of these athletes at work. So it's going to be a really, really exciting one. 5 minutes to go until the start of this race. This is the F race on our start list.
It's quite eye-opening, isn't it, really, when you look at these start lists and you go, really? Have we got, you know, 100 guys all within 20 seconds of each other in one race? But we do, and I think the depth of just 5K running and road running in general has just absolutely boomed. And you think the impact podium's had over the last 5 years? I mean, it was COVID, it really took off. That fantastic podium in Barrowford where Beth Potter went and ran, you know, that 14:41 European record, British record at the time, obliterating it really. And a lot of people took notice of that, and it was from there that then, you know, SportsShoes came on board with Podium 5K, and the rest, quite simply, is history. Every single year, Barnes and the team come up with something new to keep the sport exciting. I mean, we've seen Podium Underground, around a go-kart track. We saw the New Year's Eve kind of festival vibe in Battersea Park. What a special way to kind of crown off 2024 that was. And over the last couple of years, we have this, you know, the Podium Festival, bringing all the brands together, but not just bringing the brands together, bringing just about every athlete in the country who is anyone also together to toe the line and race hard.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why Podium is such a special organisation. Obviously, the buy-in from SportsShoes has really helped catapult it into the limelight. We've had some huge performances as well. Emil Caress is another one. He had an absolutely sterling run, breaking the 10-mile record, of course. He was absolutely phenomenal, and there's been so many events since we, of course, had the 10 years of Podium back in November up in Barrowford, and just highlighted how long this has been on the running scene and the impact that it has made and how the event has grown and just how special it is. And I think the fact that it does pull athletes together at every edition of Podium, whether it's underground, New Year's Eve or Podium Festival, there are so many editions and each one is special for its own reason. It just shows how important it is to the athletes.
Yeah, you did right. There's the case. Josh Orchard, a man to look out for there, 998. Look at him, it's just a 16-year-old. We've seen a lot of them, haven't we? 16-year-olds taking up the 5K. I mentioned parkrun, actually a route into the sport these days for a lot of youngsters. You know, one of the days where you sort of might get picked up in school or go down your local club athletics. I think parkrun is another avenue. You know, their parents take them down there 12, 13 years old, and you know, from there their love affair with the 5K distance begins. And here he finds himself at the Podium Festival in this F race. Jordan Chambers, another man to watch out for. We just saw Lenoir, 800-meter specialist, take that race through. Chambers also an 800-meter man, a fast one at that too. Mark Cookway working with him, and of course Chambers training alongside the likes of the Higgins brothers, Ted and Jack Higgins, some of the best 800-meter runners in the country right now. Sean Malloy, what a fantastic club, and I'm sure we'll sing Tomage's praise throughout the whole afternoon here. So Rosie, over to you, as we are just under a minute or so away from this F race really getting going. Goodness me, credit to the pacers. They're coming up for their 20th K. By the time they finish this race, that's 20K they would have covered.
Yeah, it's a hard day for them. We've got about 30 seconds before they get going once more. They've not got particularly big recoveries in between these long reps they seem to be doing either. But what a fantastic job they're doing, and of course worth it for the Garmin kit and the watch that they are able to don this afternoon here in Leicester. But it is brilliant to have the F race about 15 seconds from starting now, and we can see the athletes getting more and more in the zone, very serious, focused in now on the job at hand. Chris Barnes has stepped to the side, let the athletes have the view of the straight ahead of them to finish arch, about 150 metres away from the start, and of course 5 laps from when they go under the finish arch for the first time. And here we go then.
So race 4 up and running. That's Windsor Vets to the right, a picture, Jack Campbell. Man, we didn't mention on the start line, he just starts to get swamped a little bit, doesn't he? But he's a sub 16-minute man, so all the men in this field, to be honest with you, 15:58 not too recently. And it was on the 2nd of March, so just a couple weekends ago, coached by Shireen Higgins, slots himself into that pack. So who's going to take up the early running? That's the question. And I think the gaps are just going to get smaller and smaller throughout the afternoon, Rosie, as these fields just get deeper and deeper and deeper. And as I mentioned, we've got 60, 70 men within about 20 seconds of each other in this one.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to see for the rest of the day now, Matt. These athletes are going to become more and more tightly packed. They're going to be working together. They're going to be more aware of their racing smarts and the tactics at play and the benefits of running in a group. Of course, it benefits everybody in that chase pack or that lead pack where they can tuck in behind each other, use each other, feed off of each other. It can be really important. And I think as we move further down, these athletes are going to become more aware of that, as well as being more closely matched in ability as well. And it's going to become really interesting to see how they play out, whether somebody decides to get themselves out of trouble and go off slightly earlier, or if they're going to enjoy being in that pack, that kind of pack mentality of dragging each other along, chasing that momentum together, and then having it a tactical affair as we close off.
Hey, the pacemakers have had a tough gig today. Not only have they done a lot of laps, and they've had a lot of people sort of just pass them. I think when you see the race, you can go off lifetime bests on paper, but athletes, they know what shape they're in, don't they? And if they're in better shape than what the pacemaker's going at, they're going to really push it and test themselves. So the pacemakers, I think, operating around about that 15:30 mark, but I think a lot of men in this field hungry to just run that little bit faster. Tommy Blake, that is, of Loughborough, straight up to the front for him, and already gapping the field, checking his shoulders to say, where are you guys? Can someone help me out? A little bit premature, perhaps not really needed this early on in a 5K. You've just got to gather yourself, really fill the race out that first kilometre. If he goes on to win, I'm going to eat my words, but so often, the man or woman leading after sort of half mile or a kilometre in a 5K does not, unless their name's Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
Yes, I think it's always an interesting tactic. I mean, even we see Ingebrigtsen head to the back and then work his way through the pack. But it is Edward Davies as well, sat on the shoulder then of our current leader. But that is, of course, why we have the term early leader. We often do see those athletes that do take it out start to wish they had a bit of pack support, but you never know. The athletes themselves are the ones that know how they're feeling. And at the moment, Tommy Blake for Tri Club, who do have their club gazebo here today, actually. Loughborough Triathlon Club have got a big contingent out. We've seen a lot of the African Violet already, and we'll see plenty more as the races continue through the afternoon. We'll see more of the University Vest this evening as well, I'm sure. And then, of course, the brands will go head-to-head as athletes can start to represent either on Asics, Adidas, Saucony, Mizuno, Puma, Garmin, Hoka, New Balance, Nike. The list goes on, but what a fantastic few hours we've still got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about, isn't it? Coming down here as a big squad, all targeting the same race. No matter if you're not all in the exact same race, but as long as you're racing on the same day, because you can train with each other, you can work with each other through those winter months. A lot of athletes, Podium Festival, when it came online, when you could enter this event back in October, it sold out in under a week. They had 800 entries in 2 or 3 days, and then they had to open it up, and that was where they capped it last year at around about sort of 700, 800 athletes. And because they sold out so quickly, post-Christmas, Barnes and the team had to put their heads together, and they had to say, well, hold on a minute. Isn't it a shame to deny another sort of 800 people of a fantastic 5K opportunity? So they were able to scale up the races. They've scaled up the festival itself. And what a joy to see so many of these. And so the athletes, really in that period could then target the Podium Festival and be like, right, this is where I'm going to box off my 5K PB before the summer season hits, before I start stepping onto the track, or like I say, perhaps some of them stepping up in distance on the roads, doing a spring half or a spring marathon. So I feel like you can work together, come together with your teammates here. But Ed Davies, by the way, is the man in second. Tommy Blake getting all the applause so far. He's looking very strong, isn't he? And has got a good gap on Ed Davies. Jordan Chambers there in third as well. The Swansea man of Davies, 8:34 over 3,000 not too long ago indoors, Rosie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tommy Blake's looking very relaxed, actually. He was checking his watch a few moments ago. He was just making sure he stays on pace. These pacers, of course, we said they've got a hard gig today. They're doing a fantastic job. I think Tommy Blake has had his own plan, and he's certainly gone for it. And whether or not we see him get soiled up a little bit later on, if he stuck to his race plan, it might just be the tactical decisions of some of the other athletes as opposed to him being soiled up and slowing down, but those athletes negative splitting perhaps. But we'll have to wait and see. Tommy Blake looking very happy to be out on his own at the front at the moment. And interesting actually what you said a few moments ago, Matt, about how more entries had to be opened up. I think it's absolutely brilliant that they were. Of course, if we can double the amount of people here, we double the amount of spectators here as well, and more people into the sport, more people enjoying the sport, and hopefully means even more people participating this time next year.
Absolutely. Well, there's a good chase pack there, 4 of them who are going to be keeping an eye on Tommy Blake, and they can't let him get too much further ahead. He's looking strong. Here's Blake, ran a 31:32, 10,000 metres. That was a massive lifetime best for him. Chopped sort of 2 minutes off his 10K time. That was early January, to be fair to him. Hasn't done anything since. He is a triathlete though, so perhaps deep in that winter build. Last year, 4th in that race 3, so he's gone up a race today, and if he can win, that would be quite the improvement really, to move up a race and then move up right to the front of that race and take the win. you know, he could have almost moved up 2 races, really. But that gap now, as they come past the finish gantry, Jordan Chambers of Tonbridge is going to try and give chase. But I would say, Rosie, that's looking at about 60, 70 metres as we see the rest of the field come through after 2 laps run.
Yeah, absolutely. When it was through the gantry, it was about 12 seconds or so, and he's put his foot down and he's stretched that out over the next few hundred metres as well. So it is a really significant gap at the moment that Blake has. He's really moving well, he's moving strongly. His arms perhaps relaxing slightly as he comes around now, as this race does progress into its 8th minute or so. And he's out on his own. It's definitely going to be a solo mind game for Tommy Blake for the rest of this run. But the chase pack now starting to give chase, and our Tonbridge athlete really starting to try and push on in Jordan Chambers.
He is looking good, as Chambers, I must say. For an 800 runner, though, you do worry. You don't want to go through, you know, burn through all that speed too early on. It's going to be quite easy for him. This pace early on in a 5K, in that first 1 or 2K, is going to feel very, very comfortable. But then it's going to get tough very, very quickly. He's going to tread a fine line. He's a 149 man over 800. And in fact, last year, I think I remember him doing the time trial up here at Leicester and running pretty well. Tyler Billiard also doing that once upon a time at a podium event, a couple years ago. So Tommy Blake still leads the way, goes past that Loughborough tent. That's where his pals are, his training partners are going to be. That's the Loughborough Triathlon, but there you can see Chambers has had enough waiting around with that chase pack and decided if he's going to try and win this race, he's got to go about it now.
Yeah, he can't allow Blake to have too much of a gap now. He can't allow that distance to stretch any more than it already has done. And we can see from that shot just how many athletes are in this race, and we can see just how many of them are closely packed together. These athletes are really running in very close proximity to each other at the moment, but running very well indeed. And there we are, back to our leaders, as Tommy Blake looks really set in his momentum as he just cruises through at the moment. His gap's still nice and big.
Yeah, he is dominating so far, and he's just locked into his rhythm. I mean, this is what sort of triathletes are good at. You know, they spend a lot of time training, a lot of hours, you know, on the bike, in the pool, out on the roads, intervals, long runs, you name it. And, you know, they're very, very comfortable probably training on their own, because so much time is spent on their own, in their own head, with their own thoughts. So he's going to be very, very good at gauging his effort. And, you know, you would have thought, even if you feel good, can you just, you know, sit in the pack for a few laps and then work off? But he decided to do it from the outset. That gap now down to sort of 6-7 seconds as Chambers comes past that finish gantry. Still looking full of running, the 800 meter man, but I think there's going to be a few more who work their way up as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Matt. These athletes are really starting to push on now as we move through the stages of the race. We're going to be heading towards the 10-minute mark very, very soon. It's really interesting to see how it is starting to play out, how the race is thinning at the front, but it is a very gutsy move to take this race out from the start, as Tommy Blake has done. It is very hard to run from gun to tape, but that gap is starting to close.
Yeah, look at that. That's next to nothing now. I would say Chambers is in contact with Blake, and look, Chambers has lifted it. Blake has struggled over that third lap there, and the fourth lap's going to be crucial. What does Chambers do? I mean, with his 800 background, I'd back himself to win in a sprint finish. I really would. You know, there's no way Blake's getting anywhere near a sub 150. So now Chambers has done the hard yards. He'd spent a lot of that second lap, a lot of that third lap on his own trying to bridge that gap. He's just got to relax. He's just got to sit on the back of Blake, for me, Rosie, at this stage, and just, you know, not give him an inch, but just relax, gather himself, and then when the time is right, I mean, we saw Lenoir really sort of gather himself over that fourth lap, but as I say, that Chambers now pulls up alongside him, goes past him, and looks to stretch out, clearly full of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see that Chambers is looking really comfortable there, and perhaps for the first time we're seeing some fatigue from Blake.
Yeah, Blake just flailing side to side at this stage. You see those in the Loughborough Tri-10 are trying to just cheer him on, aren't they? Trying to keep him engaged, trying to stay positive, but as I'm sure his teammates and his coach perhaps trackside, you start to look at the race just slipping away from him. Body language always tells the story, or more often than not does anyway. Sometimes we can be fooled, but does look to certainly be struggling as Chambers now into his own, and perhaps, you know, I said Chambers might want to gather himself and just relax on the back of Blake, but look, he did a lot of the running to try and pull away from that chase pack, and why waste it? Why let them catch up with ease and make it hard for them? Just like he's had to work over those middle couple laps, why not make everyone else? But look at this thing. Well, Chambers now under threat himself. And there's Blake, as we can see, just struggling a little bit there. So Jeremy Salvager of Zoom Vault Runners is the man who's now going to push on. Chambers is going to enjoy this, but Salvager sweeps round him, and we've had the lead change 3 times over the last lap, Rosie.
Yeah, we have. It seems like now Chambers is going to have to continue to work hard. He can't enjoy his lead. He's going to have to keep pushing now as Salvager starts to open up 3, 4, 5 meters past as they come under that finish gap once again.
Well, there we are, Salvager looking very, very good. You see that, Rosie? He's got a gap on Chambers at this point. Chambers struggling. He's going to have to just hang tough. The crucial part for him is this stage in the race. Once he gets to 400, 500, 600 meters to run, confidence is going to carry him through. He's going to feel uplifted, to be honest. He's going to be in a realm and a distance that he knows very, very well indeed. But Salvager, he's stage in the race, and you can see he's doing that. Bit of a messy runner, isn't he? Holds his shoulders quite tight, his arms quite close to his chest. But hey, it doesn't matter how you run sometimes, not at this stage in a 5K. It's just about how fast you can move.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter how he gets it done, as long as the job does in fact get to be done.
Yeah, keep moving along there. Jordan Chambers holding that gap, but one thing, those two battling each other, they pulled away from the rest of the field. They really have at this stage. So the Zoom Vault Running Club, this is great PR for them, great coverage for that club, and we've seen so many clubs like this, haven't we, crop up over the UK over the last sort of 18, 24 months. Run clubs have boomed, you know. Gone are the days your traditional athletic club used to hold all the power in this sport and have all the athletes, but someone like Jeremy Salvager coming through that Zoom Vault Running Club, decked out in Nike head to toe, they'll be enjoying this, won't they? One of the many, many brands here at Podium Festival. Chambers sticking at his task in second, the 149 800 meter man. He will be well out his depth at this stage, but he's not frightened to work hard. He does a lot of cross country, a lot of those kind of traditional races in the winter, and this, I think, will just topping up a little bit of a strength block for him post that indoor season, getting ready for that track season.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he's moving really strongly now as he comes through into what will be the final stages very, very soon. And not being scared to put in those hard yards and really work hard and commit yourself to the 5K, especially when it's not your speciality, is a really hard move, and one that he should be absolutely commended for. Jordan Chambers looking so strong. But it is all about Salvager now.
Yeah, Salvager timed it to perfection, really. He just waited, bided his time, and look, in a 5K, you want to be gaining momentum every lap or so. Treat it like a track race in that sense and save your best till last. Look at this thing. Jeremy Salvager, folks. The Zoom Running Club is in town, and he's coming down this final stretch. He's on for a lifetime best. Can he break 15:30? That's going to be the question. He looks like he's going to do it as he approaches the line, 10 meters or so away. Your winner of race 4, Salvager, takes it, arms aloft. What a run from him. And Chambers, the 800 meter man's going to hold on for second. That bold move mid-race is going to pay off for him. And the Miller Keynes vest, Ed Davies working through the Swansea Harrier as well. And look at this, a flock of men are going to batter 16 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to see the athletes coming through so closely packed. It just shows the calibre that we do have, and that is exactly what we want here at Podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that then. All of these men across the line, and I told you the depth is frightening, really. It really is. And we're going to get the whole field, well, not quite sub 16 minutes, but not far away. These men just having to sort themselves out and keep out of each other's way at this stage. The minute you cross that line, you just want to stop, don't you? But you've got to keep moving. The officials will be screaming at them to get off the course as a whole host, several hundred or so other men just speed their way through the line here. So the Podium Festival, if you're just tuning in, you are watching race 4 of 12. So we're a third of the way through. what is a fantastic afternoon of racing. Well, let's catch up with that race winner, Jeremy Salvager.
Race winner, 15:14, unofficially to be confirmed. John Chambers did take second in 15:21, and Chad Lambert took third in 15:22, unofficially. Jeff, have we got our race winner?
Well, I'm with Jeremy. Congratulations on that win. You've got a lot of supporters here from Paris, making a lot of noise for you.
Yeah. Thank you for organizing the race. And I did a really good race with really good pacers, thanks to the support. And all my Zoom Watch Runners crew, we are just along the race. So thanks for them to come here. And I was really happy about the race.
Have you come here specially for this race, or are you on tour?
Oh, because I did a Paris Half Marathon 1 week ago, and I'm still preparing a Paris Marathon in 1 month. So today was just a point to win the race. So I'm really happy about the time, and now let's see the rest of the day.
Tell us what it's like out on the loop. Is it a really good atmosphere? Does it lift you?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the best 5K I did in my amateur career. And the track was really nice, and but let's see next year maybe.
We'll see you next year. Congratulations, Jeremy Salvager.
C'est fantastique.
Very fantastic run from Salvager.
Very impressive.
There, he'll be delighted with that one. You want to see the full results, ladies and gentlemen, please head over to Race Timing Solutions. All the results, live results, will be on there and updating themselves very, very quickly. So, Jeremy Salvager, there you are, the winner, 15:15. Jordan Chambers, 15:22. Chad Lambert, Ed Davies, Richard Shaw, and those top 8 or so men inside 15:30. Alexander Friend, and it puts into perspective, really, Noir's performance in that previous race. He would have finished well up there in the race above as well. Lewis Watt, Power, Stockdale, Smith Mills, Lewis, Chavez. Great running from all of those men. As we look ahead, we're just 12 minutes or so away from the 5th race of the day, and they really do come thick and fast. Every half hour, we're going to have a race on the clock. And so there'll be one more, or 2 more, shall I say, sort of open races, and then we'll have that Elite Women's B race off at 4:30. And, well, this shot's quite amazing. It gives you a very, very good perspective, doesn't it, of the course here, how flat it is, how open, there's room to move, and when the crowd align it to the rider picture, the atmosphere just echoes itself around this 1 kilometer circuit. And we enjoy some warm-up images of these men just getting themselves in the zone, moments away. That's that final 10 minutes. You're just reassuring yourself. You're thinking back to all those training runs and interval sessions that you've probably smashed over the last few weeks. And you just got to back yourself at this stage. You really have. You got to believe it is possible to go out there and run a lifetime best. Perhaps even if you haven't, even if training hasn't gone so well. Often when you have a few doubts in your mind is when you surprise yourself a little bit. Focus on the task at hand, and well, there you are. This is the shot of one of the second turns in this 1 kilometer, or just under 1 kilometer circuit. You can see the backdrop, Red Bull, the New Balance tent, free coffee in there. Nike offering, all their shoes, brands really pushing themselves out there, connecting with the communities that really prop up their businesses, to be honest with you, to put it frank.
Georgie, running for Adidas, doing Podium Festival. I got into running at primary school, doing cross country, running around the block, and from there. My first job was babysitting. My career highlight to date was making the world cross country team, running for New Zealand last year. My goals for 2025 would be to make the world road running champs for New Zealand in the half marathon. My final tune-up session for podium was a 2K rep, and then some 1Ks as well, alternating paces. My favourite post-race meal would be pizza. Leave it, probably an easy run. Like it, intervals, love it, a long run. Katie Snowden's taking a win tomorrow. A secret you don't know about me is I'm the runner-up champs at Paper, Scissors, Rock in New Zealand. On rock.
Paper, scissors, rock.
Yeah.
Okay, paper, scissors, rock. Here we go. Right.
Paper, scissors, rock. Paper, scissors, rock.
Yeah! I'm taking you the winner.
I retired. Running red flags would be running on the outside of lane 1 in the track. Running green flag would be a negative split in a race.
Here we go. Here's your moment.
Oh no. Oh, Noah Lyles at the bottom? Yeah. The eyes are Jakob. Oh, the forehead, you can't. Femke Bol. And the nose, 400 runner from the States. Oh, Sydney McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good guesses.
This is the one I'm like, I can't spell it forward. R-E-S. C-T-I-E-L. I really messed it up.
Wow, close-ish. Yeah.
You're like some of the right letters.
Yeah. The letters are in there. They're in there.
In 22nd personal best.
Yeah, really good. Bit of wind on the back straight, but other than that, you've just got to tuck in and take your moment when you can and just charge down that final straight, really. So, yeah, brilliant race.
Sticking around for the rest of the race as well?
Absolutely. There's a few more UARC athletes racing today. We've got someone in the next race, someone in the mile as well. So we're really excited to see how they get on as well.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck to the unsanctioned athletics guys, and we'll see you all out there later. Back over to Jeff. Thanks, Luke.
We've got a maximum of 3 minutes left. Let's try and bag a few stands quickly. Can you run like Annika Rice back in the day? Follow me into the village. This is where it's all happening. And let's go first of all to New Balance. Are you New Balance? Tell us what's happening here on the live stream. What's on offer?
We are doing an arcade grabber machine, so you can win all New Balance goodies. We've got an OT setup and a coffee machine. And also, you got an OT guess how many bars. And if you win it, you get a pair of New Balance trainers and an OT voucher.
The last person we saw crammed into a Perspex box was David Blaine, the magician. Give us a clue. Is it more than 100? You don't know. Do you know?
No, I know. It's a lot more than 100.
I'll come back and have a guess. Let's move on. We've got time for one more stand. It's the Nike stand. We're coming to the Nike stand. Tell us what you've got, what you're doing.
We are trialling the Vomero 18 and also the Vaporfly Freeze.
And you've also got some great flags that people can get free.
Yeah, free flags to take out and then wave when the people are running. So, yeah.
Keep up the good work. We're going to go back to the start. Thanks for joining us.
Well,
Well, he's brilliant, isn't he? Absolutely brilliant. Jeff Whiteman there and Lewis Moses down on the infield, really soaking up all things on offer here at Podium Festival 2025 if you're just joining us. And, well, race 5 of 12 is about to go down. We're just looking here. Kirsty Booth, Sarah Bourne, Susan Brooke, our host in here. So this is that Sophie Crumley as well, another athlete to look out for. And the Elite Female B, I'm not 100% sure it is the Elite Female B race up next, to be honest with you. So ignore that start list on screen. I've got it is race E about to go down. So some of the big names that we'll be looking out for: Nick Acefield, Alex Adey, Ruben Ashton. These sorts of athletes all operating in low 15-minute mark. And will we see our first sub 15-minute clocking? We're getting closer and closer, ladies and gentlemen. A little while ago in Armagh, Northern Ireland, that fantastic event there, 150 men sub 15, and well, we've still got 4 male races to go, including this one, to try and better that mark on one occasion here at New College in Leicester. A few of those Nike flags that Jeff was talking about out on the course already being waved, and the crowd just building with excitement before this race gets underway. Good on them too. And the conditions, as Lewis mentioned as well, they are good. We've seen a lot of fast side, a lot of PBs already. More importantly though, it's always the fields. It's the fields that you look out for, to be honest. That's what counts. So leading entrants, Jack Bailey, want to watch. Mark Butchert, Ewan Coney as well. And we'll keep an eye on that start line. Less than a minute away now, or just over a minute. I apologise. And there we are, your final few men to look out for. And this one, there we are, Barnsey. Barking orders at these men. I'm sure he's telling them, play nice, boys. You've got 5,000 meters to sort yourselves out. Stay on your feet on this first straight down to the finish line. And, well, I think it's the first time today I've seen a Belgrade Fest in there. So always good to see. Strong London-based club, Eddie Jodrell, just a 21-year-old from Belgrave, up at the front, finds himself dead centre of camera. A couple City of Norwich AC runners in here as well. Tom Bushby, one of those. Mark Cheney Baxter, the 26-year-old, another man to look out for. And yeah, also on the line, David Bissell, 34-year-old from Birmingham Running and Triathlon, that Brat AC colours. Basingstoke and Midhants, of course. Ben Patterson putting that vest on the map a little bit. And really making the gold and red rather famous, to be honest with you. His achievements on the world stage have been quite spectacular, and he's a man who lives and trains not too far away from where we are today in Loughborough. Obviously, went to university up there, still based there now. So the race E about to get underway, and off they go. Safe start from all these men, as you'd expect. Sam Hollins, I just seen him in there, the Oxford University student, gets a good start himself. And he too, a very, very strong intermediate man at his best. So looking composed, and things underway here in race 5 of 12, Rosie, at the Podium Festival 2025.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be yet another fantastic one. We've not had a single race today that has disappointed, and I'm sure we will continue that trend long into the evening tonight. Of course, we're on the live stream till late this evening. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. This race staying nice and compact very early on.
Yeah, you'd expect them to be, wouldn't you? And that's strength in these races is the numbers and the deep fields. And a lot of these men, I think, have been operating at a level just above sort of 15 minutes. We might be hard pushed to break 15, but who knows what could happen. We've seen some special things already this afternoon, but I'm more intrigued in how it pans out, where the win is, and looking at a few of them go by. There's Alex Hammond of Oxford University as well. He's preparing for the marathon, like so many that we've seen already this afternoon. You even got two approaches to this 5K, haven't you? Either coming off a bit of a cross season and you're starting to sharpen up, or you're getting ready for some longer races and you're sharpening up to then go longer.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always interesting to see how athletes use the 5Ks for that exact reason. And it's really intriguing to see just how they're going to work and work together to see the two different types of racing kind of clash and see how it does play out. It's really an intriguing way, and it can often set athletes up really nicely for the track season that is ahead, of course. So many of these will be looking to compete over the 3, 5, maybe even 10K on the track, and some of them, of course, like you mentioned earlier, Matt, will be looking for a spring marathon perhaps, or maybe even an autumn one, get some speeding on the track first, and then head over to the roads and get them to some 10K distances for an autumn marathon perhaps.
Yeah, Mark Cheney-Baxter is the City of Norwich man, sort of spearheading this field at the moment. He's a good couple park runs recently, just outside sort of 16 minutes, and his 5K lifetime best 15:36. There's a few in that field who are in that sort of range. Callum Coleman was up there as well. South Cheshire Harriers, his lifetime best just inside 15:40, and well, rumour has it he's been training much better than that, so be interested to see what he can do. Can he live up to the sort of sessions that he's been churning out on quite the regular? So Cheney-Baxter leads the way, not too dissimilar from the previous races. Everyone just sort of fanning themselves out, getting a clear run. That counts for something, doesn't it? Nothing in your way, but at this stage there is a slight headwind on this straight, so I do think you want to tuck in a little bit. Tom Bushby of the City of Hull is over on that, wearing 8:02, also a man who is well inside 16 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Matt. It'll be the right move for these athletes to stay with some of the others around them. Maybe not, obviously, of course, drop back in pace too much. We want to see some fast times, but to make sure that they stay with company down this straight, there'll be a smart move to tuck in, conserve some energy, run as a pack and really share the load as this race is in its very early stages still. One lap down, and it is Mark Cheney, apologies, completely stumbled over my words there.
Cheney-Baxter up at the front, no problem there, Rosie. We've got a lot of men in this field that we're looking out for, and we're giving a lot of airtime. So through they go, 4 laps to run in this 5K here up at the Podium Festival. And I was just keeping an eye on those two Brad athletes, and how fun is that for two men? They train together, work together on the regular, they're up at the front, they know each other very, very well, and they'll be oozing with confidence. The longer they can stay together, the better really for them. Side by side, you can see one just tucking in behind the other. They'll be very, very familiar with each other's stride patterns as well. And that's important when you're in a 5K, to sort of have that comfort blanket of your training partners. Sometimes you are into the unknown, you're beginning to doubt yourself, but if you see someone there, that familiar face, you go, hey, do you know what? I can live with this. I can cope with this sort of fatigue. If they're doing it, I can do it too. And that's what we're seeing from the two Birmingham Running and Triathlon athletes, Brad AC runners in that lead pack at the moment, wearing the black and sort of red trim on their vest.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see actually this race has stayed as compact as it has in these early stages. Every other race we've had, we've seen a leader really bring it out and see a couple of athletes get a bit of a gap, kind of 1,500 meters or so into the run. And this group has stayed very, very compact. We're seeing Cheney-Baxter now just drift back a little bit, perhaps a wise move to conserve some energy. He led us out for a significant chunk of that opening K&a-half or so. And it's a wise move of him to tuck in now, conserve some energy as long as he stays in touch, keep himself in contention. And we'll hopefully see these athletes start to move through the gears as we progress on now.
Yeah, well, there's Jodrell of Belgrave, and well, finished 132nd at that English National Cross Country Championships, and just starting to move things along now. They'll be relishing the fact on he's operating on some firm surfaces. This will be not too dissimilar from Battersea Park, where he'll be doing a lot of his training. 15:37 his lifetime best, and as he sweeps around this turn, he's starting to just move things along in this race, asking a few questions, and a few of this front group beginning to splinter, Rosie.
Yeah, maybe just a touch now as the pace is starting to increase ever so slightly. Still nothing too major, but enough to just start to have some of the stragglers perhaps cut adrift as we string out into maybe 1 or 2 abreast, single file even perhaps as we come around that corner, as opposed to a group of 3 or 4 abreast instead. And now we see them as they start to come down this home straight once more.
Yeah, just sort of leaning side to side. Indy Jodrell, that head just to one side there. Might reminds me of Mark Scott a little bit. Mark Scott has that sort of faint head sort of roll, doesn't he, leaning to one side, but Jodrell really is pouring it on now. We're just 2 laps into this race. That was a 2:56 lap. And, well, it's just 970 odd meters this circuit. So operating just outside 3-minute K, so just outside 15-minute or so pace at the moment. We're going to see a lot of these men hopefully inside that 15:30, but it's how hard, it's how fast they're able to close really the second half of this race. Those opening 2 laps, probably the easiest by far. You've got a lot of people in front, a lot of people to your side. You can switch off a little bit, but now you can't let these gaps open, and already we're starting to see small groups of sort of 3s and 4s beginning to crop up. Jodrell's still up at the front though.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got that lead group of 4 now that has broken away, and it's this part in the race where those 4 athletes are going to really need to use each other, keep each other company, and really push each other on. They're not going to want to be cut adrift too much, but they don't want to relax and take their foot off the gas either. It's a very crucial point in the race now.
Yeah, well, Jodrell, he's up at the front, and that's because he put himself there, but he's checking his shoulder, he's weaving side to side as if to say, look boys, someone else help me out, someone else take the lead here. But you know, they're not gonna, they're in a race, they're not gonna help you out. And you know, you spearheaded yourself to the front, you pushed it on that previous lap. I appreciate when you want to race for a time, you do need that help. But those guys behind him aren't quite ready to sort of take him up. As I say that, it looks like one of the City of Manchester men is going to sort of just pull round him a little bit and take up a bit of running. But Jodrell's not going to let him, so he's not getting much help, but that's his own fault really at this stage.
Yeah, I wonder if he perhaps just wanted to make sure that he had the company, if he was going to put the gauntlet down a little bit, to make sure that he just had someone by his side. He perhaps knows that he's an athlete that runs better under pressure. Some athletes prefer to be chased, and some prefer to be the chasers, and perhaps he just wanted to make sure that he had that kind of pedigree next to him to keep himself working, to keep pushing, to not allow him to relax, to keep himself accountable to the pace that he wants to run. But we'll be hoping, of course, that our leaders do go under 15 minutes. We want that sub 15:30 way into our field, of course, but so many of our races today already have surpassed expectations and gone under that barrier. So could we perhaps have a sub 15-minute clocking on our hands?
Yeah, it's Robinson who's the one alongside Jodrell at the moment, the Belgrade man. So Robinson from the Nuneaton Club, I apologise, lifetime best of 15:51. He's moving better than that. Park run a few, well, back early season, early turn of the year, up 15:53 and finished second at that Leicestershire half marathon. So he's a man who sort of knows these parts very, very well. He would have been able to enjoy his home comforts over the last sort of 24 hours, that usual race routine, maybe that morning shakeout as well. And you're right, Rosie, I think Jodrell was just hoping that he would have someone who he can use to pull away from that chase pack, because Callum Coleman is leading that chase pack now, and he's looking very strong. Another, well, 2:58 lap for those guys up at the front.
And that gap now about 6 or so seconds between our lead 2 and our chasers. And I think, yeah, those 2 leaders now are really going to have to start pushing on. If they want to keep that lead, the chase is going to start to want to reel them in. They'll have seen the gap on that chase group, dwindle to 2 from 4 a little bit earlier on. And it's now going to be all about whether they stay as a pair and whether or not the chase pack can capitalise on one of those athletes being cut adrift, perhaps.
Yeah, Coleman's looking strong at the moment. Can he take, you know, if I'm him, I want to take 3 or 4 men with me as well, just to help him out when he starts to suffer. But they're not biting at this stage. They're not wanting to go with him. He's going to have to do it the hard way. We saw Chambers do it very similarly in that previous race, but Robinson is almost in a bit of a second wind here. Him and Jodrell are really squeezing things up at the front. So if Coleman's going to catch him, he's going to have to drop, well inside a 3-minute K, I think, to close that margin of what was 5 seconds when they came past this finish line gantry. They're operating at about 3:02, 3:03 pace a kilometre, or just over, in fact, maybe more like 3:05, somewhere in that ballpark. I think they're going to run, if they keep this rolling, Rosie, hopefully 15:15, something like that.
Now that would be phenomenal to see. And these 2 now working really well together, really relaxed actually. The Nuneaton Harrier just really fluid in his stride, the arms pumping really rhythmically, very balanced form as well, no rocking side to side really, all the energy directed forwards, very efficient.
I couldn't quite make out that sign. I'm a bit disappointed because the lads are smiling away there. I'm sure it's had some good remarks on, some good words of encouragement But yeah, and Robinson, you know, as much as he did a half marathon just a few weeks ago, 72 odd minutes there, he's also run a pretty phenomenal 2:29 marathon. And well, that was just a year or so ago. There's Sam Hollins moving well. He's heating up the field, isn't he? Just rolling through them at the moment. The Oxford University student Coleman actually trains alongside him down at Iffley Road. And can he close that gap? And coming up to a lap to run. It's still Robinson. Strength on his side. He's got a fantastic background in these endurance events, and it's showing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. These two athletes, not really anything to put between them at the moment. They're sticking together side by side pretty much. But I have to say, if I had to place a bet right now, it would be on Harry Robinson, looking so smooth. He doesn't really look phased at all. He wanted someone to go with Jodrell when he broke away from the leaders, and he certainly got what he wanted in Harry Robinson. And Robinson now maybe a little bit too much for Jodrell to handle as he just strides away.
Well, there's less than a metre. Jodrell's done well. I mean, that lap, the quickest by far. I make that about a 2:55 on my watch, what they just moved through it. And most of these men, you can see 12:20 on the clock. They're going to be right around a 3-minute last lap, just inside that. So we're going to see some lifetime bests, hopefully as many as possible, break 15:20, 15:30 mark. But for the first time, look, glance up out the window on the top corner. Let's see when they come past the entrance to that Podium Festival village here, Rosie. And you can see now Robinson, he's looked the stronger of the two, despite being at the front here. And he's almost got to bluff his way to the victory, I think, over this last lap. You know, he's got to ask the questions of Jodrell now so that you can put him off, closing you up in that last sort of 300-400 metres, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I think Robinson knows that strength is his advantage here, and if he can ask questions early on with a long run for home, he could just break Jodrell. Whereas if it comes down to a burn-up, Robinson might not have the edge that he just wishes that he could. And I think Robinson playing to his strengths is a really wise move. He's aware, he's tactically wise in his moves he's making early on in this final lap. And it won't be long to go now until we see them come through for the final time.
Oh, he's pouring it on now, and I think he's broken Jodrell at this stage. I'm going to read my words, I know it, but yeah, Robinson with his marathon background, his endurance pedigree, and for me it's the form, it's not faltering. He's still looking very, very bouncy at this stage. His shoulders are relaxed. Jodrell, to be fair to him, has looked in bother even early on. That might just be his style, but the margin is the greatest it's ever been so far in this race. Coleman in third needs to wake up and stop checking his watch, because he's got, 10 or so metres in front of him is Jodrell. There's a second place up ahead and perhaps a PB on the line. As we see the rest of the field, there's some great battles further down, isn't there? Some real head-to-heads between athletes. Look at the margins.
Yeah, now look, we can see the daylight between Robinson and Jodrell as he comes around that corner. Robinson enjoying his running now by the looks of it. He looks bouncy, he's strong, he's fluid. He's floating his way down as he cruises through that back portion of the course at the moment. He's enjoying himself now, and that gap is just growing and growing as Jodrell moves closer towards that chase pack, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can hold on for his second place finish. But at the moment it is Robinson. He comes into view from our commentary position. He passes underneath his start arch with about 150 or so metres to go. He's striding for home. It's going to be a tight one for him and the clock, but he's not quite going to make that 15-minute barrier.
He won't make a 15-minute barrier, but he's going to make a lifetime best out of this one. 15:37 a PB, and obliterate that. He's going to be just shy of 15. Robinson, 2:29 marathon, and now he's a 15 low 5K runner. The rest of them come through. It's all chained, Rosie, on the line there. Coleman crosses, fourth or so for him. It's a lifetime best as well. And here come the rest of them. How many can we get inside 60 minutes? Can we get the whole field? We haven't done that yet. And I'm sure we are not far away from our first sub 15-minute clocking. Look at the depth. This is what Podium Festival is all about.
Yeah, it absolutely is. What a fantastic race that was. And I think tactically as well, Robinson just ran that so strongly, so wisely. It was a very, very clever run to keep himself out of trouble early on, to turn the screw, move through the gears as time went on. And then the final lap just to throw it down and really go for it. What a superb finish. And the athletes coming through now, we're only just breaking that 16-minute barrier. and the majority of the field looks like it's come through the finish gantry already. It's absolutely superb.
Yeah, we're going to have that. We're going to have a much, much smaller spread as these races go on throughout the afternoon, and you can see Barnes just urging people to keep moving. A few of them falling to their knees, collapsing post 5K. And look, that's the nature of the event, isn't it? The nature of the beast, we should say. Very, very grueling.
Yeah, absolutely. 5K running is not for the faint-hearted. It's a real twisted challenge, if you like, of endurance and speed and how much you can bear, really. How comfortable are you being uncomfortable? And these athletes really doing a fantastic job. Some really quick clockings in that one.
And I think Lewis is going to catch up with the local hero, out by Harry.
Yeah, there were some good clockings, and we continue to see lots of lifetime bests. But we're going to check in with that race winner now. He's down with Lewis, trackside.
With the next race winner, Harry, local boy. Is it good to get the job done on that course?
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing we noticed was you had a big fan crew out there, and the best sign we've ever seen, or certainly the neatest writing we've ever seen on a sign. Who's for that job?
That's my mum. She's a teacher, so good at the trade.
Is she an art teacher, or is she just generally good at writing?
It crosses over.
Religious education. Well, you had a big support crew out there. Anything to say to them today?
No, amazing. Thank you. Follow me up. Thanks.
Is it your first time at Podium, or have you been here before?
First time, second time, racing 5K. Happy with it.
Second time on 5K, and I'm guessing it's a personal best.
Yeah, it's about 40 seconds. So yeah, happy with it.
Before we let you go, what's next on the menu? Track season now?
Yeah, probably going into a track season, a couple of road races, and see how we go.
Well done again today. Cracking result, leading from the front from about halfway and got the job done. Fantastic, great to see. So, Harry Robinson gets the job done in style in Podium.
Well, great to hear from Robinson. He enjoyed that one, didn't he? And Jeff's been asking a few questions. Is it the biggest win of your career to most of these men and women who have won today? And quite frankly, I think it is. I think that question almost becomes irrelevant only as we get really into those elite races. I think everyone else, to win in front of this crowd and with this atmosphere is just going to be a special memory that will live on for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a special moment it is to even race in front of this crowd, to be here in Leicester at an event such as Podium Festival. Is a really exciting day, and it's going to really help athletes stay in love with our sport and keep them coming back for more and more, with the opportunity to perhaps win again in front of such a passionate crowd here in Leicester. The people that we have here at Podium are truly in love with athletics and our sport, and they do it because they want to be here, they want to breathe their love for the sport, and they want to share it with other athletes, other people that think the same, and that's only going to increase the energy and the spectators that we have here.
Exactly that. Look at some of the results here then. Alex Hammond, massive lifetime best for him. Sam Hollins as well, operating right inside his lifetime best territory, or thereabouts. And Coleman further up the field. So lots of PBs for these men so far. As we continue with the pages, by the way, all live results on Race Timing Solutions, so check in with that, going up almost instantly after the last person crosses the finish line, so give it a minute or two after the race is done and dusted, and you'll be able to check in with your training partners, rivals even. Make sure you keep tabs on those as well, those of you watching at home.
Yeah, it's always a fun thing, isn't it, to go check the results afterwards, see how your teammates did, your training partners, your rivals, see how they all got on, see how you'd have fared if you were here today. Perhaps ignite the spark to enter for 2026's Podium Festival. The timetable does continue. We move on to our next race in about 10 minutes' time. That'll be race D, going off at 4 o'clock this afternoon. After that, we have the first of our elite races for today with the women's B race. And then we rejoin the elites again at 5:30 a little bit later on.
So we're back in the We're back in the Sports Village. We're having a quick whiz through the stands. We're now at the on-running stand. Tell us what's on offer.
Yeah, so today we've got 3 shoes. We've got the Cloud Boom Strike, which is sort of our carbon, everyday like racing shoe. And then we've got the Cloud Surfer 2s, so that's our everyday easy mile sort of shoe. So yeah, 2 options, but 2 really, really good options. So if you're looking for a good racing shoe, even to wear today, this is, come here, come to one.
Have you been busy?
Yeah, busy. We've got a little game at the back as well, so everyone's coming to try and win a free pair of socks.
Keep up the good work. Let's move along. We've been to Nike. The Adidas stand here are doing some fantastic things. Tell us about race time photos.
So, you've got me on the spot here, mate. You have. So the athletes are coming into this tent here, and we put on their personal best results. If it is, you get a photo, we take it, and then we print it out for them.
And has it been busy?
Very.
Good work. Keep it up. Let's move along to the actual Adidas stand, where it looks as though they've got plenty of signs for supporters. Who's here from Adidas? Adidas. Put you on the spot here. Tell us what's for on your stand.
Well, they've got free Adidas.
Oh, you're not Adidas, you're just trying them out. What drew you in? What first attracted you to the free shoes?
I think it was the look of the nice spinning wheel, to be honest.
Did you win? Did you win
I
something?
did, yeah.
Tell us.
What?
What you won, what you had to do.
Well, I had to spin the wheel, and I've won some Adidas.
And Mr. Adidas, tell us what else you've got going on here.
Test and trial going on. We've got Pro 4s, we've got the Supernovas to test and trial. You can win some Pro 4s and you can possibly win some shoes as well.
And it looks as though you've got a queue going out the door. Has it been like this all day?
Pretty much, yeah, non-stop.
Are you glad you came?
Oh, very.
Keep up the good work. Let's see what's next. Alongside here. Oh, this is a very popular stand. This is Design Your Own Tote Bag. Who can tell us about it?
So today we're printing some custom Kumidori Japanese design on some tote bags. So it's something that's quite unique and quite bespoke. But we're also sampling the Metaspeed Sky Paris and the Metaspeed Edge Paris. So some of the fastest carbon shoes on the market right now. But yeah, anyone that's not come over to the ASIC stand yet, please come over and please love us, please validate us.
Let's have a quick look at one of the bags being made. So this is a screen printing process, and then you have to dry it out.
We do. You have to dry it with a heat gun to put a second colour on, and then the big heat gun.
How long does it take, the whole process?
2 minutes.
And has it been busy? We won't keep you. Doing very well. We'll go over to Mizuno over here, where I think there's some colour coordination going on. Tell us about your offering on the stand here.
We are offering people to write their tune message.
It's a red-blue colour scheme that's all tied in with the product, isn't it?
It is, so it's part of the Omni Pack, so you've got the cool, the blue is part of your cool and composed, and the red is unleashing your passion.
You've got the coldest point in the village here, haven't you? You're right in a bit of a wind tunnel.
It's a little bit drafty.
Keep going, doing a great job. Have we got time for some more? Let's have a quick look at ASICs before we finish this. No, ASICs we've done. Morton. This is the technology that is revolutionising distance running. Tell us a little bit about what you've got going on here.
We've got bicarb here, and we've got some drink mixes if you want to try some and maybe get some samples today. We can also talk you through the bicarb system if you're interested.
Very, very quickly, if you had a 10-second elevator pitch as to why this is transforming distance running, how's it working?
It buffers your lactate. You can have the extra kick at the end of the 8 or the 1500 race. All the pros are using it, so why else would you not want to try it?
Great, thank you, good luck. We'll come back to the Sports Village after the next race.
Here we are, race D on the horizon. Great to check in with Jeff and Lewis down in the village and talking to Mr. Adidas, Mr. On. And of course, Morton giving their pitch as well. And it is a brand which, sports nutrition company, which has had a big impact on distance running overall, hasn't it? And I wonder how many out there today will be aware of bicarb, or at least taken bicarb before. And certainly are some big benefits around that, even in 5,000 meter running, perhaps even more so, to be honest with you, with those margins being a little bit bigger. So Rosie, it really hots up now, doesn't it? There's some great battles about to go down, the rivalries as well. And if you are just joining us, we got the first of 2 elite women's races. That will be next after this men's D race.
Yeah, this men's D race is going to be really exciting as we continue on through our timetable today. The races, we've said a few times, are going to become more and more closely packed. The athletes are really cramming themselves in underneath those landmark times. And then after this race, we do head towards our elite timetable. This evening, we start to see the athletes racing in their branded kit, which is a superb opportunity for so many of these athletes to get. It's that kind of elite pro sort of day out at the race, and it is just fantastic, really, to see that all come together. The D race is on the start line now and will be starting in approximately 2 minutes or so.
It's a brilliant era we live in, to be honest with you. I mean, you go back 10 years ago and you'd be lucky if you get discounted shoes, let alone free shoes. But, brands are so willing to hand out free shoes, educate people around, what latest products and shoes and gear that they have coming out. And it's great to see that connection between athletes and brands is just growing stronger and stronger every single year. And it is thanks, to be honest. I mean, Podium 5K and SportsShoes really revolutionized that relationship between the brands and the athletes of this kind of sub-elite level, which is what we're about to see over the next sort of half an hour when we see that elite women's B race go down. So it's brilliant. A few names to watch out for in here. Ollie Caps, Thames Valley, and next to Matt James Steve coaching him. He's a 151 800 meter runner. We've seen quite a few 800 runners have a lot of success here in the 5K. And I remember Ben Patterson last year running just outside 40. It's a phenomenal run, and obviously he went on to have a terrific season, run a massive 800 lifetime best, frighteningly fast. And so perhaps a few of these men in this field taking inspiration from the likes of Patterson, an 800 guy stepping up to the 5K in March and working his way all the way down to the 2-lap event come the summer. So this D race almost ready to rock and roll. We are into our 20-second countdown, ladies and gentlemen. Cambridge and Coleridge man. Certainly one to watch. It's a club to watch. It's a vest that you recognise immediately, don't you? And you take, or you presume, anyone wearing those club colours is going to be in good shape and worthy of a mention.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely something that Cambridge and Coleridge have managed to breed in their success recently. But we are underway then with our D race here at Podium Festival. It's going to be a very quick one. We've got plenty of very fast athletes in this race. We'll be a lot hoping to go underneath that 15-minute mark.
Yeah, it's Adam Tapley, who is that Cambridge man, and it's so fascinating when you see what people have done, their preparation into a race like this. He's a man who clearly loves parkrun. I mean, he must have done several hundred in his time. It's frightening. You sort of get up his profile, and he's done 10 or so already this year. But look, a 5K lifetime best of 15:12. He's going to be sort of wanting to knock on the door of breaking that 15-minute mark now. I mentioned earlier on in the program, the open race was the largest of the day with 150 or so runners. The fields start to get a little smaller as they get faster throughout the evening. So just under 100 in this D race as they crown that first bend a minute into their running, and 5 or so, just under 5 laps to go now. And it's a big pack. Look at this. It's going to be some fantastic images, Rosie, as they swarm themselves around this second bend on the course.
Yeah, absolutely. They're running kind of 2, 3, 4 abreast at the moment, and they're really moving at a really nice pace, actually cruising along. No one's cut adrift in the early stages, which is really nice to see. And these athletes happily just ticking away at the moment.
Look like that. The whole race through, I make that less than 5 seconds for the whole race to move through that point of the course. And we're going to see lots and lots of lead changes, I'm sure. We continue to. Before, I mean, the theme of all of these races, really, we have a big pack like this, and each lap it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you start to identify actually who means business, who's going to be in contention in the latter stages, in the crucial stages of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's showing as well already just how closely packed these athletes are, how tightly they sit together. It just demonstrates how Podium have really done the seeding well in this race, actually, and throughout the day, we have seen the races get closer and closer. Those lead packs become more and more tactically astute. And it really is testament to Chris Barnes and how he's managed to set up this event and how this event has developed over the previous few years, whether it be Podium Festival or other podium races.
Yeah, and we hope it lives long into the future. To be honest with you, I know it gets to this stage, and you know the hectic week everyone at SportsShoes and Podium have had putting this event on, and the brands as well. I think they're going to relish putting their feet up tomorrow. They really are. They've got a big D-rig operation to go down as well. George Phillips, by the way, just sitting there, unsanctioned athletic club, coached by Josh Schofield, does some great work in this neck of the woods, if you like. 73-minute half marathon at Wokingham not too long ago, and well, he's a 15-minute man. 15:02 on the track, 15:05 on the road. So he is someone who is one of the closest in this field to breaking that mark, and you can kind of see dead center, 7:45 on his bib, and I think he's just eager. He's chomping at the bit. I think a few of these men know that if they're going to break 15 minutes, that kind of magical mark, today's the day to really do it. They won't get too many better opportunities throughout 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can see that these men know that they've got to work together. They've got to use that pack protection against the wind when they can, because otherwise, aside from the slight blustery wind, the conditions here in Leicester are pretty much perfect. But up in that lead group, we've got Harry Harvey as well. 691 on his bib, the Winchester athlete, sat happily at the front. He was looking around a minute ago as if to see if anyone else wanted to pick the pace up with him. He's happily sat there, doesn't want to push it on too much. He doesn't want to take on the workload himself, but is happy for the gears to just increase ever so slightly.
Yeah, so that lead just constantly changing, isn't it? The Tonbridge man up at the front now as they just ease themselves round, and this is the point in a 5K where you just need to settle. You just need to chill out a little bit, keep the gaps, keep yourself composed, because although you might feel good, it really is going to hit you over the next K, and that's why time and time again we've seen these races really break up. It's not on the first lap, and it's not really on the second lap. It's on that crucial third lap where things start to thin out. But at the moment, Rosie, I mean, looking at this, who are you sort of looking at thinking they look awfully relaxed? I mean, front, Yabsley on the outside, the Bedford and County man.
Yeah, I feel like these athletes, you can't really choose between them at the moment. They're really just all looking so relaxed. There's no athlete there that I'd actually look at and say they're working too hard in this early stage. No one's particularly overexerting just yet, and I think that's really interesting to see, and it's going to be really intriguing as this does play out. Over the next kind of lap or so, we'll get a better idea of who's working harder than they're letting show, and who's perhaps holding something back for the later laps. But at the moment, that lead is really just chopping and changing every now and then. No one is too concerned about staying at the front for too long. And again, it just shows that as these races progress, as we move through the day, these athletes are becoming more and more aware of the strengths of those around them and their own strengths, and how best to use theirs and exploit others. And that makes for some really great racing.
Yeah, Drake Brislane of Tonbridge AC looking very smooth up at the front. He seems comfortable in doing so. I think when you're up at the front like this, as long as you feel good, it doesn't matter too much. The wind actually has been dropping all day long. And Brislane studying at Warwick University, so short travel for him over here, not too bad, around that hour mark. 8:33 indoors, 124th. That Bucks Cross Country Championships highlights the level really of our National University Championships. However, he is a youngster, and in that under 20 age group at Parliament Hill at the National Cross Country Championships, he was 11th. A fine run. The standard that under 20 field at the National Cross Country at Parliament Hill was quite something, to be honest with you. Several internationals in that race. So to finish 11th for Brislane was a big step up, and a bit of a breakthrough performance for him, to be honest. Clearly showing he is very strong and good in the mud. And let's see if that translates to the 5K here at Podium Festival.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can safely say if you can run well at Parliament Hill, you are one incredibly strong athlete. So an 11th place finish there for Jake Brislane is very impressive, and that strength is definitely something that he can use here, and he can carry through these later stages when it does start to get hard, when it does start to bite. If you can run hard at Parliament Hill, you can run hard here in Leicester.
Yeah, blimey, he's looking good at the moment. He just operating those turns very smoothly. You can sometimes see, you know, when athletes feel good because they're accelerating off the turns. You know, they want to get back into their rhythm as quickly as possible, and it's usually a good indicator. You just have to be careful. You don't want to kind of burn the match too much. You've got to save a little bit. But you can see now again, just takes his turn and just straight back into his rhythm, faultless really. And he's dragging what, 10, 20 men with him at this stage. The Durham University vest on the far side as well, on the far right, a picture.
Yeah, we can see that group, whilst they have a slight gap now, though, and that group really is sticking together very strongly. In fact, that gap they did have a few moments ago has been minimised, and those athletes are all still in contention to make a move and start to put themselves in very good striking positions as we head into what will be the second half of this race now.
Yeah, I tell you what, that Durham University vest of James Johnson looks to be doing very well at this stage. He's in that pack. He's had a good winter as well. The university, a lot of university athletes here. Levi Berger on the outside, another man to look out for. Oxford University student, so close to breaking 15 at Battersea Park. A few of these men were down at that Podium Under Lights 5K as well in February, and a few of them couldn't get over the line on that 15-minute barrier, so they're here a few weeks later to make sure they get the job done. For many of them, that will be the goal.
Yeah, absolutely will. It looks like at the moment it is the perfect time to do it. The sun's come back out here in Leicester. It's going to be nice and mild for them. No one's going to be too cold. The breeze is chilly, of course. It won't be too hot either, but the sun on their backs is really going to be quite a welcome feeling, I'm sure, after a very chilly winter season. But our leaders still sat happily at the front at the moment, just ticking away. There's probably about 5 of them starting to try and break away, perhaps.
Yeah, you're right, Rosie. That's a group of 4, in fact, not 5. So Brislane still doing all the hard yards. He looks good, actually. Those around him actually look worse. He's happy up at the front, is Brislane, the man from Tonbridge. And yeah, when they came past us, he seemed one of the few in that group, moving rather sprightly indeed. Well, Arnold from Zoom Vault Runners is in there, the 34-year-old as well. He's in that group of 4, 2 Zoom Vault Runners. They've already had a victory today in Salvager earlier on, haven't they, in the afternoon? So they get another one here. They're taking Podium Festival by storm.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And that lead group then just looking really easy, actually, as they tick along. They've shared the lead ever so slightly, but it has to be Brislane that is probably the strongest. Happy to lead them out at the moment. He's happy to keep the work on his shoulders for now, as we do move into what will be about the last 5 minutes or so of this race.
Yeah, still up at the front. The others will just key off him, won't they, until they go through at least the bell. And then I think we're going to start to see some moves being made. And Brislane done a fine job. He's clearly in form, and well, he's got Bermudan roots. He's competed at the Carifta Games as well. So we talk about athletes competing on this stage. He'll be one of the few who are perhaps used to this sort of crowd and this sort of atmosphere here at Podium Festival, and they're certainly enjoying. You mentioned that sunshine, Rosie. They are certainly enjoying that. Alex like Stanley Willis of Bedford as well in this lead group, and it's great to see, if it is him, great to see him out there. His training partner Yabsley a little bit further back. Both of these men would like to be in and around 15 minutes, or if not below. They're both capable of phenomenal junior careers, the pair of them. And we talk about going through those peaks and troughs in the sport. You know, you can never quite let go, but you do go through phases where perhaps you are a lot more involved and motivated, and of course you do have to battle injuries. Many of these men have probably had their fair share of those. But Brislane, this is fine running. You almost want him to get the win now, don't you, Rosie? The way that he's been up at the front, pushing it the whole way, every step of the way, really. And you're kind of willing him on to just get the job done over this final kilometre.
Yeah, you absolutely are. He's led pretty much from the gun in what was a very, very congested first lap or so. And now these athletes are still very tightly packed. The chasers are not far behind them. Yes, this lead pack has put daylight between themselves and those to follow, but it's by no means nothing like anything that can't be closed. But at the moment, Brislane looking really strong, really comfortable, and he's happy just sat there at the front as he ticks along. The other four by his side, all in striking distance, and now is going to be when they see some tactical moves start to be made.
Yeah, well, Joe Morrison is the tall figure in the purple vest. He's got the inside line round this bend, and it's a relatively sharp bend. None of them are, you know, too harsh, but he has got the inside line. It's going to help. He's going to force Brislane wide. You've got to use everything in your power over this last lap. Stanley Willis looking very good there. He's in the Bedford colours in third. So that pack of 5 is looking like it's now a pack of 4, to be honest with you. A few more Tonbridge vests moving through here. But Morrison, for the first time, sort of showing his face, and just, he looks eager, doesn't he? He's kind of letting Brislane to the front and push on, but every time he does that, he responds.
Yeah, he looks like he's almost been toying with Brislane a little bit, surging, then letting him keep the lead. But as they move into that spectator tent, I've got to say, it looks like Morrison did start to put his foot down. He might just be starting to try and open up that gap now, with probably about 800 or so metres to go, less than now.
Yeah, he's got some serious pedigree, Morrison. He's a 148 man over 800. I said 800 runners have had a lot of success here today. They really have. Little glance at the watch as if to say, is this really happening? But, you know, he is got some pedigree. He's an 818 man over 3,000. He spent a little bit of time out at Illinois University as well. But perhaps this is him slowly transitioning to those distance events with, you know, 148, as good as it is. He may be looking at things and being, well, can I start to dabble into the 1,500 as well? Can I start to crack that, get down to the low 340 mark? He's capable, and his strength's clearly in a good place at this stage. So Morrison dominating this field over the final 400-500 metres, striding away, and he looks like an 800 metre runner, doesn't he? Form supreme. Brislane hanging there in second. Stanley Willis just fading back a little bit, Rosie, as they come round for what is the final time. And are we going to see a sub 15-minute clocking? It would be the first of the day.
I think it might just be on the cards. He's in view now. He's on his way down the home straight. He is looking strong, and you're right, Matt, he's got that quintessential 800 metre form, but Joe Morrison not faltering as he comes home, striding towards the line. He's put daylight between himself and the rest. He's got 5-10 metres on the rest of the pack, and here he comes towards the take, comfortably within that 15-minute barrier.
Whoa, he is, but are the rest of them? Fine win for Morrison, and you can see what it means for the rest of the passion ingrained on their face. Brislane crosses the line as well. Great running from him. Levy Burge is going to be very close to his lifetime best. Can he break 15? Looks like he might sneak it. And the whole host of them are doing their very best to get as close to that mark, that barrier, as possible. Perhaps more psychological than anything else for a lot of these men in this race. They'll have another crack, I'm sure, in a few weeks' time. And there'll be many, many more podiums for them to get excited about. But great racing from all of these guys. And yeah, Morrison, I mean, he was the class of the field, really. When you look at what he can do on the track, it's only a matter of time before he can use that 800 metre, that raw speed, and transition into quite a good 1,500 stroke 5,000 metre runner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's hear from the man of the moment now.
All going inside, 16 minutes, Cambridge and Coleridge. Derby AC, Long Eaton, local here. Well done, Morrison. Fellas, all the way through.
Lewis, we're with Joe Morrison, the winner of that race, the first sub-15 clock. In the end, you did it pretty easily.
Yeah, well, 800 guys, my first 5K since 2019, so I told my coach, he just said, just sit behind the front guys and go 600 to a K, you know, and see what you got.
So if you haven't raced for 6 years, was it a bit of an unofficial PB, one that was due for a revisal anyway?
Yeah, so I've knocked off like 12 seconds by 800 since then. So, to knock off nearly a minute of 5k was expected. I just wanted to get in a better 5k PB, so I'm getting better races for next year.
Tell us about the attraction of this podium festival. Did you race here last year?
No, it's my first time, but I know whatever pace you put down, there's going to be guys take you around 40 seconds faster than their PBs. So, I mean, to get in a 5k this deep with my PB, it's pretty good.
And there's something very special about going round a lap, hanging on the rail, with the signs, with the cowbells. It just lifts you a bit, doesn't it?
Sure, the first time I ever had a race like this where people all do around outside. It was great. I mean, it took all the lactic out your legs. It was brilliant.
What's next for you?
I think I'm going to do a mile, 5th of May. Try and break 4, but it'll be hit and miss.
You go into it with a win under your belt. Well done, Joe Morrison, our latest champion. Good work.
Well, how about that then? First 5k in, what, 6 years or so, did he say? Fantastic work from Morrison. And what a win here. Really was in front of this crowd. And, well, the weather. The sun is shining, Rosie. It's quite phenomenal, isn't it? We're baking away in this commentary booth. But I much prefer that to the rain and the wind we had last year, I'm sure. Here, let's summarise a few of these results. And as you can see, what's that? 8 or so, 9 or so, 10 men, sub 15 minutes. Great racing from all of them, and agonisingly close for a few of them, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to think, Will Driscoll, he'll go under next time. You've got to hope that it's in his legs for the next time he attempts a 5k. But you're right, Matt. It's absolutely perfect conditions. You don't get much better than this, and we are exceptionally warm up here in the commentary booth. You're right, but it is a brilliant vantage point of our course here in Leicester. And all the spectators that are here in the Athlete Village are lining the course all the way around pretty much. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. And I have to say, I think that has to be my favourite race of the day so far. An absolutely masterclass performance by Joe Morrison.
Yeah, I think it was the one of the most competitive for quite a while as well, wasn't it? And that's important for us. We want to see these races late into the competition, into the 5k. Well, Rosie, our first elite race of the afternoon is around the corner. The Elite Women's B race, and we have lots to look forward to.
We certainly do. We've been waiting all day for the elites to start taking their way in, and now with the Elite Women, the B race on the cards, it's going to be a very exciting performance, I'm sure, from a lot of those. We've got the Elite Women A race going off a little bit later on, but we've got some athletes that are really close down by that 17-minute mark in this race, so we'll see hopefully a lot of them dip underneath it for what will be the first time for most. A lot of these athletes, of course, university athletes, they'll be very well acquainted with the books competition, whether it be indoor, outdoor or cross country. They'll know all about it, I'm sure. There'll be some medalists at county champs, at regional champs, at the Northerns, the Southerns, the Midlands. And I'm sure there'll be plenty in there as well that are very familiar with some very hard graft over the cross season.
Yeah, I think for a lot of them as well, road relay season is around the corner, isn't it? A couple of weeks, we're going to have the regional road relays and then of course those national road relays. And I think there's a lot of athletes for these clubs that will want to prove themselves for selection and perhaps try and eye up what leg they're going to run at those road relays as well. But as well as that, of course, PBs on offer as well. And Penny Oliver, one to watch. I guess the theme, Rosie, for these athletes have been, they're right around that sort of top 30, top 40, top 50 in the UK, especially over the cross country. And, many of them so close to 17. Wouldn't it be nice, similar to that men's race we saw, men breaking 15 minutes for the first time. A lot of these women will have sub 17 on their mind.
Yeah, they absolutely will. I think we can see there, Hannah Blundy's one that stands out for me, City Wells Harriet. She was third at Buck Short Course, fifth at Parliament Hill. Absolutely fantastic cross-country runner. Be great to see how that translates over to the roads here today. We couldn't really be further from cross-country, really, aside from the fact that strength you do need to carry yourself through the latter stages of a 5k is really, really important.
Yeah, you need a big winter, and more than ever. I mean, that high volume, high threshold training regime is becoming more and more popular, aren't they? And it's filtering down to the club systems, the university systems as well, and something which is obviously allowing for athletes to get a lot more volume done is, of course, the change in shoe technology.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really important. It's important that athletes themselves understand the developments that we have had in shoes. Coaches, of course, are very well acquainted with it, but it's important the athletes do understand the difference between their steady shoes, their training shoes, their speed shoes, their spikes and their racing flats if they are on the road as well. Obviously, these carbon-plated shoes are fantastic, but perhaps not something that a lot of athletes want to do lots and lots of miles in. And then, of course, you've got a whole host of different possibilities being broadcast to us here as well. I mean, at the Podium Festival, we are being showcased some of the fastest shoes on the market by On, Adidas, Saucony, Nike, Mizuno, Puma. The list goes on. New Balance, Hoka, they are all here today, all the big hitters. And we've got some super quick shoes that are being trialled by some of these athletes. I'm sure plenty of them will want to be giving some of these shoes a go.
Yeah, they will. And someone that I think we should be looking out for in this race is, of course, Jess Spilsbury, phenomenal 1500 meter runner. But we'll preview that women's field. But first, let's check in with Jeff and see what he's up to in that village.
We've got a lovely chill out zone of bean bags for everyone to sit on. We've got some lovely gas heaters to keep everyone warm. So warm and chill is the vibe here. You can come and try our premium race day Cielo X1 2.0 shoes. You can try the Hoka Bondis on. And we've got Hokens as well, which you can take and you can spend those on coffee and snacks and all other kind of Hoka treats.
And is it going well?
It's great, yeah. It's a real kind of like festival chill out here. Lots of like runners just coming over, taking it easy before and after their races, just building community around the brand, which is super important to us.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Let's move to one of our other stands alongside here. We've been around almost all of the retailers now. All of them have got fantastic offers. We're going to descend on Saucony unannounced. Don't you hate it when that happens? Let's see who we've got here from Saucony. Who's from Saucony? Anybody here? Well, we'll go to Garmin. Garmin is next door. The neighbours are definitely in here. Garmin are here. Sorry to interrupt. Here's the camera. Tell us what's on offer here.
What's on offer? We've got our flagship Phoenix range. So if you know about Garmin, you'll probably know about Phoenix. We've also got our Forerunner range here. So we have a massive heritage with run. So we create some of the best running watches in the market. So your Forerunner 965, your Forerunner 265, and your 165 as well. So yeah, it's really awesome products on show here.
And you've got some codes where people can get discounts, I think, on some of your models.
We have indeed, yeah. We've got a couple of codes going for Forerunner 965. So yeah, if you're in the market for one, feel free to pop over and we can sort you out. Good.
Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Right, just a couple of stands left that we need to visit. Let's go over to Grenade because I know that has been sorry to interrupt. Everything that Grenade is doing is free. Tell us about what you've got on offer here.
Hey man, so we've got our top selling bars here today. Everything we do, super high in protein, really low in sugar. My favourite bar, the white chocolate salted peanut. In fact, you know what, dude? You've got to take one of those to try. It's delicious. And then we've also got our sports nutrition range, some pre-workout, BCAAs, and some protein to help you recover.
And I can't help but notice, but you're right by the entrance. Does that mean you've been avalanched at different times?
It's been really, really busy, yeah, man. And a slight moment of quiet now, actually, which is nice, but it's been a bit full on today.
The big news is we're only halfway through. Are you here for the duration?
I'll be here till the end.
Good work. Thank you very much. We might try. Should we see if there's anybody in at Saucony? Because that was very unfortunate that we arrived with nobody there. Saucony. Come here and tell us what you've got on offer. Sorry, we walked past you. We thought you were out shopping. What have you got here?
So we have of our Super Shoe, the Endorphin Elite. Hey.
Well, I think Jeff's having the most fun out of everyone down there, isn't he? As he catches up with all those brands and what they have on offer. And what a great shot this is. Sun is shining. Crowd are aplenty as these elite women are ready to rock and roll. Rosie, here we are. Justin Anthony, Sophie Armitage as well. Matilda Ashley, Pippa Bailey, and Laura Bailey. No relation to Jess Bailey, of course. Unfortunately, isn't going to be here in that elite women's race. She, after that phenomenal 15:07 last weekend, picked up a little bit of illness. Rumour has it she was going to go after that European 5K record as well.
Yeah, a real shame that we're not going to see her today. But of course, I'm sure she'll be rejoining the podium party at a later date. She does enjoy the podium edition. She was in Podium Barrowford for the 10-year anniversary event back in November, so I'm sure she'll be anxious to get back to podium races as soon as she can. But this is going to be an exciting race. The first of our elite races today, we've got the elite female B race. Of course, we then go back to, I believe, what is the C race a little bit later on. Before we move back to the elites, we go with the elite men, elite women, elite men, and the mile.
Yeah, I mentioned before, Jess Spilsbury, great 1500 metre runner, Bucks gold medalist over the 1500, trained by Rob Denmark. Surprised to see her in this race. You would have thought she'd be a race up, to be honest, but so far it has been, those who have been able to operate over the huge success here this afternoon. So she is one that we've got our eye on, and we'll identify her once we get eyes on this start line, as they are literally moments away from getting going in this race. But there's quite a few as well. Isla Patterson, someone who was 7th at that Leeds Cross Challenge, just 18 years of age. Another one, Freya Weddle, 29th at that National Cross Country Championships. Justine Anthony, the athlete we should look out for, 4th at those Leicestershire County Champs. The local athlete, if you like. I'm sure she's got a lot of friends and family, training partners, coach out on the course this afternoon as well.
Yeah, it is a brilliant opportunity for the local athletes to get that support, that excitement.
Yeah, 146 of them line up in this one. Very, very impressive. So much demand, and actually looking at both fields, the elite men, the elite women, for me, a lot more depth here today, Rosie, especially domestically. Some fantastic fields in this race, but then of course in the A race as well. And are we going to see some potential? I think we'd have to go a long way to see some national records, but we'll see what our women can do in that. But here we are, the Pacers are back. They're going to help out, at least in this one.
Yeah, it has been a great day for them. They've run plenty of laps around here. They'll know it like the back of their hand by the end of the day. They'll know every little pothole, every slight increase.
There are no potholes. It's as smooth as tarmac.
Hey, you never know in Leicester. But anyway.
It's probably the best piece of road in Leicester, is it?
It actually is, yeah. I can attest to that. It is one of the smoothest pieces of road you'll find in the county. It is the fastest bit of road you'll find in the county. And it is a fantastic race venue here at New College. And I'm sure these athletes are very excited to be underway then. So this is the elite women's B race, and we can see them getting off to a flying start. We have got the lead car in this one with the clock, the digital clock attached to the top of it, the Sports Shoes 4x4.
Yeah, they're off pretty fast, aren't they, aggressively. I'm going to keep an eye on their lap splits in this one. But Rosie Woodhams was an athlete who was right up there on the start line, coached by Bill Foster, another Loughborough student. We've seen a number of those. 17:08, her lifetime best, but 17:26 last weekend at that Birmingham track 5K, that Open University race we saw. That was where Bailey, of course, ran that phenomenal 15:07, frighteningly fast, to be honest. And yeah, we are deprived of that battle between her and Innes Fitzgerald. You know, it's almost a bit Cohen-Ovette-like. We never quite get them on the start line together, do we? Only at the major championships. But here we are as these women sweep round. I've mentioned just under 150 of them. Fantastic to see. And will we see a sub 17 minutes? Hopefully, with the help of these pacemakers. The lead car's out there now as well. I was going to say clearing the roads, but organisation have done a fine job at making sure no one is in the way.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and the race now just getting into its rhythm. We've got nice, settled kind of vibe for most of the pack at the moment. They've got a long way to go. They've probably got about 4.5k still to run from that very early half lap.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. Just a couple minutes into this race. Nothing to write home about yet. Reading AC athlete Sophie Crumley just in that pack as well, moving well, as we're going to get blocked of the vision of the lead car. That is where the camera crew will be for those elite races, so we should be able to get up close and personal with those athletes. But yeah, all of them doing very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, everybody sat just nicely packed together. No one's wanting to take it on too much in these early stages at the minute. People staying out of danger and just nicely sat, relaxed, ready to unleash their pace as this goes on.
Yeah, the two Belgrave athletes, Steph Hewitt in here looking good. She was up there a little bit as well. Mimi Gordon-Lloyd as well from Belgrave. Both of those right on the cusp of that sort of 17-15 range. Training partners, and I believe Mimi Gordon-Lloyd, sort of team captain for Belgrave, so doing a fine job there, giving back to grassroots as well, helping that Belgrave team consistently grow. I mean, it really is the patient standpoint, perhaps one of the top clubs in London, if not the best club in London.
Yeah, absolutely. Belgrave really have flourished over the last couple of years. I think if you'd asked people a few years ago, the Surrey club of AFD would be the name on their lips for anybody kind of based the London kind of way. But now Belgrave really have been so strong in recent time, and they've made some huge strides forward, especially in their female side. They've had some absolutely fantastic performances, both individual and team, at the national road relays, national cross relays. They're running so strongly just as a collective.
Hey, this is cool to see. This is Kat Matthews. She's a fantastic triathlete, focusing on the longer form of triathlons, those Ironmans as well. She's had a great career at that. I spoke to her yesterday. She's telling me how she was going to go through a 3-hour ride this morning, come back with the 5K today. Her big goal is the Ironman in Texas in, around about 8 weeks or so time. And then, of course, she's going to double back. She's got a 5-hour ride tomorrow, Rosie, and she's schooling this field at the moment, Kat Matthews. But one of the things she did mention was the fact that she was just going to she wasn't going to be allowed to go quicker than sort of 18-minute range. She needed to keep it under control. Like I said, her sights are set on bigger things in her realms in a few months' time. However, she's completely ripped up the script here, and I think she's thrown that out the window, and clearly the adrenaline and the buzz of elite 5K running is getting the better of her.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think it's very easy when you get to an event like Podium. I mean, if we look down to our left at the minute, Matt, the thick crowds, the spectators are absolutely everywhere, and that can only breed excitement and energy. And to hold yourself back in an environment like that where you can feel the adrenaline pumping off of absolutely everybody around you, holding yourself back almost feels criminal, really. So for her to see her launching herself off the front is absolutely brilliant, and hopefully she can enjoy a really strong run out before going out for that 5-hour ride tomorrow.
Yeah, and you think with her strength as well, she'll know what she's capable of. She'll know her limits, and you know, she'll be familiar. And I can only presume that she's operating at a very sub-max tempo at the moment. She looks very, very smooth. There was a smile from her as she went through this Finnish gantry. The professional triathlete doesn't really have a 5K lifetime best to her name. The last time she did one was many, many moons ago as well. And is this a sort of transition for her towards the 5K as well? If she can prove something to herself, perhaps she'll look at the Olympic tri-distance and start to take it a little bit more seriously. Although, saying that, she is one of the very best in the world over the sort of T100 and the full Ironman distance.
Yeah, and that only tells us just how strong she is. And she can see every bit of that strength at the moment. She looks so happy, so comfortable out on her own at the minute. She's just happily sat there, doesn't need anybody around, doesn't need that company in the race to keep herself pushing, to keep herself working. The mental strength that she is showing at the moment to be able to run a solo effort.
Yeah, look at this though. Sophie Crumley doing a great job. Mimi Corden-Lloyd there in third. Crumley is in second, thinning out. Jemima Ridley there just coming through the shot. And well, here's the paces. I don't know what they're operating at. It's been a bit odd, hasn't it? They haven't really been of much use. They've sort of floated around the middle of just about every race. And whether they've sort of agreed a pace beforehand, a little bit baffled. But Kat Matthews is tearing this up. She goes through 6:15, sort of 2 and a bit laps run. We'll keep an eye on what that next lap is. Crumley looking smooth. Speaking of her coach, Mark Booth, he said, phenomenal shape at the moment, really absorbing the training, very cautious, doesn't do too much volume, but is coping very, very well with the intensity and the sort of sub-max work that she has been doing. And it's a big ask. It's a tall order for her to sort of try and reel in Matthews, someone who is as strong as Matthews. You can't imagine she's going to blow up, but this is unknown territory for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you never quite know what's going to happen. Sport by nature is, of course, unpredictable. We have no idea what does lie ahead for Kat Matthews at the moment, but it has to be said that she looks so incredibly strong. She's just happily following around that lead vehicle at the moment, just gliding her way through. She's going to have that clock in front of her for the entire race. She can have her eyes on the time the entire way through this. No need to glance at the watch, no need to look at her pacing. It's right in front of her, helping her to conserve a little bit more energy. It's be really interesting to see how that does play out as this race progresses.
The gaps are really opening up, aren't they? This is the business end now. You've got to focus at this stage in the race. You've just got to, this is where it really starts to bite. And you've got to ignore that. You've got to shut that out. You just got to stay in the moment, stay in contention, and just get through the next 3 or 4 minutes. I always find best to just almost like count to 10, clock off the minutes in your head. It makes the race feel a lot more manageable, and I'm sure someone like Matthews is doing that. I mean, she's someone who's comfortable in her own head. I mean, even the fact she was out on the bike for 3 hours this morning, 5 hours tomorrow, her training hours are in the 30s every single week. And a member of the British Army, started off her sort of career as a physiotherapist in the British Army. That's when she really kind of took up triathlon, allowing herself, more time to train and commit to this sport. And it shows you the power of what can be done within those forces. They do give you the freedom. They do give you the time to go out there and train and live life like a professional, despite perhaps not quite being that level yet. I mean, she certainly is now, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it almost gives you a platform, doesn't it, to try and branch and branch that gap, if you like, and reach that next level. A little bit like why so many athletes decide to go back to university, I suppose, take out that student loan and spend a couple more years studying to help them bridge the gap from sub-elite to elite and break that glass ceiling perhaps. But at the moment, Kat Matthews looking beyond comfortable as we approach what will be the 10-minute mark very, very soon.
Yeah, and Sophie Crumley there still in second place, doing her very, very best just to kind of hold off those behind her, but also try and reel in Matthews. It's not really going to happen. Right, here they go then. This is a 3 and a bit laps run. I'll keep an eye. She was 6:16, so they're operating just outside 3 minutes a lap. I've got this at sort of 3:05, 3:06. That lap, of course, it's 970 odd meters. So probably per K, you can add on another sort of, 8 seconds or so. So perhaps 3:12, 3:15, something in that ballpark, which is, of course, inside 17 minutes. And Crumley, 2 laps to run, 10 minutes on the clock. They got to do each lap in 3.5 minutes. That's about what they're operating in. I can feel it. A lot of these women will be breaking 17.
Yeah, I think we absolutely have a very quick race on our hands for a lot of these women at the front. And for them to see just how many can break 17 minutes is going to be really exciting, and it just shows again the platform the podium have provided for these athletes to do such a thing. Really, really valuable to their experience and to their careers as they try and further themselves, break those PBs.
Yeah, continuing to pour it on, isn't it? Matthews just not going anywhere. That gap's getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the rest of them come through. Here we are already over on the far side of the course. She'll look to her left and see the field sort of string out opposite her. Sophie Crumley in second. You can see the rest of them. By the way, update a little bit further down the field. Jemima Ridley taking the race by the scruff of her neck and looking to stretch things out, leading that chase pack. Can they bridge that gap to Crumley? Mimi Corden-Lloyd still in second place. All of them hungry to break 17. Ridley unfortunately missed out on the National Cross Country Championships, woke up with a terrible illness, but has bounced back, stuck at a task in training, and is here reaping the rewards of a very, very consistent winter. And look at this. What's that, 6, 7, 8 women all fighting for third?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tight one in this middle portion of the race as we progress on towards the second half, or in towards the rest of the second half, I should say. It's going to be intriguing to see how it does pan out as we move further on. But to have that calibre of women up in these podium positions, it's going to be a fantastic fight to the line for that kind of bronze sort of medal position that we'd see in normal championships, perhaps.
Yeah, well, Kat Matthews is not going anywhere. She continues to dominate. We'll keep an eye on this lap split. She's going to be low 16, so for all the talk yesterday saying how she was going to keep it under control, this is all part of the bigger picture. She wanted to come here, have some fun, experience a 5K. It went out the window pretty early on, I think. She must have been feeling good. Hey, conditions are good. The weather's near perfect, and it's just clicking.
It absolutely is, and she looks as smooth as she did a few laps ago now. I mean, we're nearly 13 minutes into the race and she looks as strong as she did 3 minutes in, and that just shows the resilience that she's built in this training that she's had for the triathlon distances and the endurance side that she's doing. Absolutely phenomenal, of course.
Yeah, it's very, very good. You know, time she's done an out-and-out road race like this. I mean, back in 2020, operated over 10K, but nothing of this sort of caliber. Then really, it was all focused on those longer endurance races, the T100s, the Ironmans of this world. She's currently inside the top 3 in the world over the Ironman, and she's looking to really lay down the gauntlet this year. Spoke to her goals for 2025, and it was quite simple, to be honest, become Ironman world champion.
Now that is one hell of a goal, and one that looked to be within her reach. The performance that she's showing us today, of course, nowhere near the distances she has to compete with in the Ironman, but just has been absolutely mind-blowing. To feel this strong, to look at this strong is absolutely superb, and one of the most impressive runs we've seen so far.
Yeah, there we are, that chase group, I said, trying to latch on to Sophie Crumley, still sticking at their task, still battling. It's changed, the lead in that group has changed every couple of, well, I was going to say every couple of 100 meters, but even less than that, I think every 20 or so meters, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and that's what they need to stay on it and hopefully break 17. Someone who is certainly going to do that is probably these two, Crumley and co, but Matthews is off round and approaching her final bend, and what a race we're going to have here. It's who wants it more out of that group, to be honest.
Yeah, the race is when it does come down to that just pure burning desire in the athlete's stomach. That is exactly what we want to see, and that is what podium is all about. These two now moving so strongly between them, almost stride for stride. You couldn't really separate them at all, but you can separate Kat Matthews from the rest. Look at the daylight she's got between herself and the rest of the field. No one else in sight coming around that corner yet. She looks phenomenal.
Yeah, she really does, and a lot of battles further down the field at this stage. A few of them still going through the finish gantry, actually. To give you a little bit of context, so Sophie Crumley's had a tough race. She's been out there on her own in second place the whole way. She's virtually front run this, to be honest. You know, Matthews was off the front within that first lap, and then it's been all Crumley leading the rest of them. They're finally onto her, and it's whether she can just compose herself. It looks like we're seeing a little bit of a headwind, aren't we, on this finish straight now, just picking up. See the flags fluttering even more than they have done already today. So these athletes are going to have tough conditions to battle with for the final time near Kat Matthews, Rosie.
And here she comes then down the home straight. She's rounded her final corner. The end is in sight for Kat Matthews after a 3-hour ride this morning, a 5-hour ride tomorrow. And in between, she just casually goes and wins the Podium Elite Women's B race. She's storming home. The pyrotechnics will be out very soon. And she is absolutely flying. She's coming down towards the tape, no one else even in sight. There go the fireworks, as she just brings over 16 minutes. Not bad for someone that said she was going to hit this at around an 18-minute 5K.
Smile on her face. Goodness, that was mightily impressive. Look at this lot then. Chomping at the bit. They've got to finish strong because 17 really is the goal. They got sort of 200 meters or so to do it. Crumley responding very, very well. She's had a great race, to be honest. You've got to hand it to her. Leading virtually every step of this race. I say leading the chase group. She's been all on her own and she's had to fend them off, and she's going to do that. And I know at Reading AC, they've got a phenomenal setup. Crossing the line. That's a fantastic result. 16:40 odd, and the rest of them are going to break 17. I've got no doubt about it.
One absolutely phenomenal women's B race we've had just there. Absolutely superb. To see so many coming in under 17 minutes so comfortably, and to see Kat Matthews almost break that 16-minute mark is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, well, proving volume is king, really. You could say, the way she operated there, but that's a lot of years gone into that one, and it's been long overdue. You know, the fact that we didn't really have a sensible 5K time to work off for her. You know, obviously been spending a lot of time doing those Ironmans over the last few years and those T100s, and that will bode well. You know, not many can operate at that sort of level. You know, you think in the Ironman world, and she knows that, and that will give her a lot of confidence going into Ironman Texas.
It absolutely will, and we wish her the very best of luck as well with the shape she's in. See an absolutely phenomenal performance for her there.
Jeff counting them down then. How many can break 18? As Barnsley continues to wave on the rest of them through the finish gantry. A lot of them just collapsing to their knees almost instantly, you can see here. But a sight we've become accustomed to seeing, haven't we, all afternoon, to be honest with you. But, well, there's Marissa, one of the key members at SportsShoes, doing a fine job. Good athlete herself back in the day, Rosie, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so good to see the work that's going into podium. The SportsShoes lot. Chris, of course, doing an absolutely fantastic job, and this is what it's all about.
Let's go check in with that phenomenal winner.
Okay, Leicester, I am here with your first ladies winner of the elite races, Kat Matthews. How was that?
I think winner devalues the effort that everybody out here today did, so congrats to everyone who PB'd pretty hard.
So modest, Kat, and always putting on to the people first and saying a big well done to everyone. There was some cracking runs out there, but was that the intention? I mean, that was a superb run.
I'm really embarrassed. I've been bragging all day to my friends about how much discipline I have and how I'm going to take this seriously for my Ironman racing and, you know, Ironman pace, and to just get carried away, I'm embarrassed.
So that wasn't the plan. It was going to be a disciplined. Well, it looked disciplined at first. You were smiling, you were laughing. Was it just that pace perception was out?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe that's my tactic if I ever run a 5K again. I think that's actually a really good pacing strategy. The first K and a half should be that fun, and then maybe that last 3K, you know, gets a bit tough.
Well, the good time was it was pretty even the whole way. It was around about 3:10s, 3:11 per kilometre, and just outside 16 minutes to finish, which shows you're in a great place. But what is next for you? Are you stepping back up now?
Yeah, 6 weeks exactly today until my first race of the season, which is Ironman Texas, which I hope to win for the 3rd year in a row, but it should set me up well for the rest of the season.
Will we see you back down at 5K later on in the year? Maybe going sub-16?
I've already asked Essex if I can come back next year, so I actually think this might be my sort of pre-season target race next year. The atmosphere is incredible.
Brilliant. Well, we'll be glad to see you back, and I'm sure the spectators will. Leicester, let's hear it for your world champion, Kat Matthews. Sorry, she's not with the world champs officially, but second, sorry. She's second last year, second in the world champs, Kat Matthews.
Well, there you go, just correcting Lewis Moses, silver medalist at those World Championships last year. She'll be looking to change that in 2025. And Rosie, I mean, yesterday she said she felt like a little bit of a fraud coming here and competing in an event of such stature. She felt a little bit out of place. She was not out of place.
Yeah, I think she's well at home on the podium stage. I think it's absolutely earned her right to be here. She put on quite the display for us there, and has to be one of the most impressive performances we've seen. There you go, 16:05. That's the results on the screen now. And that's nearly a 40-second gap between her and Sophie Crumley. Absolutely phenomenal.
It just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, didn't it? It really did. And great to see so many women break 17 minutes for the first time. A lot of them. Jess Spilsbury, mentioned her before, 17:21. Erin Grime, you may recognize that surname, of course. Evan doing wonderful things. 17:18 for Erin, so great running from her as well, coached by her father. Alongside, of course, her brother will be her training partner in many ways as well. I'm sure they share many, many miles. Easy miles, most likely.
Yes, I'm sure they do. And company on the easy miles is what it's all about. That's how we keep it enjoyable. It's how we keep the love for the sport alive. Those easy miles are so important for so many reasons.
Well, time for a short break then before we are back with the men's sea race. Well, here we are, those men in that sea race warming up, hey, but look at the sun here, just look at it, it's near perfect actually, and to be honest, the afternoon just bubbling away, and now the more people that have finished up, Rosie, the more people out there enjoying themselves as well, which is just fantastic for the atmosphere out on the course.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It almost breeds a kind of night of 10Ks kind of esque atmosphere. Athletes running through the day, doing the graded races, and then the elites coming on in the evening, ready for people to have an absolute party. The brands having a great time, handing out freebies, letting people test shoes, fueling options, all sorts on offer here today. We've got Red Bull, Morton, Asics, New Balance, On, Adidas, Nike, just to name a few. There are so many here today, and it's been an absolute party. The sun here in Leicester has really helped with the vibe, I can't lie. It's been a beautiful day.
It truly has, it truly has. Well, the men's C race up next, followed by that men's B race, and then the women's A. We're looking forward to that, and then that men's A race finishing up with the mixed mile. Do stick around for that, it's going to be special. The women will start with a 36-second head start, whilst the men will give chase out there on the course, so it'd be interesting to see what tactics are adopted as well. So let's run you through a few of these men to look out for. Ed Banks, Danny Adams in here, Harry Alcock, Miles Brown, Ben Brunswick. He's been in reasonably good form as well, so lots of men to look for, and I feel like this is the first race where we're going to see a big chunk come off this. You know, a lot of these men have been operating just inside that 15-minute rhythm, where a lot of the names in this race you kind of look at, you think they could be in that sort of 14:30 range and below. I remember last year, it's phenomenal. We saw, you know, likes of Ryan Elston, another man to watch out for. Sam Goodchild's been in good shape. On to his coach, just down to the right of me, Lewis Moses. I know Goodchild has moved up this way as well, so a local one for him to look out for. Josh Lund, 217, 218 marathon runner at his best. That was a few years ago now. Good to see him sort of back here trying to compete over 5K. Well, Nuttall in there as well. So there won't be, I believe, there's no paces for this one, but don't hold me to it, ladies and gentlemen. And Tom Spencer, another man to look out for. Cambridge athlete, brother Ewan, also competing today. Fantastic mountain runner, really. And let's see what he can do over 5K. Here around New College Cycle Circuit in Leicester. And, well, quite the contrast to 2024. Some of you viewers may remember last year, the pouring rain, the wind, the power cuts we had. Well, just fantastic to get this level of, we brought the sunshine, really. The festival weather has arrived, finally. And, well, here go the speedsters.
Yeah, this festival weather is very, very welcome indeed, that is for sure. And it really is added to by the vibe we've got going here in Leicester. The live music, the food carts, the brands, the tune truck. It is all a go here at New College.
It is. Well, here we go then. A few men to also look out for. Ethan Bennett is the fastest man in the field, 14:41. Set that time at Podium Festival to go, and he was 8th in this exact race. So can he replicate that sort of form? Can he potentially take the win here? We'll look out for that. Callum Campion as well, 52nd in that Bucks Cross Country Championships. A very, very strong performance there, given the level at Bucks, 14:41 in Armagh. And I mentioned, bit of a competition between Podium and Armagh. And, you know, Armagh producing 150 men, sub 15 minutes. Will we crack that? Well, we've got 120 odd in this race, so we'll have all eyes on the clock. Callenberg there for the Royal Air Force. Phenomenal marathon runner, and, you know, once upon a time, I think he might still hold it, Rosie. He, a world record for the fastest half in a Batman costume or a Spider-Man costume. Something like that. Bit of a niche fact for you.
Well, that's a very interesting record, actually. And I'm sure if he doesn't still hold it, he can certainly go for it again, because that's definitely something that you want to your name.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look out for Max Wharton if he's in there amongst this lot, because, well, he's going to be the fastest man on paper over 1,500 comfortably. 3:39, 1,500 meter time, 14:42, 5K, and he'll look at that and know he should be a lot stronger. And funny enough, I spoke to him when he ran that 3:39, and I know he's been operating in low 340s ever since, but he has struggled to really get back down to that level. So I said to him, well, what were you doing? It was coming off the back of COVID, and he just was very, very consistent, doing a good bit of volume, prioritising recovery, and proving that there really are no secrets to it. But he's just struggled to replicate that sort of form, unfortunately. So is this the start of him slowly transitioning to the 5? He's a 1:47 800 meter man as well. And I'm sure he'll make himself known at the key stage in this race. Okay, then the countdown is on. Podium Festival 2025. If you're joining us, we've just witnessed the elite women's B race finish up, and now we're over to this men's C race. So where we go, safe start from all these men. They get amongst it 150 meters before they hit this finish line gantry, and then from there 5 laps to run of just under a kilometre a lap, Rosie.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one goes. The 5 laps really do tell a different story each lap we go. The athletes looking to settle in these early stages, nothing too hard too soon. And this will be where we see a lot of the students from some of the big universities who have come out to play today.
Yeah, I mean, Rosie, talk about that. There's a few St. Mary's athletes in here. I know you know those guys and girls well down there. Who are we looking out for?
I absolutely do, and that on the left of your screen, that's Sam Stevens. He's a physiotherapy student, master student, and he'll be looking to try and translate some of his training form into a race. And he'll be happy to start at the front, likes a bit of a confidence boost at the start of a race. And he'll be enjoying himself, sat there at the moment, just controlling the pack as we move through.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Stevens, local lad from Leicester, former GB cross runner as well, wasn't he? Back in his under 20 potentially.
Yeah, looking very comfortable actually as they move into that spectator tent. No one pulling away, just like we saw in some of the earlier races, keeping it nice and compact early on. We don't want anyone to go off too quickly. We know that it's going to bite as we move a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the lap splits in this one, like I said, just to get a gauge, but very, very packed, Rosie, early, and we've become accustomed to seeing this, to be honest with you, every race. Kallenberg's up there, mentioned him, he's a great half marathon runner, 65, 66 man at his very best, stepping down in the 5K. Don't often see him wearing those Royal Air Force colours as well.
Yeah, we can see that we are really, this is probably the most tightly packed race we've seen so far. Absolutely all of these kind of 120 men or so within maybe 15 metres, 20 metres of each other, all slicking themselves through really, really quickly.
Yeah, another man, I did mention him before, and Ryan Elston's up there, Charnwood AC athlete, 150, 800 metres indoors, coming off of that. Chris McGeorge, seen him out there on the course. Chris and Sonia obviously do a great job at Loughborough, producing so many athletes over the years, following on from that George Gandy model. But Elston, that 150 indoors, if you thought that was impressive, he's a 147 man outdoors, and looking to better that and get down into the 145s, 146s. So him too, operating strength just to kind of set his stall mark going into that spring-summer season.
Yeah, it looks like these athletes are really kind of astute to where they want to be in that sense. They're really happy with how things are just ticking through at the moment. No one too keen to get on the front. We're sat probably 4 or 5 abreast at the moment, still led out by Sam Stevens of St Mary's. There's plenty of his teammates in that lead pack as well. But no one breaking away just yet.
No, I feel like someone's going to blow this race wide open soon. It looks very, very modest, doesn't it? You can just tell the body language of a lot of these men. They may all just be in shape, Rosie, to be honest with you, but you know, I think that's fairly controlled. I mean, there was sort of 3 minutes through the gantry here, just inside, which is fairly, I mean, for under a kilometre, I mean, what are we talking? They're probably operating about 3-minute K pace at the moment, which is 15-minute tempo, and a lot of these men are much, much better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're very relaxed at the moment. Nobody wants to take it on. I think they're all a bit reluctant to hit the front. And I think as we move into this kind of second K, this third K, we're going to start to see people go, no, enough's enough. We need to start working now. And it won't be long until we do start to see it string out. We've only had maybe 1 or 2 men cut adrift at the back of the pack so far. And I think that tells you just how kind of relaxed this has been in the first kind of kilometre or so.
Yeah, Harry Woods is up there, those Swindon colours. Black and white patches, you can see just off the front. Moving well, 31-minute man over 10K at his best, 8:28 3K as well last year. He's hasn't done heaps this year, 130th at the National Cross Country Championship. Shows you how kind of deep that field was, but did have a pretty disappointing run at the Valencia 10K. You know, if you go to Valencia, really, you're going there for one reason only. That's to run a lifetime best. Ended up with 33:38, so kind of off the mark a bit there, but doubling back with a 14:41 at Battersea Park a couple weeks ago. He is one of the fastest in this field, and the fact that he's at the front, knowing that everyone else is around about that sort of ballpark, shows that actually it probably is quite slow at the moment.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's a waiting game. No one wants to be the one, I don't think, that really turns this race to a burn-up. But the longer we wait, of course, the faster that's going to have to be if these athletes want to post that quick time that they're here for.
I'm here for the race, to be honest with you. This is good. I think we're going to see lots of men feature over the latter stages. Is what we want. We want to see that lead chopping and changing. They're all happy, aren't they, to just let the Swindon athlete Harry Woods just lead at the moment. Kevin Buttle coaching him down at the club there, doing a fine job, steadily just improving year on year on year. If he has one weakness though, Rosie, it is his sort of track pedigree. You know, he's running outside 4:10 for 1500. I'm sure he's going to rewrite that this summer.
Yeah, if he can get a good posting here today, it almost makes you think he's got to, because of the confidence that that'll give him. But we come through the finished gantry once again.
Yeah, we do, and that was a much quicker lap. I had that lap closer to 2:50, to be honest with you, so they picked it up. So maybe they're operating just inside 3-minute K tempo at this stage, but not by much. But it is starting just to thin out a little bit then. Joe Firth is the man in second who's just bridging that gap to Harry Woods of Swindon.
Yeah, and he's looking quite strong, quite comfortable at the moment. I'm starting to wonder if he's just biding his time until he makes a tactical move now, because we are starting to get into the kind of the belly of this race.
Yeah, and if you're joining us sort of midway through this one, 1,500 runners here at Podium Festival, double the entries that we saw here last year. It sold out in just over 2 days, back in October, November time. Then after Christmas, they had to sort of reopen it, allow more entries, because I think they bumped their heads together and thought, we've got 800, 900 people queuing up on our door, wanting a race ticket, wanting a race bib. And Barnsley turned around and said yes, and here we are today in the biggest and best Podium Festival we have, quite frankly, ever seen. And it continues to revolutionise road racing here in the UK for this standard of athlete.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It continues to draw athletes in, both running and spectating. It continues to grow bigger and better, and it continues to add more life and soul to the running party, and that is exactly what Chris Barnes hopes and wants it to do.
Yeah, keep an eye on Joe Firth. He is the man in sort of light coloured vest. Got Cambridge Coleridge athlete now up at the front. Firth still in second. You can see him at 66 half marathon just a month or so ago. 30-minute 10K run as well at the Newcastle 10K. He is, to be honest, a man in form. 2 massive PBs for him in 2025, so he's got momentum on his side and he's looking pretty good at the moment, just sitting back in 3rd place. He's racing it well, that's the most important thing. And well, Rosie, he's had 2 6th place finishes in 2025, so I wonder if he can better that today.
Yeah, you got to think he's got his eye on that. He doesn't want to start making that the norm. He wants to start placing higher and higher. I'm sure today he can do exactly that, and these athletes still very, very compact as they look to move through. No one's really pushed it on too much just yet.
Yeah, just trying to see if that's 360. Mike Bartram there, Cambridge Coleridge. Enjoying the sunshine, enjoying just being off at the front. His turn at the front, I told you it would change, it would chop and change over the course of this race. Athletes, you go through phases in a 5K, little periods where you feel better than others, and sometimes you just want a bit of a clear run, and there's very little to lose, especially over on the far side, wind on their backs, and they can just push it along a little bit at that stage. So for the first time in this race, we're starting to see men struggle, and that was under 250. That was about a 2:48 lap for these men. So they're just progressing. It's certainly going to be a negative split.
Yeah, I think so. And these athletes have really started to wind it up now. Negative splits are a very popular way, actually, of running these races and making sure that athletes don't overcook it in the early stages. But of course, you don't want to hold yourself back too much either.
Yeah, Bartram just outside that top 100 at the National Cross Country, also just outside the top 100 at the Bucks Cross Country Championships. Clearly does enjoy the roads though. He's a 154 man over 800 as well. He'll be attacking that lifetime best of 14:42. So we've got a lead pack here of, what's that, 6 men, Rosie, and they're all in that 14:40 range.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to start to burn up as we do progress through. It won't be too long until we have to see someone start to make a move. We've only got about 4.5 minutes or so of this race left to run if they're going to be in and around PB shape. We can hope that we see some really quick times as we do move towards the finish. But it'll be interesting to see how these athletes do decide to navigate it now. Having forced themselves into a negative split, are they going for the win? Are they going for the time? Where do the priorities lie of these lead 6?
You're going for the win here, aren't you? A lot of these men, that's going to be their focus. You can see some of them just biding their time, sitting in the pack. You've got to just, if I'm in this race now, you're letting Bartram just do the job up at the front for as long as possible. Unless someone sweeps round him on this next lap, I think the race will probably remain in this sort of state for at least another kilometre before we get into that business end as we approach, as we go through with a lap to run. Another man up there who's just sitting, I believe he's in 3rd place, Oliver Donkin. Watch out for him, he's got a couple wins under his belt already this year. 14:57 though, his lifetime best, so he's looking to better that. Is that Sam Goodchild on the outside? Now Cornwall AC colours, it might not be. It's looking good. So Bartram's still up front, putting in an absolute stint. A lot of these men just feeding off him as they'll gather themselves. Here we go, we're approaching 1 lap to run, just over 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the pace really starting to heat up now, and these leaders know that they've got a shift to put in for the final lap. It's whoever does want this one more now. Who's going to take the title here for this race here in Leicester?
Well, Jack Dingson, you can see him in the Loughborough colours. He's looking pretty smooth, isn't he? And you know, this is kind of not quite his turf, Rosie, but he'll know this area well. He'll have a lot of his training partners out on the course as well, and definitely his coach. He's on the outside in that lead group. He's now just slotted himself back into 4th. And I told you, Bartram just hanging out there. Wouldn't it be impressive if he can hold them all off and produce a finishing kick like no other?
It really would. You've got to think that the rest of this lead pack have kind of been using him now, using him to shield from the breeze and the blusteriness that we have got on the course here in Leicester, using him to pace it, to have the gears just cranked up one by one and just following the momentum that he's provided. But if he can hold on, it will be mighty, mighty impressive.
Hey, what about this thing? Will Beeston, Tonbridge AC, coached by Mark Cookway. Hi Mark, if you're watching, you'll be enjoying this. 3:49, 1500 metre man. It's now his turn to get up at the front and use advantage over on the far side. He's looking very strong, isn't he? He was probably, well, I'm looking at the national cross-country results. He was the highest finisher in this race on that occasion, finishing in 60th. Shows the depth of that event, doesn't it? But now, Beeston, smooth enough. His brother, studying at Cambridge, went in the previous race as well. He does study up at Loughborough as well, so we'll know Dixon very well too.
Yeah, it can be a massive advantage to know your competitors inside and out. But of course, if that's the case, they probably also know you and can start to predict your moves a little bit, start to know your strengths and weaknesses. And this is the point where athletes have to try and read each other, have to try and figure out what the plan is, how they're going to take the win here. This is all about positions now as we come around that bend on the far side of the course.
Yeah, this is it. What are we, 13, just under 14 minutes on the clock. Let's see what these men can produce coming into the final straight. I can't believe it. We've still got 4 or 5 of them in there. This is the closest race that we've had all evening. Callenberg is still in there. Beeston's in there. Dixon now goes to the front. Firth, we haven't seen him in a couple laps. He now starting to announce himself as a 1440 man. But it is Dixon who seems like he's got more running than all of them right now. He stills a march. He's got 10 metres or so. I think Lewis Moses is in the know. He had his bets on him coming round for a lap to go, didn't he, here trackside. It's Dixon of Loughborough. He's getting challenged though. Is it Firth on his outside? He's going to get taken down here. He's gone too early. What a run here at Podium Festival, a fine run. Goodness me, what's that on the clock? 14:31 in that C race. I do apologise, Donking with the victory. And he too had a turn at the front, Rosie. Everyone who was in that final kick finish had a bit of a stint, didn't they? But it was who could hold their nerve the longest, and it was Donkin on this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very, very tough one to call. It was so close the whole way round. Like you say, Matt, they shared the load. There were so many changes at the front of that race. It was almost became impossible to predict. But Oliver Donkin, really, he knew, he timed it to perfection. He responded at the perfect moment to that final kick. And what a finish that was.
Hey, what a finish. Putting Barton and District AC on the map. Not often we see those club colours, but we've seen them at the biggest domestic stage in the country. There we are, several others then coming across that line. 15:35 on the clock. Shout out to York Road Massive, sign out in front of me, cheering them on.
38, are you happy with that?
I wonder who's a member of
and
York
you,
Road
and you
Massive.
came into the picture relatively late there.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the lead group from about maybe 3k, and then I thought I was falling off, but I thought, come past the start line, maybe 100, 150 to go, I thought,
Yeah, I might be able to get him here.
What would be your advice for those that are coming up in the remaining elite races tactically? You seem to just stay clear of things early on.
Yeah, avoid it in the front, really. Sit in the group, follow it, try and switch off, and then a mile to go, see what you got.
Is that a big win for you?
Yeah, pretty big.
Congratulations. We'll see you next year.
Well done, Oliver. Unofficially 14:32 on the clock. He's made up with that. Fist pump.
There we are. Massive lifetime best
Sensible
for the
racing.
Donkin, 14:32. I don't want to say I called it, Rosie, but beforehand did say this race will operate in that 14:30 tempo. Barnsley's done a great job at seeding it as well. It was unofficially labelled as a 14:30 race. And well, I look out the window to my left-hand side. I see Amos Langat and Daniel Kimaiyo just jogging around these fantastic grass facilities here at New College, Leicester, looking very, very smooth. They were the coolest men in the hotel this morning. And well, they're two of the fastest men here at Podium Festival. Langat, silver medalist last year, 13:12 his lifetime best. Kimaiyo, 13:04 his lifetime best. And we begin to talk about, can they break that course record of 13:19 of Gebriwet last year? I mean, they've got the conditions to do it on this occasion, surely.
Yeah, you've got to think that it's on the cards tonight. The breeze is the only slight drawback, but of course, with it being such a circuit here in Leicester, it's with you as much as it is against you. 5 laps, of course, here in New College, and I think that course record danger tonight.
Look at those results in. We'll have to keep an eye. Let's head over to live race timing solutions for your live results. Apologise, and let's keep an eye how many men break 15 minutes today. Well, I can tell you in that race alone, in that C race, we had 38 go below that mark. We've still got the B race to go, and we've still got the A race to go, and you think we're going to get a whole host break 15 in those. So I think we could well knock Armag's 150. Not that we're comparing, not that we're competing.
Well, athletes being competitive, as if. But of course, it is fantastic to see the pedigree, of course, that Armagh can provide being replicated here at Podium. The more opportunities we have for these fast 5Ks, the better. And Chris Barnes has done a fantastic job of providing this platform once again with Podium Festival. And now there is calm before the storm once again, before we go on to the next race. It's going off in about 12 minutes' time.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break before we're back for that men's B race. Well, here we are, then we're back. Rumour has it Alex Yee is in town. We know he lives locally, does a lot of sessions in and around this area, doesn't he? And I believe he's took himself out on a nice sunny Saturday afternoon. He's going to watch these elite races pan out. Hopefully we can hear from him at some point. I know they're working on it, the team are working on it. We probably won't hear from him before this this men's B race, of course. As we'll have a look at some of the fantastic entrants, great running And that one, Donkin taking the win quite comfortably in the end. 14:30, kicking away from Dixon, wasn't he? But there's a lot of men, good sort of 50 or so, who are inside that 4:30 mark in this one. Dan Brooklyn, one of the fastest, 14:20. And 3:42 man last summer. It'd be great to see what he can do off the back of a strong winter. 14:35 then. Another man to look out for. Mentioned Tom Spencer in that previous one. Ewan Spencer, also a 14:20 guy. 33rd of that Bucks Cross Country Championships. Dexter Thompson, the youngster, just 19 years of age. Loughborough fresher. Does some fantastic graphics actually on Instagram if you're interested. Many probably know him already. Frank McGrath also in here, second at those National Cross Country Championships. Does an under 20. That's my father Patrick, and I believe we've got the small twins in here as well. What can they do over 5K? Fantastic cross-country runners. Can that translate? They're due a big performance. They really are. As we continue to look through this list, Harry Brody on his day, another sort of 14:20, 14:15 man. Can he get amongst it today? Noah Bennett, another man to look out for. Adrian Bales, Quinn Ingram's in here. Under 20 World Cross Country representative. It's loaded with talent, this B race, as you would expect, but it's just so hard to call. You know, even when you look at the form card coming in, it just depends who gets it right on the day. And perhaps when it's a 5K like this, who's actually peaking for it? Who's got in those crucial sessions, or are some of them doing it off the back of a cross country season, off the back of an indoor season? So they're just kind of seeing where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be really interesting from that perspective to see how these athletes have approached the race here today, because some of them, Podium Festival will be such a target depending on what their summer targets are. Some of them will be wanting to lay down a really quick 5K this evening in order to set them up for some selections perhaps over the summer months. And some of them, like you say, Matt, will be looking to come off the back of a cross season or an indoor track season and see where things stand to help tailor their training for the next few weeks. So it's going to be an interesting one, but there are so many big names in this race, and so many people that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and a couple lads I'm looking forward to seeing and one of them is Henry Jonas, City of Norwich. You know, what he can do over 800. He's just signed a big contract with Nike. We know that, and it's always interesting to see him actually come and do a 5K. We know he's good over the 1500 as well. Both him and Rab Johns are not your kind of classic, just pure 800 guys. They've both managed to push out some phenomenal 1500 times. You know, 341 and 146 guys and 340, 341 guys as well. And they almost have a little bit of a rivalry. Well, in my head at least, building between them both. They were going back and forth last season. It's going to be interesting what they can do over 5.
Yeah, I think it really is. 5K is a really interesting discipline actually for that reason. You do see, I mean, we've seen today the success of the 800 meter lot, really having some strong runs over the 5K distance. So it is fascinating to see how athletes can jump up and down the distances and how that might fare. And obviously we saw with Cat Matthews jumping down from Ironman triathlon to knock out a 16:05. It's absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, a really interesting event, really intriguing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can call it the B race, but touching on those guys, there's a lot of track stars in this, you know, a lot of 800, 1500 runners. Another one of them, Sam Charik. I mean, the list is endless, really. Max Walton, by the way, I've just seen him strolling around. So he was due to go in that C race, clearly managed to bump himself up a race. And I'm sure he was onto Barnes last minute when that start list got published. But, you know, Charik, indoor 1500 meter winner, you know, a guy that you know, being based down in St. Mary's. Rosie, what can we expect from him?
He's a very smart racer, Sam Charik. He's one that he'll sit and he'll watch the race, he'll let it play out, and he'll adapt all the way through. He's a really strong racer, smart, relaxed, but he knows how to grind it out. And I think that is probably the biggest thing about Charik, is that he will be able to really turn on the afterburners, really dig deeper than a lot of others can let themselves go. And I think that is probably his biggest strength, and one of the reasons why he's seen such success in such lactic building events.
So you're saying mentally he's a bit of a beast?
I think so, yeah. I think he absolutely has it down mentally.
Well, with the 338 1500, we can expect him to be right up at the front of this field. We really can. Luke Nuttall's in here, worth mentioning. Host of You've Got to Go podcast alongside some of his best mates, Ben Patterson, and of course Matt Stonia. Those two, I believe, still on their way back from some tough injuries over the last few months.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it'll be interesting to see how Nuttall goes in this. Of course, he ran Barrowford and ran very, very well back in November, so he also enjoys a good run out at podium. But I have to say, Matt, one of the athletes I'm looking forward to watching the most is going to be Frank McGrath. He's had a sterling season so far. European cross-country selection for Ireland. Absolutely phenomenal cross season. He'll be riding hard, looking to really put a strong performance out today as he catapults himself in to the summer months.
Yeah, let's see if he can transition that form, or translate that form, shall I say, onto the roads. He'll certainly have the strength. You mentioned that. I mean, 10K around Parliament Hill was brutal for those under-20s. It was an absolute slogfest, wasn't it? And but he did almost come out top. I mean, what was he, a second or two behind Pickering on that occasion as well?
Yeah, and of course Pickering also down at St Mary's as well. They had a great under-20 race at Parliament Hill, and it'll be interesting to see how these two come up against each other once again. There'll be a bit of a rivalry forming there, I'm guessing, seeing each other around at uni as well, training in different groups, but definitely with overlaps. So it'll be interesting to watch them compete today and see how that does begin to unravel.
Yeah, so first and second from the under-20 National Cross Country Championships, race over 5K. And you mentioned different groups, a little bit of a rivalry already, in-house rivalry, friends aside, I'm sure. And David Race, another man, Gateshead Harrier, GB Junior over 800 meter medalist as well, another 147 man, loaded with talent. We know that, and what a fitting shot. Hey, we're live at Podium Festival, and just look at the different brands on offer. Well, it's all about who can get that front row. This stage. Mark Ruby is another man from, just saw those Paul AC colours. Great cross-country runner. Down, coached by Billy Courtney Bryant's dad. He does a fine job at that club, and maybe he can take inspiration from the likes of Millie Courtney recently. One of the best in the world, over 3,000 metres, and coming away with that European indoor medal just last week.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very, very exciting race, this one.
Yeah, I think for me, it's loaded with the future talent. You know, there's a lot of, we keep mentioning, you know, there's guys, a lot of guys in here in that under 20 age group, and they're almost fighting for a little bit of bragging rights, because this is probably, look, they've had the cross country season, but now they're going to be turning their attention to the track season. Who's going to be the best over 5,000? Who's going to be the best over 1,500, 800? And you know, there's GB spots on the line this summer for them, so they're going to start thinking about that, and it will, you know, will go down to those head-to-heads out there throughout the season as well.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and I think this is the start of a really important developmental kind of period for these young athletes, with those GB spots up for grabs, with those kind of young representational honours, England spots, GB spots, whether it be a Junior Europeans, Junior Worlds, whatever it is. This is a really important time for these young athletes, and that's why this race particularly is so enthralling.
Yeah, a lot of the men we've been talking about aren't on this front row, though, surprisingly enough. I would have expected to see them all on this front row. However, James McCrae then, 300, Hampshire Harrier. Dan Brooklyn, 240, we mentioned him early on, in that Mizuno strip. So away we go then in this men's B race 5K, penultimate men's race of the evening, excluding that mile, of course. Who's going to come out on top? Will we see our first sub-14 clock in the day? That might be a push. How many can we get sub-15? Let's see, and I think we're going to see a very, very similar outcome to what we just saw, Rosie, where we did not have any idea who was going to take that win until the last 50 metres, not even that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and we saw even at the start there how competitive it was. A few athletes stumbling a little bit over the side barriers before they started to funnel off and spearhead a little bit. But I think you're right, Matt, we're not going to see an early leader. I'd be very surprised if we did have a full breakaway for any significant period at least. We might have the pack spearheaded for a while, but I suspect it could be a case that a lot of athletes will stay in contention here.
Yeah, they will, and this one looks to be moving a little faster early on, actually, doesn't it? And you can see it's stringing out up at the front, almost spearheading, so it's not quite as bunched as it was. I think that actually played in their favour in the previous race, just controlling that first lap. I mentioned it was slow. It was probably, they ended up probably running quite an even race, let's be honest, but this one does look to be moving much faster, and I think the winner's going to come from somewhere in that sort of chase pack here already. You know, someone sitting about 10th to 12th at the moment is going to start to show when it counts.
Yeah, I think you are likely right, Matt. It's very easy for the early pace to allow athletes to get carried away, especially in races of this caliber. But at the moment, the athletes are going out at a relatively quick pace. I think you are right in saying the chase pack that does stay a little bit more relaxed is going to be more in control, more able to accelerate through those gears later on and do a little bit more damage when it matters.
Yeah, and an athlete we haven't mentioned just to the left of picture in that Nike singlet is Oscar Schofield. And, you know, phenomenal under 17, was he? Then he was riddled with injuries. He ran 3:52 indoors for a British record on that occasion. Evan Grimes gone and taken that. But 14:28 then, he's only raced twice in the last 2 years, which is a shame, you know, such a young athlete. But he's under the guidance of, you know, Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows. And he's involved in that M11 track club group. And so intrigued to see how he can operate over 5K. 14:28 out in Armagh. I mean, it's okay, but yeah, he's not going to set the world alight.
Yeah, I'd like to see him go a little bit quicker here today, but I think undoubtedly if he's under the guidance of Trevor and Jenny, we know how good they are as coaches. We've seen them pick up Coach of the Year award time after time after time in the last 12 months. We've seen the success of George Bell, Keely Hodgkinson, Sarah Healy. That M11 track club is moving, and I think it is exactly the place he needs to be. And the issues and the challenges that can come with growing and the development that athletes have to go through as juniors can be really hard, but sometimes that is exactly what they need to build them into some resilient, hard-working athletes later on, and hopefully we'll see him blossom into a very strong runner indeed.
Yeah, and look, Will Rabjohns is in third, and he's sort of one of the athletes I wanted to keep an eye on today, and he seems eager to get it moving. Look, he's got phenomenal 800-meter pedigree. We know that, so he's probably very comfortable right now. He's off the back of second place at those UK Inter-Counties cross-country last weekend. Lost out to Gabriel Marion, but he was the overall cross-challenge winner, wasn't he? And yeah, just looking now, you can't let the leader get too far away at this stage, because he is starting to accrue quite the lead.
Yeah, contrary to what we thought was going to happen, Matt, we have got an early leader. And I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but the number looks like 252. That's Grant Cunliffe. And he's moving very strongly at the moment indeed, and that lead could be detrimental to him a little bit later on if he's expended a bit too much energy, but at the moment it looks like he's just growing in confidence, thriving on the fact that he's feeling good.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, you know, if you are feeling good, you know your rhythm. Sometimes you just have to roll with it. I mean, we saw Kat Matthews, like you said, and it wasn't in the game plan for her to go gun to tape like she did, but she immediately knew after half a lap it was going to be her day. When you look at someone like Grant Cunliffe, I mean, the company he's in, he's a 14:23 man in Armagh. This might just be a little bit, you know, he might be chewing off a bit more than he can handle here. To be honest, you know, you'd look at this field and you go, look, why don't I just try and win this race? But perhaps he thinks this is the best way to win the race. And he is going to make it hard. Whatever happens, he's going to make it hard for Rabjohns. Rabjohns is effectively leading that chase group. And the longer he goes in second place at the moment, the harder it's going to get for him, because he's not going to be able to get on the back of Cunliffe. And not only that, the others are going to start to smell blood themselves and get on the back of Rabjohns.
Yeah, I think that's the danger that Rabjohns is in at the moment. I feel like he needs to be with either one or the other. Cut adrift in the middle is a really vulnerable position to be in, especially at this point in a 5K. He's looking strong, of course, he's moving well, but it's how long can he continue that form if he's not closing the gap to Cunliffe? Surely the chasers are going to then start closing the gap to him.
Hey, look, if Cunliffe wins this, it's going to be the biggest win of his life, no doubt. He's going to take some absolute scalps out on the course. You can see the rest of Quimille Ingram just going past the picture to the left of picture on that split screen. Cole Gibbons in there, he's running phenomenally over half marathon. He's just doing it all this year, isn't he? Half marathon, cross country, he's eating it up, and I believe he even did a bit of a session this morning. A man like many others who have just fully adopted that double threshold regime. Frank McGrath, Dan Brooklyn. Both of those two leading what has formed a secondary pack. Rab Johns and co in second and third, and the rest of them, the whole field, if you like, are just filling those remaining spots.
Yeah, that's Matt Downey keeping Rab Johns for company, the 21-year-old managing to get on the back of him at the moment, but Rab Johns just putting in a slight surge, I think, behind our long-time leader, Cunliffe, at the moment.
Yeah, look at this, well over, well, just over, I should say, 6 minutes, but well through 2 laps to run. So we are operating in low 14-minute tempo. I think, you know, Cunliffe will know, 14:23 in Armagh. Can he build off it? It's difficult. You know, you look at a result from Armagh and you're like, well, that's probably going to be someone's lifetime best or season's best at least. But now we've got Podium Festival to answer.
Yeah, we certainly do, and it's really great actually that we do, because it gives athletes the chance to potentially right some wrongs, and it gives them that target to really go again. If you only have one opportunity a year, it can start to be a little bit challenging to really keep that targeted training going. But to have those 2 cracks a year, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I think Cunliffe's an interesting one. Yeah, I think a lot of athletes find themselves in this place. He's been up and around about that 14:25 tempo for a few years now, 3 or 4 years, and he's probably, every race he goes into, he's like, is this going to be the day? Am I going to finally obliterate my PB? And he's certainly going about it today. We're going to find out in a few laps or so's time. But sometimes when you're so consistent, all you need is for it just to click on that one occasion, and you can go there and obliterate your PB. And often that's a change of mindset which helps towards that, and perhaps this is certainly something that he's never done before, and he thinks, why not?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. When an athlete is more than capable, when they're so consistent, they are more than capable of breaking that next barrier, but it is a psychological barrier. It's almost like we saw Roger Bannister, of course, break it, and then so many followed afterwards. Once we knew it was possible, I feel it's a very similar principle here. When we know it's possible, we can go and absolutely obliterate our lifetime bests, and that'll be what Cunliffe wants to do, although he is being caught, Matt.
Well, yeah, and someone who's going to obliterate theirs if he keeps this up is Downey. This is fantastic running. I mean, very little to go off. 59th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships. I don't know if that indicates a 14-15 sort of 5K performance, but he's clearly in that sort of shape, and he's gone past Cunliffe. He's breezed past him. Downey will know who's behind him. He'll know the likes of Rab Johns, Oscar Schofield's in there, Henry Jonas, Pickering, Frank McGrath. All these guys he'll be familiar with, but it's clicking. Boy, he's pouring on. What have we got? 2 laps to run. 8.5 minutes on the clock. Downey just going from strength to strength at this stage, the man from Belgrave.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Downey's he's not even letting the rest of these guys get a look in at the moment. Our top 3 are off and away, and the chasers doing their best to reel them in. The big names that we said would feature so heavily have almost allowed this gap to grow, and so far we haven't been able to talk about them, Matt.
Yeah, I tell you, there's a lot of pushing and shoving a little bit further back. To be honest with you, everyone's sort of panicking. I don't know why. There's plenty of room to move here at Podium Festival. But Mark Ruby getting himself caught in a little bit of bother. But Downey, this is phenomenal. We did not expect this. This is a guy, a lifetime best of 14:39, a road PB of 14:43. Other than that, there's not much to write home about. He just hasn't done anything else, really. I mean, last year, 18th at a Surrey League cross country. Today's the day.
Absolutely, it seems like he's been away grafting in the background, keeping himself to himself. He's come out the woodwork, and in what a fashion he's done it. This is absolutely phenomenal. Of course, there's still plenty of running left to be done. We're approaching the 10-minute mark, but he's looking very, very strong, and he's leaving a trail of fantastic athletes behind him.
Yeah, he really is. And look, Rab Johns is still leading that chase back. You start to feel sorry for him a little bit. In 800 running, he's used to leading for perhaps the last 150, 200 of a race, but he's been out there leading for the best part of 3 kilometers at this stage, and they really are starting to queue up behind him. And there's another Belgrave vest coming into the mix. Tommy Shaw's in there. Dan Brooklyn's hanging in. Oscar Schofield. Quinn Meal-Ingram a little further back, surprisingly, to be honest, off the back of his winter. But expected to see him a little higher up. He's a good 5K runner as well, especially on the track. And he's a man who'll probably be fighting for a spot at the Bucks Outdoor Track and Field Championships at some point in his Birmingham Uni career. Might be difficult to make that team this year, though.
Yeah, that second Belgrave vest that we can see, that's Rafe Serif. He won the B Racer podium under the lights just a few weeks ago, and he'll be coming here full of confidence, hoping to rewrite that personal best once again. But at the moment, he might be sat in second, but he is the supporting act to Matt Downey. Mac Downey having the race of his life at the moment as the lead car comes round the corner into our view once again. And Mac Downey, he's still got that lead. He's still striding away, Matt.
Yeah, well, Belgrade putting themselves on the map in this one. Here we go then, lap to run. The sun has all but set here at New College in Leicester. If you're just joining us, we're live from this men's B race. We've got the women's A to go next, then the men's A, and then that mixed handicap mile. And look, you know, unless something goes drastically wrong, no one is catching this man. What's the 11:24 or so on the clock with a lap to run? I think we're going to see it's under a kilometre. To put it into context for you at home, Mark Ruby now is taking on that chase pack. Dan Brooklyn's still in the mix. Rap John's there as well. Adam Eade having a good one. Serif, his training partner to Downey, just starting to fade back a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like now that chase pack's starting to reshuffle. They're starting to really crank it up with less than a K to go. You've got to give it everything here. But it's all about Mac Downey and how much damage he can continue to do. How much daylight can he put between himself and the rest. He's looking strong. 12 minutes just over on the clock as he snakes his way around to the opposite side of the course.
Jesus, is it too much to think he can break 14? I mean, he's moving, isn't he? It's just to try and get a measure on where they are. He's probably got, well, he's into his last 800. But yeah, 2:14 might be a push. We might see something 14:10. But the fact we got the likes of Brooklyn and Ruby and Eade and Rap Johns in behind, you know, these are guys who are going to handle 14:15, no problem at all. Tommy Shaw moving through as well. Frank McGrath, where is he struggling a little bit further back, the national under-20 cross-country silver medalist, but it's all Downey, Rosie.
It is, it's all about Matt Downey today, and it's so deservedly so. The spotlight well and truly has to be on him. There's a battle going on behind, but that at the moment is not important to him. He's focused, his form is impeccable, he's just cruising through at the moment. He's locked in, he's ready to come round and sweep home in the very, very near future now.
Hey, look, if there's one part of this course which is slightly downhill, I mean, it's pretty much pan flat, ladies and gentlemen, but there is a subtle downhill on this section of the course. He checks his shoulder. He's got plenty of room, although the kick has started in behind. Brooklyn, he can finish fast. He's a 3:42 man at his best. He got knocked out the British indoor heats, but well, you can't snub that really. So it's him and Ruby, surprisingly, go 2-3. Downey still leads. Can they close that gap?
You got to think that it's all going to be Matt Downey now. They let the gap grow. They allowed him to take his lead, and they allowed him to just stride away. And he comes now into the home straight, Matt.
Downey's going to leave the field behind here in Leicester. The man from Belgrave. He's going to obliterate his lifetime best, we'll give it sure of that. He's going to be just outside 14 minutes. He came into this race with little form. A 60th position at the Bucks Cross Country Championships and a 14:39 lifetime best. He's obliterated it here, and he takes this men's B race, 14:09. Ruby in second by the looks of things. Brooklyn takes third, Eade in fourth. And they all flock across the line. How many men we're going to get breaking 15? Can we get the whole field? PBs galore.
Absolutely fantastic. What a race that was. It wasn't how we thought that was going to play out at all, but kudos to Matt Downey for that. He was absolutely phenomenal.
He was. A few of those track runners we mentioned before, I think they struggled, didn't they? I mean, Rap Johns was enjoying himself the first couple laps. It was a shame. He found himself in an awkward position. When you pull away from the field like that, there's no point slowing down. You just got to stick at your task and let them come back to you. Otherwise, you're giving away 3 seconds. But I'm sure if he could run that race again, he'd run it slightly differently. Because you think of where, you know, Downey came from. I mean, goodness me, it was Cunliffe. God, that feels like a lifetime ago he was leading the way.
It absolutely does. It feels like a whole different race, because that was just the Matt Downey show. And I have no other words.
Well, there we are. Just we were hoping for the whole field sub 15. I think we just missed out on that. A few of them just coming across the line just outside that mark. But yeah, credit to Downey. It's great to see someone sort of come out like that and just obliterate their PB and you know what, announce themselves on the stage. Well, let's hear from this man. Where on earth did that come from? Down with Jeff to find out. That will be, apologies, that will be coming very, very shortly. But yeah, we'll run you through some of the results then. So Downey 14.07, Ruby 14.13, Brooklyn 14.14. Here we are on the screen as well. I mean, this was from the previous race actually. Donkin taking that 14.32, another fantastic sprint finish, wasn't it? But Beadle, Sarif, Cumberland, Rabjohns with a 14.21, the under 20. So the leading under 20 home actually, Rosie, was Malon there. 14.15, so impressive run from him, and then Seb Beadle, the next man, before Rabjohns.
Yeah, it was a hell of a race. That was topsy-turvy, you might say. We expected it to be much more compact with some really big hitters in the under 20 category there. We expected it to be much more compact, much more tactical for much longer, ending in a burn-up over that last lap most likely. And that just got completely turned on its head, and it was so exciting to watch that unfold. But Mac Downey, take a bow, because that was absolutely fantastic. 14.09.
And we're going to hear from Mark Ruby. What a finish from him.
Well, we had two marks at the front of that race. Matt Downey was your winner, but I've been lucky enough to be joined by second place, Mark Ruby, who seems made up with that time, Mark. What was your previous PB coming into today?
Yeah, so I ran 30.22 last week on the track, which I think I knew there was a little bit more there. I soloed a lot of that race. So yeah, a big PB for me, which I went out to Kenya in January on a bit of a training camp with training partner Melissa Courtney from Pool AC. I was chasing Will, my other clubmate, in that race. So yeah, to have a bit of a big PB, I was over the moon.
So 14.22 recently, but you've gone 14.13 unofficially today, but we're hoping it'll become official. Melissa's running well indoors, so is there something in the group?
I think so, yeah. It would be very interesting to see what I can do on the track this year. Really chasing. So yeah, see what happens.
And are you sticking around for the races to come? And if you are, any advice for the races or the runners who are going to toe the line in those races? What would your advice to them be?
I think it's just really tuck in at the start, just work your way through. Lots of people go off really quick in these races, so it's just trying not to do too much work, and when the race starts at 3K really for me, then you can start to work and kick for home in that last K or so.
Well, you saved that kick to last in a fantastic second place. You came through like a train, so well done, Mark, and great work on the PB.
Well, it's great to hear from Ruby, wasn't it, a little while ago now. Second place in that one. They couldn't track down Downey, I don't think. Perhaps he's gone for drug testing. We have got drug testing here. No, yeah, jokes aside, you need it when you got the level of athletes we've got in these A races coming up. And, well, it was a bit of a performance out of nowhere, wasn't it? So, yeah, Downey, congratulations. But great to hear from Ruby. And 2 races over 5,000 meters in a week is very, very difficult. So to go from a 14.22 down to a just outside of 14.10 is impressive stuff. Rosie, these elite women up next. What can we expect?
Matt, I've been so excited about this race all week. It's going to be it's going to be an absolute cracker. We've got Verity Ockenden going in this, Jenny Nesbitt, Georgie Gret, Katie Stone. I mean, I can reel off names upon names upon names on this start list of athletes that could be ones to watch that we are used to seeing out on the international circuit. Izzy Fry, another one. She had a fantastic season last year. She was just out of the Olympic qualification, of course. She'll have her eyes on LA 2028. Absolutely stacked start line, and I can't wait to even begin to see how this starts to unfold.
Yeah, well, it was interesting yesterday. A lot of these elite athletes were asked who is going to win tomorrow, and well, every single man said me, and almost every single woman, you know, gave it to someone else. They gave the win to someone else. So perhaps they were just being kind. I truly believe that a lot of them would have the self-belief that they do think they can come here and win. And I know Snowden was very aware of the likes of Ockenden. The rumor has it Verity Ockenden has been you know, planning to come here and sharpen up for next weekend over the 10K and try and gain, you know, selection at European road running championships, which are around the corner. And she seems to be back to her best. You know, her final session, a tune-up session before this one today went very, very well, and she's not really tapering. As I said, she's really looking to peak for next weekend. So I know Snowden was worried about her. Snowden, a 15:23 runner at her best as well, but that's tough to match Ockenden's low 15 time that she's got.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's going to be a really interesting one. I think Ockenden has got to be the one to watch. Izzy Fry, of course, sub 15, her personal best, 14:59. Ockenden's indoor 5,000 times, 15:03. So they're going to be very closely matched over the roads here today, but we've got countless athletes on here. I mean, the start list on your screen there that have got GB representations, global medals, some phenomenal personal bests, the talent in this field. Description.
Yeah, and Jess Bailey there, she is a DNS. She won't be running today, unfortunately. She's here watching, though. I saw her a little bit earlier on, but that phenomenal 15:07 last weekend. I think she's just come down with a little bit of sniffles, doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to push it too much. But I know after that 15:07, I'm sure Barnesy was in talks with Dean Miller, and I think the plan was to get after that European record, Rosie.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I think she'll be absolutely gutted that she hasn't got that chance here today. But like we said a little bit earlier on, she's no stranger to the podium party. She'll be back for sure in the very near future, undoubtedly. So it's a shame we've not got Jess Bailey here today, but I think with the confidence, knowing that she has that performance in her legs, in her current fitness, it would have been unwise to risk making her illness worse for an attempt at the record here today.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Sarah McDonald either. Kaima Langa, sub 2 minute 800 runner. Definitely just seen her warming up, so looking forward to seeing what she can do. She's just got to hang tough, to be honest with you. Cristina Ruiz, a Spaniard, European cross-country representative on many occasions as well. There we are, Kate Snowden, mentioned Elena Strevens, won the Bucks short course or Bucks B race, whatever you want to call it. So coming off the back of a pretty strong cross-country season herself as well. Kate Willis, phenomenal cross-country season 2. B Wood, another one to watch. Great performance at Bucks, winning the team title with Cambridge University and bouncing back to the top 10 place at the National Cross-Country Championships. Another athlete looking for a lifetime best. I think we're going to see a lot of them today, Rosie. Conditions, I mean, I've got to say, it's absolutely perfect. The sun has set. There's not a breath of wind now. The previous races have proved it's going to be fast out here. Here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's nowhere to hide for these athletes today, and that can be quite a daunting feeling, knowing that conditions are perfect, knowing you're on a fast course. It gives you nowhere to hide, and that takes a very strong athlete to be able to go and put it all out there and see how it goes today. But the setting is so lovely. The sun is setting. We've got some kind of orangey clouds above us. It is really, really exciting.
Yeah, Amelia Quirk also in this, second at the English National Cross Country Championships. Looking forward to seeing what she can do over 5K, 15:35 runner her best. But she is starting to get back to that dominant level that we've seen from her in the past. I mean, she really is. So here we go then. These women, are they just edging forward? They're going to hear from Barnes. Holly Dixon there, you can see in the on jacket. I believe just going to get into her race kit now. So last minute, couple strides as tensions build down on the start line.
Yeah, about 5 minutes until that race gets underway, and this is probably the most anxious point for these athletes. They've gone through the warm-up, they've gone through the motions. At this point, there is nothing left for them to do that's in their control. They've just got to wait. And that's where the anticipation builds, and that can be where races are won and lost. If an athlete can't focus at this point, if they can't get a handle on those nerves, they can really set themselves back as they move towards that start line. The athletes will be lining up very, very shortly for their briefing from Chris Barnes, the mastermind behind Podium. He's done a fantastic job today. Podium Festival 2, of course, we started last year, as Podium has grown so much over the last decade, and it has grown again in 2025. It's been an absolutely brilliant day so far, and this race is only going to make it better.
Yeah, well, double the entries have appeared over today. Last year, just 800 or so finishes, and we had well over 1,500 entries turn up today, and it's just been fantastic. You mentioned earlier, Rosie, double the entries means double the crowd as well, to be honest with you. Everyone brings a friend or a family member. We've virtually got double the brands out here as well. Nike are in town this year, also on, so great to welcome them to Podium Festival. That village absolutely booming. A lot of athletes now will be on the beers after many PBs that we've seen, and they'll be soaking up these elite races to come. So here we go, just 2 or so minutes left, and that's eyes on Izzy Fry, someone that perhaps we haven't given enough airtime to, really, because she is probably the hot favourite in this one, given her performances on the track last summer. If she's anywhere near that form, she's going to dispatch of this field relatively comfortably. If she's at her very, very best over 5K, you would presume.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see just what form she is actually in. This is going to be the first time we've seen her properly in 2025, so it's going to be it's a guessing game for us at the minute. We know that if she is in form, she is the fastest in this field, hands down. But is she in that form? Is she able to put down a sub-15 minute clocking for us today? And it really will be something if she can. But that elite field, there they are, still on the start line. Photographers just getting their last few moments. And it won't be long now until we do get underway. They go just under 2 minutes to go, the clock ticking down.
Yeah, Poppy Craig McFeely there in the Herne Hill colours, 1:19. She'll be looking to obliterate her lifetime best of 16:54, an athlete capable of much more, representing Great Britain at the European Cross Country Championships, finishing up her final year at Cambridge University as well. Kai Malanga, far right of picture. Holly Dixon, Mia Waldman, another athlete to watch from St Mary's as well, Rosie, and she really has had a phenomenal winter campaign.
Yeah, she really has. It's been a breakthrough campaign for her, and we just hope that we can see her to continue some really strong form actually as we do move further through the season. She's had lots of injury struggles in the past, hopefully no more coming her way, but she has had a fantastic winter. Of course, 6th at the European Cross Country. She'll be looking to do something very fast here today.
Many names to look out for then. How is it going to go? Are we going to see a fast, aggressive start? Is it going to be a little cagey? A lot of these women, one thing we haven't mentioned, the elephant in the room, the prize money. £2,000 for the win, plus £1,000 for the British-only prize money. You know, this is the English Road 5K Championships as well. So the winner of this race, unless it's Christina Ruiz or Georgie Grech, is going to walk away with £3,000.
It's not a bad payday for one evening's work, really, is it, Matt? For what could be 15 minutes worth of running, 3K to take home is not bad going.
Exactly, that prize money paying all the way down to 5th, 6th, 7th, and possibly even 10th. But yeah, 2,000 for the win, 1,000 for second, 500 for third. These women will have that on mind. I wonder how many of them are thinking about it at this moment. Here we go, the women's A-Race Podium Festival 2025. Good to see some athletes ignore the watch, Izzy Fry being one of them. Many want to analyse those splits post-race.
And off we go. It is great to see them ignore the watch. Like you say, Matt, we want the focus to be on the race here today. We want the minds to be locked in as these athletes make their way down. 150 metres, of course, from the start gantry to where the lap count begins at the finish. 5 laps of the track here at New College, Leicester. And Izzy Fry, centre of picture at the moment, looking very comfortable next to Amelia Quirk.
Amelia Quirk, Charlotte Dannett in there as well, another athlete who's performed over the cross country this year, sort of getting back to her best, former UK Inter-Counties cross country champion. So Fry and Quirk up at the front, perhaps where you'd expect them to see. Difficult position for Izzy Fry, because going into this, we mentioned she probably is the strong favourite. The likes of Katie Snowden, that 1500 background, you're not going to see her up at the front for several laps, you know, not till that final kilometre. Verity Ockenden, a little bit of unknown quantity coming into this. Is she back to her best? Can she challenge the likes of Fry? Big confidence boost. All these athletes will just key off of Izzy. So when she's up at the front, she's got to make sure she's in control, and she's got a lot more gears to give.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got to make sure that she's placed sensibly. She can't allow herself to do too much of the work early on, because she knows that she is the one with a target on her back at the moment. So if she can keep herself placed nice and sensibly in those kind of top 3 or 4 positions, not let anyone get away from her, she stands a really good chance of stamping her authority on this race in the later stages.
Yeah, she does indeed. So we'll keep an eye on their lap splits. Several of the others just slotting into position. Ellie Wallace is another athlete to look out for, running well over 5 miles. Of course, no Ines Fitzgerald, no Megan Davies. So we have had a few dropouts. Sarah McDonald, another dropout. But Georgie Gregg, you just see her on the inside there in that Adidas singlet, just biding her time, tucking herself into this rather large lead pack at this stage.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing more of a replica of the sea race from earlier on that stayed in a really nice pack for a long, long time. We had some quite nice tactics playing out, some really strong racing as we came in towards the end, and a very close finish in the final lap. Whereas in the men's B, just a few moments ago, we saw someone really take it on and string out the pack, ready for Mac Downey to take the win. So looks like a more tactical affair in this women's race. Of course, the athletes will be very, very aware of the prize money up for grabs, and that will be heavily contributing to them wanting to go for positions as opposed to times.
Absolutely, and of course there is a bonus for the course record, and you know, that 14:59 last year was a great race, wasn't it, between Nyaga and Anlay of Ethiopia. Anlay coming out on top on that occasion. The same in the men's race. Gebriwet coming. Ethiopian victory last year in both the men's and female races, but with this field and these conditions, you know what, had they have had pacemakers, could have been under threat. But I actually like the fact, you know, we're batting on about times. I like the fact that we're going to get a race here. I like the fact there's a little bit of jeopardy on the line between the likes of Fry, Ockenden, you've got Quirk in there, Dixon, Georgie Gregg, Snowden, these athletes that surely are going to start to announce themselves as they approach completion. Well, they're through completion of lap 1, but the official kind of lap 1, I presume, is 4 laps to run here as they come through that start gantry. Izzy Fry just relinquishing the lead a little bit. 3:06 for the lap. That's fairly slow for these women, given that it's you know, well under a kilometre, so they're probably operating 3:15-ish tempo. Modest. So we're going to get a race on our hands.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what we've been wanting to see. We saw it a little bit earlier on. It's exactly what Podium's set up for, to see some good, honest racing. And it looks like that is what is on the cards at the moment, as they do sweep round that long, gradual bend over to our right-hand side. The athletes make their way to the opposite side of the course. We mentioned it a little bit earlier on, but it's one of the reasons why Leicester is just so fast here at New College. There's no particular technicalities on this course. We've got long, sweeping turns, some nice straights, and virtually zero elevation. This is the fastest place to be at the moment.
Yeah, Charlotte Alexander was another athlete up leading the way in that front group for a period of time, but now it's pushed on. It's really started to squeeze things now. It's strung out almost instantly, hasn't it? They've gone through the lap, fairly pedestrian, then as soon as they've got round that top bend, they've really started to push the pace, and it's thinned out.
Yeah, I think the leaders have looked at the split time and gone, we could probably do a little bit better than this. If I'm going to walk away with $3 today, let's make it a good, honest race. Let's not make it easy for anyone else to take it away from me. And who can blame them? That's exactly what we want to see. And now it looks like we're starting to have an honest race on our hands.
Yeah, we are indeed. Very, very good to see. Dina Alexandreva is another athlete in here. She's a sort of 16-minute runner, the Russian, but yeah, there you are. So leading just to the left of picture, but Fry, Ockenden, Quirk, I mean, these are the big hitters. They're definitely going to come to the fore in a sec. All they needed was someone just to instigate that first move. And Katie Snowden still in that lead pack. Good to see. So all the players are in there.
Yeah, absolutely. The big names that we expected to allow this race to play out and keep themselves in contention have done exactly that. I've got to say, Izzy Fry, sat in second at the moment, looks really comfortable, really happy where she is, and just is letting herself tick by. She'll have half an eye on that course record if she's in the shape that we hope she is.
Yeah, I think for Izzy Fry, this is a little bit of a challenge today because, you know, she is getting to the level now where she's world class. She can compete on the European stage. She holds her own. She's very, very strong over the 5,000 on the track. She's starting to master a really good finishing kick as well. But it's kind of what you can do in races like this to truly kind of announce yourself. You've got to be able to dispatch your fields, you know, given when you come into races the hot favourites. So I'm intrigued to see what she can do today. I mean, Rosie, there's a few rumours about her just trying out a few 10Ks over the next couple of weeks as well, building towards that track season, that spring season. So I wonder if she's got one eye on those European road running champs. Time will obviously tell. Now this is a much, much quicker lap. We're going to see that one under 3 minutes for these women. So yes, certainly moving up at the front now.
Yeah, we can just see Izzy Fry and Verity Ockenden trying to jostle for position a little bit. They're starting to get up on the leader and starting to really pick the pace up now. They'll be more and more aware of the time. Of course, they've got that lead car right in front of them. They can't escape the clock. There is nowhere to hide here at New College.
Yeah, and the athlete up at the front then, Emily Haggard-Kearney, the Northern Indoor Champion, over 3,000 metres, 9:15 lifetime best on her day. She's looking smooth enough, but 15:39 on the track and 15:42, so it shows you she is going to obliterate that if she can kind of keep this going. Ronan Kearney, her coach, the Northern Irish athlete, looking smooth, based in Merseyside now though, as she is the one doing all the work, and we did not see this coming.
No, it's definitely not an athlete we expect to see at the front, but I think the big hitters are quite happy to allow someone else to take on the workload at the moment. Izzy Fry really in a good position. I'm excited to see how this plays out for her, as I am Amelia Quirk, but it is great to see Emily Haggard-Kearney there.
Yeah, she's doing well, and I think Fry's just biding her time. A lot of the athletes just keen off her. Katie Snowden still hiding in there. Just recently signed with Nike for this next Olympic cycle, moving from Under Armour, of course, and she'll be off the Flagstaff soon to get in her sort of training camp to prepare for the outdoor season. She would have been disappointed with last year, obviously, that she had her reasons, but not going to Paris, and now bouncing back. Definitely LA is something that she can't miss, you know, so she's thinking ahead, she's thinking long term, and this is the start for her, really. So Snowden, you can see just behind Fry, right on the inside, hugging the rail around this top bend. I think Haggard-Kearney is on borrowed time up at the front.
Yeah, it looks like she's starting to just fade ever so slightly, but what a run it's been for her. Absolutely fantastic, and a great first half to her race here as we do approach the 9-minute mark in this. I've got to say, it looks to me like Izzy Fry's just waiting to almost be released. She's kind of like a coiled spring, ready to be sprung. Just biding her time, waiting for the kick. She's a smart racer, she's a fun racer to watch, and this is an exact kind of example of what we would like to see.
Yeah, you've just got to wait though, haven't you? You've just got to be patient out there, because, you know, if Fry does make that initial move, she's going to have 3 or 4 women go with her, and it needs to be distinct. It needs to be an assured sort of long run for home, just to really break things up, and then she can maybe settle, recover, and go again. So I'm interested to see her next move. It's a bit of a game of chess out there at the moment, at least for Izzy Fry. Imagine all the thoughts running through her head at the moment. What shall I do? She's probably a little bit frustrated. She's found herself at the front for all of this race so far. I know Haggard's been up there. Mia Wildman's hanging in there too, looking very smooth. Ockenden in pole position. I say pole, prime position. I correct myself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting now as Emily Haggard-Kearney does surrender the lead. She starts to move towards the back of that lead pack. Hopefully she can hold on for an absolutely blistering time and make her trip to Leicester worthwhile. But Fry now sat at the front. I think you're right, Matt. Maybe a little bit early for her to take the lead. She's going to be slightly frustrated at that. But sometimes you find yourself in these positions and you just have to go with it. And Fry is nothing but adaptable.
Yeah, I tell you what, India Weir is still in this pack as well. She's in the red. She ran 15:44 at the Podium Under Lights 5K a few weeks ago, and that was a mega run for her there. It was a big PB. She beat Lucy Jones on that occasion. Came out of nowhere as well, but now what one race can do to you, clearly as confident as ever. She belongs in this field, and she's going to be rewarded if she keeps this sort of going. If she can hang with these women over the last lap or two, she's going to be rewarded with a big lifetime best. We will be approaching that bell lap the next time they come under that finish line gantry.
Yeah, we absolutely will, and that's when we're really going to see this race hot up. They're moving through the spectator tent now, and the crowds really are loving the race here. We can see the spectators are packed thickly around the athlete village. The brands that have been here today have been superb. We've had so many of the big hitters here, so many of the fastest shoes on the market ready to kind of broadcast why they are the ones for athletes to go for. And now in the elite races, we're seeing some of their athletes really take to the stage and showcase just the talent they have in their ranks.
This is why we don't want pacemakers. You know, we've got 4 or 5 women who are in contention with just over a kilometre to go in this 5K. It's English 5K Championships as well. Fry is doing a phenomenal job for me. Just keeps squeezing it. She's pushing it. This is Jakubesque from those European indoors, isn't it? I would love to have a track on their splits at this stage. Obviously, we haven't got that sort of feedback, just their lap splits. Ockenden now looks for the first time to be under threat. Oh, there we go. Fry perhaps just getting clipped from Snowden in behind, telling him to back off, give me space. You know, if they want to come by, they should at this stage, but they won't. You know, they won't want to come by until the final 20 or so meters. They're going to taunt Fry, mess with her a little bit over this last lap. And how she responds, how she copes with this, well, it's going to kind of define her season, I think.
Yeah, we just got to hope that that little knock didn't kind of knock Fry psychologically. It was a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of almost, where's your race etiquette? Give me that room, allow me the space. If you're going to make me lead, at least respect the space that I need for that. So it's going to be really interesting as they do come round now. They are still sat neatly in a pack of kind of 4 or 5 poised to strike now as they come towards that finish gantry one more time. The bell will come through on this lap.
Oh, this is fast. This is very fast at the moment as well. I think we're going to see 15-15, something in that ballpark. So a few PBs on the card. Snowden's lifetime best 15:23 from Barcelona a couple years ago. Grek 15:20 as well. She, by the way, Georgie Grek, who we haven't talked about too much, going for selection for the World Road Running Champs for New Zealand. They're qualifying at some stage this year. San Diego sort of giving up the reins of hosting it. It was due to be in October. Back to the race though, Rosie. Fry, Ockenden and Snowden. Quirk is hanging in there. You think Grek and India Weir doing a fine job just to hold contact. That's what you've got to do. And then who knows what's going to happen at last 200.
Yeah, it looks to me like Fry's being a little bit beaten up there. She's being knocked side to side just as she comes round, and that's going to impact her as she does try and gain the momentum, gain the rhythm. She's doing all she can to hold on to the lead at the moment, but the athletes surrounding her really are just squeezing her and really not allowing her that space to kind of breathe. You can see her arms flailing out a little bit. She's twisting and she's turning slightly. We can definitely see that there has been a lift in pace and a lift in effort from Izzy Fry, but Ockenden and Snowden looking very comfortable either side of her and won't be too fussed that they've had to put that pressure on.
Yeah, look, Ockenden won in Armagh, didn't she? That was a bit of a sprint finish on that occasion. 9:05 for 3K. Katie Snowden, though, you've got to be looking at this thinking, oof, you know, she's someone you're putting your money on. That 3:56, 1,500 meter speed. You know, her and Fry in a matchup. Surely you're looking at Snowden, but it's in a 5K, it's on the road. She's out of her normal territory. Fry, for the first time, under pressure, starting to relinquish the lead and being asked questions. She's had it rough up at the front. So can she hold on and respond, rally again?
Yeah, she certainly has, and I think now that she's started to drop off the pace, I dare say she's going to struggle to get back on it. I think Izzy Fry has had to work really hard after being beaten around a little bit in that final lap, and now it looks to me like Snowden is the stronger of the two. Ockenden working really, really hard, but Snowden striding round the second half of this lap. They're out in the back of the course. It's a slightly quieter area, and they'll be sweeping their way home very soon.
Oh, this is fine running from Snowden. Whether or not she's got enough in her to hold off Ockenden at this stage. She did compete indoors, a pretty modest 4:06. You know, she closed to shut down that indoor season pretty early. It's great to see her operate over 5K. She wants to get back to winning ways on the track. Challenge for those world teams, challenge for those world finals. Rosie, she's putting on a show.
She absolutely is, and now here she comes, Katie Snowden. An absolutely fantastic run. She's storming home. The tape is going to be hers. Ockenden's going to be second. A absolutely phenomenal finish and a fantastically timed final lap. Izzy Fry took on the work. Katie Snowden kept the pressure on and timed her kick to perfection as she really pushed on in the second half of that final loop.
Goodness me, India Wiz back to the PB once again. I make that sort of 15:30-ish mark. Great running from all of those women, to be honest with you, and that was off of a very, very slow early pace. Think about that first K. I had it roughly about 3:15-ish or slower for that first K, which means they've closed out incredibly fast. They've operated at 15-minute tempo for that last 4 kilometers.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic running, and to see them pick up the pace like that, it's not easy to run a progression run and to that intensity. It's absolutely superb pacing in a sense of 5Ks can be really hard if you batter it out too quickly, but that was not an easy way to race a time like that.
No, it wasn't at all, and look at them all come across. We're still going to get a whole host of them sub-17. I mean, this is super running. I make it 50 or 60 of them inside 16:30 already. And head over to Race Timing Solutions for your live results. But yeah, what a battle. It's what we came for, didn't we? We want to see head-to-head domestic racing. Superb.
Yeah, that is exactly what Podium is all about. We want to see that competitiveness. We want to see that kind of championship-style racing, the tactics coming out. The times are second to the prize money, and that's exactly what we saw tonight.
We certainly did there. Bella Pickett coming across the line, just outside 17 for her. Good running from the Thames Hare and Hounds athlete as well. But there's been a lot of lifetime bests within that race. There certainly has. And well, you have just witnessed that women's elite race, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for tuning in. Do stick around because we've got the elite men's race up next. And then, of course, that mixed mile to look forward to. Confirmation then on some of those results. Snowden 15:19, Ockenden, Greg Fry just holding off India Weir, just hanging in there. Amelia Quirk 15:31, Haggart Kearney, by the way, nice lifetime best for her. Holly Dixon, Parker Waldman, and what a field. Holly Weedor as well, Jones, Gatsby off the back of her good cross-country season. Tarver as well, just missing out.
Absolutely brilliant to see that many athletes going under the 16-minute mark. That is superb and just shows the quality that we do have attracted to the podium races. It's absolutely brilliant. Even there, the second page of results, we can see some really, really low 16-minute scores. It's absolutely fantastic running.
And I hope we can, I hope the men can deliver a similar race, to be honest with you. You know, similar competition all the way to the wire. And, well, there we are. B. Wood, Eleanor Strevens, mentioned her beforehand. Poppy Craig McFeely. Being Poppy, 2 training partners, a second apart. How about that? Shared lots of miles over the last few years. So let's catch up with Katie Snowden then, the race winner here at Podium Festival 2025. She's down with Jeff.
Katie Snowden, our final women's winner of the day. Who's that chaperone following you? That's what happens, isn't it? When you win, you get tested and they're following you around. Your second to last race was a road win. Are you getting quite comfortable on the roads?
Yeah, I think I actually really enjoy it. Yeah, Steve Venner was actually asking me just before I stepped on the line what kind of shape I was feeling in, and yeah, I wasn't really sure what to expect, to be honest. So yeah, very pleasantly surprised with that.
It has been a long, long time since you raced. It was September, I think, wasn't it? Almost 6 months?
I actually did a couple of indoor races back in February, but yeah, I was coming off a very injury-hampered winter, so yeah, it was a bit tough. I think I was trying to do them off 6 weeks running, which yeah, figured out wasn't enough, so kind of gone back into more of a strength block, which is where this race fitted really nicely.
What's the plan for this summer for you?
I think try and qualify for the World Champs in Tokyo, so yeah, that's the main aim.
Tell us about this race. We've got a great crowd. It's a nice tight circuit. It's a real magnet for personal bests, isn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it looks a bit breezy with the flags, but running around didn't feel it at all. And yeah, obviously a great course to spectate with it being the lap course. So yeah, great fun. Definitely would do it again.
Good. Congratulations, our women's winner, Katie Snowden.
Well, what a fine run from Snowden, back to her best. Lifetime best for her as well. Sneaked it. So, there we are. Rosie, Leicester New College cycle track is faster than Barcelona. And it's a good omen for Snowden, because the year she went on to run 3:56, in that winter she'd run 15:23. So to come here and run 15:19, it bodes well for the summer.
It absolutely does. It's a great way to start out the summer months and move away from the cold, grueling slog of cross-country and head towards that delightful kind of summer track nights that everybody loves so much. It is a fantastic way to set that up. We can see the sun setting over Leicester at the moment. It is a very picturesque evening here in the Midlands. And now we line up, we get ready for the men's A-race.
We certainly do, and just going through those results, we did have, indeed, it was just over 60, 64 women break 17 in the same race. I mean, that is staggering. And when we look at how many broke 16 even, what would be 15, 16, broke 16 minutes, which again is just phenomenal racing. And as we see these men warm up, and rumor has it Alex Yee is in town, and hopefully we are going to hear from him very, very shortly. So he should be down with either Lewis or Jeff. Let's hear from Alex Yee, the man of the moment. London Marathon on the horizon.
We have here on the finish line. Please welcome to Leicester the Paris Olympic triathlon champion Alex Yee. And preparing for the London Marathon. How is it going?
Yeah, something like that. I'm feeling like a bit of a novice again, which is quite nice in a way. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and training's going okay.
I read somewhere that this is the maximum discomfort zone for you. Just over a month to go to the race. Are you stacking in the miles at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. I'm in a new level of mileage and stuff like that, which is all unknown, and I think that's where I'm doing my most growth, and I'm really happy to be in that place, and hopefully that will put me in a good place to go back to triathlon, but also do some more running races as well.
And even though you're doing long runs and plenty of mileage, are you still keeping the swimming and cycling going? Is that still part of it, or have you dampened that down a bit?
Yeah, it has been dampened down, but I'm still doing the same frequency of swimming and biking, so it's a lot more volume, but swimming and cycling, unfortunately, is getting a bit slower, but I'm enjoying it, and it's a good challenge.
And at one point, I think you had the second fastest park run time in history. You're pretty quick over 5K. Would you fancy this?
Yeah, I mean, I was in one of the podium races just after lockdown where Mark broke the British record and I was just behind him, so I'd love to come back and give the British record a crack at some point, but I don't think now's the right time preparing for a marathon. I want to sink my teeth into that and see what I can do.
And once you get the marathon out of the way, are you still just as hungry to deliver things in the triathlon when you go back to that?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, I've not been able to work on my run for the last 5 years because I've been working on swim and bike to get to the level which it takes to be competitive in the Olympics. And yeah, now I'm in a place where I can work on the run, and hopefully that'll put me in a better place to come back to triathlon and be a better person.
When you finally retire from competitive sport, will you just run, or will you keep the swimming and cycling going? Are you at heart a runner?
No, I've always thought, in 5, 10 years, 15 years, what's my identity? I think it's waking up and doing swim, bike and run. And that's what I love, and that's what I grew up doing. So yeah, hopefully I can do that for as long as I can before my knees give up, and I can be like my granddad who's 93 doing park runs still.
Well, good luck with the TCS London Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Yee.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Well, fantastic to hear from Alex Yee, wasn't it, Rosie? Interestingly, talking about the fact that he hasn't been able to work on his run for the last 5 years, building towards, of course, that Olympic gold medal, and now he can almost take his foot off the gas on the cycling, on the swim, and go, do you know what, doubling down on the marathon. And Jeff asking him the cheeky question, are you a runner at heart? We see him as one.
Yeah, I think the runners are very happy to claim someone like Alex Yee. He's a very, very likeable character. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say a bad word about him. And I think he knows his success came first in the running, and I think he's probably, judging by that interview, has missed being able to be that runner whilst he has worked on the other aspects of his triathlon. But of course, he's a fantastic competitor, and that's what we love watching, and that's why we love him so much. So it's great to see him here at Podium again. He was here last year as well. He's training in Loughborough at the moment. But absolutely brilliant to see the support of elites such as himself down here at Podium, and hopefully that adds to the excitement of the men's race still to come.
100%. Talking of that men's race, Andy Bouchard, fastest on paper, 13:06. a few years ago now. He's had a rocky couple of years, hasn't he, Bouchard? But it was great to see him. He's in fantastic spirits. He's got another little boy on the way as well. But, that 29-21, that was his first race back in a while in Valencia. So slightly disappointed for him over 10K. However, he reckons he's in good 5K shape, and he's come here for a reason, and that's the try and win.
Yeah, absolutely is, and I'll be interested to see how this race does play out. Of course, we've got some very young talent as well in this race. Will Barnicoat, one to watch most definitely. He's always a good racer to see.
Hey, look, Barney's going to be interested today. He's got one race this year. He DNF'd it out in France in a 3000, and I thought he was going to really target that indoor season, but it clearly didn't quite work out. Clearly had a few niggles. Something was wrong. So I'm intrigued to see how he can operate over 5K here today. He had a good race last year. He really gave it some last year. He got after it. He was fearless. Got on the back of Gebriwet and Cohen, Amos Langat, and just about managed to hold off. He hanged in there in the end, but he was isolated for a large part of that race. And disappointing not to see Nick Griggs here. Again, he's another athlete who suffered with a freak injury post that European Cross Country Championship. Still not quite ready, is he? But them two as well have got quite the rivalry, and Barney's got a pretty good record against Griggs at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly does, and it's going to be interesting to watch that. And of course, like you say, having DNF'd his previous race in 2025, he's going to want to be putting that right. And that fearlessness that you mentioned from last year, that's what's so important in races like these. That's what's going to win you some prize money, going to get you those top spots. That fearlessness, that ability to dig deep and put yourself in the hurt locker and stay there for a good chunk of this race. And that's what Barnicoat's so good at doing.
He is good at doing it, isn't he? The 3 times European cross-country champion, but, well, the unknown quantity in this, Jack Kavanagh. He was phenomenal in Armagh. He won the podium under Lights Battersea Park as well. Him and his coach, Neil Danby, have been talking about potentially going for a British record. I mean, Sam Atkins, 13:16, is that under threat? Course record, by the way, 13:19. Alex Yee mentioned that fantastic podium he did against Mark Scott when Mark went in around 13:20 up in Barrowford, just coming out of Povey. There's our Champagne, by the way. Switch from New Balance to sign a new contract with Asics. Good to see Jacob Kahn, England international, over to Matt Ramsden wearing the Mizuno colours. We'll be able to spot him in that red and blue. He's a very, very strong sub-14-minute man. Sicked at those UK inter-counties just last week on the cross. So how he doubles back is going to be interesting. He'll be in the mix. It's just such a deep field. It's like the women's, you know, the CVs on these athletes, Rosie. We could talk for days just lifting achievements that these lot have done.
Yeah, we absolutely could, and we could, yeah, continue that conversation forever and ever, I think, about how exciting it is and the prospects of the sport and how we can't wait to see them develop into various different athletes. And I think that conversation almost becomes redundant with our own excitement, our own passion for the sport, because this race is going to showcase all of it. And this race is why we're here. The women's was fantastic. The men's is going to be fantastic too. And this is why we love Podium 5K.
Yeah, and there are a few internationals that we should mention. Obviously, we talked about the prize money in the women's race. It'll be the same in the men's. £2,000 for the win, £1,000 for the English champion here today as well, and bonuses for the course record, area records, and well, 12:49 Aragari's world record. I think that's safe, don't you? But Amos Langat, runner-up last year, the Kenyan, Daniel Kimaiyo as well. Those two in some fantastic spirits in and around the hotel last couple of days. They really were, and I know they're confident, and they were completely oblivious to who they were going to be racing, but they were confident they were going to take the win, that's for sure. So, Langat and Kimaiyo right over on the far side of picture. There's Barnicoat. Bridger in there as well. Ooh, an unknown quantity, the man who won the inter-counties, under 20 inter-counties last year. Mario is there in those bright red shoes of Adidas. Here we go. The men's elite race Podium Festival 2025, the final 5K of the evening. Well, off we go then, ladies and gentlemen, here at Podium Festival 2025. What are we going to see? Course records, area records, national records, or are we just going to see a good old-fashioned dust-up? These elite men are underway in the smaller figure there in the white vest, Amos Langat. He's the man who was second last year. He'll welcome these much better conditions tonight, aren't they? Daniel Kimaiyo, not his training partner, both based in Kenya, but from different setups, different training groups. Langat based in I-10, as Kimaiyo's not, but those two off and at it straight away, aren't they? Goodness me.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's no hanging around in these early stages. It's going to be a quick one. That is absolutely evident, and we can see Gavin Wyham just looking really comfortable actually there, just ahead of Barnacle. The two youngsters are happy to sit on the pace in the early stages. It'll be really interesting to watch this one play out. We've got plenty of running still to do. We're only a minute in, but it's only going to be about another 12 or so, 12 and a half minutes until it's done.
They're moving, aren't they? They certainly are moving. And Gebri Mariam, I mean, we first heard of him sort of last year, didn't we? Sort of came onto the cross-country scene, won everything, English schools, in the counties at that age group, then went on, had a pretty strong track season as well. 7:52 on the track, 3:42 over 1500, and again, he was a bit of a winner. He was winning everything he was doing. The only race he lost on the track was second place at a BMC meeting where he ran that 3:42, 1500 meters, but not really a 1500 runner. Look out for Vinnie Magnusson. He's a man that we should be keeping an eye on. He's off the back of that European indoors. He was a late entry into this one. I think he was hoping to make that final, just missing out.
Yeah, it looks like it. And this race now, not gone off as quick as it initially looked like it might do. It looked like it was going to string out really quickly in those very early stages, in that kind of first 60 seconds or so. But now we've moved past that 2-minute mark. They've settled just a touch. That lead pack just starting to form. They're happy to sit there, to tick along, to allow the momentum to build and allow that to carry them round the next 4 and a bit laps.
Yeah, there is. We'll keep an eye on their lap split when they come under that gantry. Do watch the clock. Each lap is about 970 odd meters, so just under a kilometre. It gives you a rough indication of what sort of speed they're operating at, doesn't it? But, oh, Langat and Kimaiyo just having a little bit of a coming together there. Langat determined to just hold himself on the inside. Gebri Mariam, there's Vinnie Magnusson. There we are, so 2:35. We're probably about 2:40, 2:45 through the kilometre, somewhere in that ballpark. So 13:20, 13:30 range. Oshan Perrin moving very well, continues to impress. Often has a very short but sweet indoor season. Similar again this year. So not much change in this men's 5K as they come through. 4 laps to run.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable, very happily sat. Well, I do actually really like Barnaco's positioning at the moment. He's happily sat in the middle of that kind of lead pack. They've got 4 athletes ahead of him. He's sat nicely in between them. He'll be taking a nice bit of a slipstream there. He won't be working too hard. He's tucked away from any of the remaining breeze. The wind has dropped down considerably. In fact, it's almost non-existent now. It was really quite blustery this morning when we got here, and now it is so still for these final 2 races of the evening. But Barnaco's positioning at the minute looks absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it does. Quite a contrast to last year where he did find himself, you know, he had 2 choices, go with Langat and Gebri Wet, and he did in the end, and it was an awfully quick pace, wasn't it? But he did fade, and this time it does look a little bit more manageable. The fact that we've got 5, 6, 7 men in this sort of lead group indicates that. It's breaking up now. Bridger finds himself in a difficult position. Jack Kavanagh is a little bit further back. He's been the man in form over 5K, but he likes to run steady. He likes to just build slowly throughout the race. He always finishes fast. So you can see him just behind Tommy Bridger, who himself has had a fantastic indoor campaign, taking that Bucks title over 3,000 and missing that championship record by 0.1 of a second. It was very unfortunate. He did a lot of strong running towards the latter stages of that on his own.
Yeah, it's always heartbreaking when you do see a margin that small, but I'm sure it's only added fuel to the fire, and hopefully we'll see some of that additional motivation, that additional kind of almost pain from that race coming through in his running today. He's not going to let that happen again. He's going to strive for every minute second he can get for a personal best here. He's running strongly actually at the minute on the back of this lead group, and he's looking really quite comfortable.
Yeah, Oshan Perrin just always surprises me. I mean, whenever he races, it's just gung-ho, hang on for as long as possible, and he always just, out of nowhere, releases this unreal performance. And if he can hang with these guys, he's going to have another one tonight. I think they're well inside that 13:40 range at the moment. Kimaiyo and Langat just feeling it out. And I wonder when they're going to really put the foot down, or someone like Vinnie Magnusson, Gebri Mariam, Barnacle, are they going to make a move? I don't think they're in the position to. I don't think they'd want to until it was very, very late on, to be honest.
Yeah, I think for the younger athletes in this, I think the longer they stay as a pack like this, the better. They're going to be grateful for the almost the momentum, the slipstream that they can get from these more experienced athletes, from these internationals that are in the field this evening. And if they can stay there and they can keep it to a late finish and really try for a burn-up, that could be very beneficial.
So that was a slightly slower lap, 2:40 or so through that one. Slightly slower than the first, but it has strung out, so you're just starting to see not many men can live with this. Kavanagh there just working his way through the field, still in behind Bridget. Jacob Kahn's moving through as well, and you can see the rest of Jeremy Dempsey, Ben Bradley's in there, Sam Stabler, a whole list of names, Alex Malloy. We could go on forever, like you say, but as we focus, look at this. This is a surge now. Kimaiyo is off. He's wanting to push it. Perhaps he's fed up and not having the inside as well. And you can see him sort of leaning in on Langat, his countryman.
Yeah, you can see him just adding that pressure to Langat and just wanting to kind of find that race line, make the most of every kind of meter he can get hold of. That's absolutely fair enough. It's a good racing tactic, but obviously quite frustrating when you are the one that has also been doing a lot of the work, sharing the workload. It can put you at quite a disadvantage. As soon as you're suddenly squeezed, it can knock you a little bit, impact you psychologically, disrupt your rhythm. You can't let that happen.
Butchart just dropping off that lead pack. I wonder if he just measures his effort, he's going to be able to sort of sweep up the likes of Barnico and Oshan Perrin. If they do pop, they may well not, of course. So still Kimaiyo and Langat up at the front. Kimaiyo, by the way, 13:04. He's the fastest man in the field. Butchart's next. And Butchart, we mentioned a torrid couple of years, you know, Achilles injuries, and of course attempted a few marathons, London and New York, DNF'd in both, and I think he's gone back to base. He said, look, I'm a 5,000 and 10,000 meter runner. That's what I'm good at. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really challenging time for him. The injuries that have flocked his way, like you say, have been absolutely awful. He's almost had to completely leave the circuit, and we've not seen him race properly for quite some time now, and he's making a resurgence now. And I think, as you say, Matt, going back to the basics, he knows he's a 5,000, 10,000 meter runner. He knows he's good at that. He knows that's his strong suit. I think returning to that kind of instinctive form is really going to help him.
Barnico, Perrin, Gebri Mariam, those three fighting for an English title here. Kimaiyo and Langat doing all the work for them. Unofficial pacemakers, really. Can they hang on as long as possible? Barnico, we know, when he gets himself in the position with 200-300 to run, there's not many who can live with the kick. He talks about the kick being all mental, especially over the country, especially in 5,000 meter races. And boy, is he strong.
Yeah, he really, really is. And we're going to start to see that mental strength coming through, I think. And we can see there that lovely shot of that home straight as we come towards the finish gantry. There's almost no wind left here in Leicester. And it's a perfectly still evening for a fantastic race.
Yeah, just to the left of pitch, and then we can see that sort of third group, if you like. I think Brett Rushman's in there, Solomon Akraporis, Mark Kavanagh was sort of up to the front of it. So Kimaiyo again, same part of the course, he's off, and he's done this the last couple of laps now. He does it once again. Langat, for the first time, slipping back into third. Gebri Mariam sneaks through on the inside. To put into context, Gebri Mariam, you know, yes, on the weekend, or last weekend, should I say, he beat Will Rabjohns, but Rabjohns was in the B race. And, you know, was outside 14 minutes. So what Gebri Mariam is doing here is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge step up, head and shoulders above the rest of the field that he would have been competing against in that cross country. And now we see him kind of come into his own, actually. He's looking really strong, really smooth. There's almost no interruption in his stride at all. He's just mimicking the strides of any athlete around him that he can tuck in behind for any sort of kind of energy conservation. Doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Barnico, whether it's one of the internationals, doesn't matter. He's not phased. There's no intimidation on Gebri Mariam's face.
Mate, the way Kimaiyo's moving, I mean, has he counted the laps right? Because he is seriously surging. I mean, we don't know, we don't see him race often enough, but he's grimacing, you know, the teeth are showing. He's smiling away. He's a superb character, by the way, he really is. But yeah, Gebri Mariam's gone with him. So I wonder how long Kimaiyo's going to keep this going. Has he got more in the tank? Or is this his long, hard drive for home? But these two are just away and clear now.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and if they can hold this intensity to the end, it's going to be really quite something special to witness. Of course, they do have that clock right in front of them on the lead vehicle, which they'll be able to see throughout the race. So hopefully that will stop them misjudging the distance and the laps to go too much. But if they can sustain this run for home, it's going to be really phenomenal.
Callum Elson's in there a little bit further back. He's in that sort of chase pack where it just starts to bunch up again. Of course, we've been predicting his time throughout the afternoon. I perhaps have made a terrible mistake and guessed 13:52. He looks to be moving much better than that at the moment. Anyway, more on these boys at the front. Kimaiyo just goes again. It's almost every turn he comes into, he just wants to squeeze things. Ask the question. For me, looking at the body language, is he aware he's got another lap?
Yeah, he's almost kind of just hoping that it's going to carry him through. He's almost not thinking about how far he's got to go. He's surging time after time, slingshotting off these corners, if you like. It's going to be really intriguing to see now.
Gabri Mariam, on the other hand, looks very, very controlled, and he just eases ahead. And I honestly think Kimaiyo's miscounted the laps here, because as he was approaching the finish line, you could see it starting to click in his brain. He was going, oh my God, I've got another lap. Or is Gabri Mariam just surging clear? He looks supreme, doesn't he? This is a man who is announcing himself. He competed on the British circuit all last year, dominated the under-20 cross-country scene. Beyond that, we didn't see much of him. We saw him on some track races in the summer, represents Birchfield Harriers, Eritrean background, Eritrean roots, and he's putting on a show here at Podium Festival.
He absolutely is. He looks so strong. He looks almost untouchable right now. That form is just unwavering. The increase in speed, the increase in momentum, the cadence, it almost looks like it hasn't impacted him at all. He's just floating through this increase in pace. He's floating through the gears and is just happily trotting along in control at the moment.
Kimaiyo's hanging in there, though. Amos Langat in third. He was hoping to come here and better that silver medal, or I guess second position he got last year. He's going to have to hold off Barnico and Perrin in behind him. Oshan Perrin, boy, he's running Barnico close here, isn't he? That would be an upset. If Perrin beats Barnico, that's a big, big upset. But both very, very high caliber men over the 5,000. They really are.
Yeah, absolutely. Barnico looking strong in the background of that shot on your left-hand side. Orange top, of course, is Barnico. He's moving very well now. But it's all about the man at the front.
12:20 on the clock. That course record, podium record, 13:19. One to look out for. Is Gabri Mariam going to be able to do it? Look at Barnico. He's rallying. Oh, my goodness. These boys up front, they've been going toe for toe, surge after surge after surge. Barnico's kept it much, much steadier. He can finish fast. He's getting a sniff out on that far side, isn't he? We've got, what, 300-400 meters to run. We're going to be about that 13:20, 13:30 mark. Who's going to win?
It's definitely going to be tight. Gabri Mariam surrenders the lead for the first time in about a kilometre or so. And now he looks like he can't quite live with the pace.
Oh, Kimaiyo. I thought he miscounted the laps. He's looked like he's been right on the limit for the last 3 or 4 kilometres, hasn't he? Surged time and time again. But Daniel Kimaiyo, to the form book really, 13:04 man on paper, comes here and he's going to win in the Podium Festival 2025. The man from Kenya is king in Leicester. Barnico's going to get second. What a run from him. Gabri Mariam takes third, Langat, Kavanagh, Perrin all across the line. Wow, Callum Elston as well. Whoa, 13:35. This is nuts. Rosie, how many men are going to break 14? Butchie comes across. Mark Pearce with a massive lifetime best. Tommy Bridger. This is crazy.
What an absolutely phenomenal finish. These men have absolutely obliterated the barriers we thought, the markers that we thought they'd hit this evening. Just goes to show the absolutely fantastic conditions. The standard of racing here in Leicester this evening has been absolutely phenomenal. The domestic talent we've got here in British middle distance running is just huge.
Whoa, to think you finished 20th, 30th in a race and you've run 13:55 or 13:50. I mean, that is actually nuts. I'm pretty speechless. To see all those men, you know, yes, we saw Barnico. We expect that from Barnico. You know, it's a massive road PB for him. I mean, that was phenomenal. He's not far off his track PB here tonight. But then after that, to see all those men flood in well inside 14 was staggering, absolutely staggering.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the biggest thing of this evening. Like, the individual wins have been so impressive. They've been mind-blowing, in fact, some of the performances we've seen today. But the biggest thing, the most important thing you could say about Podium is seeing all of these athletes, the talent that has come together under one roof this evening. They've all been so tightly packed. It's been so impressive.
Right, let's hear with the race winner down trackside with Jeff, and actually I believe, apologise, we're going to catch up with Will Barnico, the man of the moment. as far as the British field was concerned.
Who finished second. Huge run there, Will. Well done.
Yeah, Will's with me. You ran very well here last year. You're in the form of your life right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I've put in some good miles in the last couple of weeks, so it's good to see that the work I'm putting in is reflecting coming out on the road. And I'm just like, I'm really looking forward to sitting up in fun, and then I'll be into the track.
And at about halfway, it looked like you might have had a chance of winning it. Were you thinking like that?
To be honest, I saw those guys, like, they kind of ran away from me a little bit, so I just kind of saved a little bit. You had a couple of the guys behind me just biding my time, and I knew I had a bit of a kick on the last lap to take second in the end.
What are your hopes for 2025? What are your targets in the summer?
I don't know, I'd love to go like 13 teens, maybe sub 13:10, and obviously you've got to whittle down the old 15, so that's my time, that's my target.
Will you come back for this every year? It's served you quite well so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is my favourite race of the year by far, yeah.
Congratulations, Will Barnicoat, the first Brit, second overall. Good work.
Incredible. Simply incredible. Daniel Kimaiyo with the win, 13:27. So we didn't get a podium record here tonight, despite conditions being better than last year, but boy, did the Brits impress. Will Barnicoat, 13:30, Gabriel Mariam, 32, Langat, 33, Kavanagh, 34. Ladies and gentlemen, I made it 32 men, broke 14 minutes tonight. Superb, and that is the strength of British distance running right there. Will Battersall down, goodness me, 30:38. Beats Bouchard, though, Mark Pearce, so the two training partners, two steeplechasers moving very well. Vinnie Magnussen off the back of the Euro indoors, perhaps just a little bit fatigued. Matt Ramsden with a lifetime best for him. Oh boy, the summer's going to be exciting, isn't it? Conway Morgan, Otfar, the Swede, the young Swede, the under 20, 13:50. Trains alongside Seb Larstad, who ran that almighty 13:36 in Armagh, didn't he? Van Alcock with a lifetime best. Khan, Stabler, Bell. Virtually, you could write PB next to all these gentlemen, to be honest with you. And very impressive. Jeremy Dempsey breaks 14 for the first time. And agonizingly was Solomon Akrafro Smart, 14 minutes, the triathlete and SportsShoes athlete in resident, and he's been running 14 minutes time and time again. Just can't quite break it, but he does get closer and closer, and I'm sure we'll see him break it next time. So, well, if you didn't know who Gabriel Mariam is before, you certainly do today. But right, the next event on this fantastic circuit, this electric circuit tonight, is going to be that mixed mile. It's not until 7:15 though, folks, and it's going to be in a handicap format. The big hitters, Solly Parker, Tyler Billiard, Tom Dodson and Crauken, they await, they're out there warming up. We'll have a short break, and we'll be back in a short while to kick things off, to finish things up, shall I say, with that mixed mile.
You don't need headphones to cancel the noise, or a trophy to feel like you're winning. You don't need to go far to leave it all behind. All you need to do is move. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
So one more race to go. It's been an incredible day. We started off at 1:15 with the open race, and it's been 5Ks thick and fast since then, going every half an hour. We've just had our final 5K race with the elite men's A. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had some brilliant performances, some huge standout runs and some absolutely quality athletics all the way down the field in each and every race. But we do round off the day. The last race goes off at 7:15. And that is the mixed mile. So that mile will be contested by both men and women. The women given a 36-second head start on the men. So it's a handicap race. And that 36 seconds, the women will make their way around the course. Then the men will be set off. They'll be asked to chase them down. Whoever crosses the line first will be the out-and-out winner here at the podium mixed mile. They'll take the spoils, they'll take the prize money. Doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. Whoever can reach the line first with a 36-second head start for the women will take the win. It's going to be a very exciting one. This was, of course, trialled at the New Year's Eve podium just a couple of months ago to a huge success. It was an absolutely fantastic race, actually. Very, very exciting. Had spectators guessing until about the final kind of 50 metres or so. Really tight on the line. And hopefully we'll see something very, very similar here this evening. It is very fast here at New College, Leicester. It is probably the fastest place in Leicester to be at the moment for 5Ks. It's a cycle track round New College. Very long, looping bends around the course, lots of straights, really nice, easy running, no elevation at all. Absolutely perfect, especially for the super shoes. We've had so many brands here today showcasing those super shoes. We've had Nike, Saucony, Adidas, Mizuno, Puma, On, Asics, Hoka, New Balance. We've had Garmin here as well, Morton. The brands have been endless. Red Bull, I can see the Red Bull tent right in front of me now. They've had a party going from start to finish today. It's been an absolutely fantastic festival. Of course, the first edition of Podium Festival came this time last year, back in 2024, and it was an absolutely raging success. It's absolutely brilliant, that was. It's returned for 2025. Chris Barnes, the mastermind behind Podium, has managed to increase it about tenfold. And the party that we've had this afternoon has been fantastic. I strongly encourage you to go back and re-watch some of the races from today's action. We've had some brilliant, brilliant talent here today. We had the graded races, of course, earlier on. And then we moved through all the way to the elites. The elite women went off about 6:30, I believe it was. They were fantastic. Tactical masterclass from them. Of course, prize money up for grabs for our top racers. Followed by the elite men who have just concluded, and that was just as exciting. So do go back and watch the action from earlier on today. You have coverage from myself, Verity Ockenden, and Matt Seddon. We've been here with you all day long, and we can't wait to see this mixed mile in a few moments' time. A reminder, that's going off at 7:15, so time to go and grab yourself a quick snack, a quick cup of tea perhaps, and get yourself ready for what's going to be an absolutely blistering mile. You can see there the Mizuno arch being lit up by some camera flashes. We've got party lights going. The stream, of course, will continue through this mixed mile, so please do stick around, enjoy the final bit of racing action. We are privileged to have Podium Festival return. Podium, of course, has been fantastic. What a platform that has grown into be over the last 10 and a bit years. Really showcases the domestic talent we have here over 5K running. And you can see the calm on the course at the moment, the calm before the storm, before this final race does get underway. We've had spectators packed in and around the Athlete Village today. The course, very spectator friendly, generates a fantastic atmosphere. Everyone that's come off the course today has said how good the atmosphere has been. So this final race, of course, just a mile long. It's the shortest race of the day. It's going to feel very, very quick indeed. So do go get a snack, go get a drink, and rejoin us at 7:15. the brands have been fantastic as well today. Like I mentioned a few moments ago, we've had heaps and heaps of top brands here showcasing their shoes, their kit, their accessories, lots of freebies for athletes to grab as well. Plenty going on, some really nice fun activities as well. Adidas have been doing finished photos with your personal best embossed on them. We've had design your own tote bag from ASICS. We've had New Balance have had a grab a game, like an arcade, for you to win a freebie. Been some brilliant things out in the Athlete Village today. So if you've enjoyed watching the live stream, try and get down to us next year for Podium Festival 3. It's been a great day. It's really, really fun. Free entry, of course, for spectators. And they are coveted spots for the entry for those racing the 5K. Of course, sold out within a couple of days when entries were released back in October. Chris Barnes was able to extend the entries post-Christmas and open it up to double the size of Podium 2024. We've had twice as many athletes here today. And that, of course, means twice as much fun, twice as many spectators, twice as much love for the sport. It's been absolutely brilliant. So, of course, Podium, a fantastic platform for those athletes that are bringing that sub-elite category to start to branch their way, try and break that into becoming elites, of course. Big brands buying in. SportsShoes, of course, now helping out with Podium. They are the owners of Podium Festival. And that provides a platform for brands to buy in, donate kit to the athletes at the highest level, and allow athletes to pick up a free pair of shoes, some race kit perhaps. It really generates a very special day.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are 15 minutes away from the final race of the evening, perhaps the most exciting, and that's a bold statement given what we've just witnessed, to be honest, in both the elite women's and the elite men's race. Just rather still speechless, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, this mixed mile promises to be as interesting as ever. And will the women come out on top? The prizes and the prize money will go to the top three across the line. And women will be starting with a 36-second head start over the men. And the likes of Tyler Billiard, the man in form, Tin and Crawken, Tom Dodd will have to give chase and try and close him down. And do you know what, Rosie? Another dynamic to this mixed mile for me is the fact it's quite dark. So they're not going to be, and there's these long sweeping bends where you lose sight of those up the road. You can't quite see them. So these women are going to be kind of out of sight and almost out of mind for these men for a large part of this race.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, actually, Matt. I think that's going to add a really kind of key aspect of this race is the fact that these athletes will be out of sight. They'll either be in the darkness or around the corner where they won't be able to be seen unless athletes are looking around for them and expending their energy, glancing over their shoulder, looking to their left, to their right. And I think that's going to be quite advantageous for the women, actually. We saw when this event debuted at Podium New Year's Eve that the men just about edged it. Just about. It was very, very close, but Holly Dixon unfortunately relinquished the lead in the final kind of 50 metres or so. And I feel the darkness around this event, the course itself, allowing the women to be out of sight almost makes them harder to chase in this one, and that could be the difference between the win and not for the women.
Yeah, I think you're right there, and we can talk about some of the form, but who we're looking out for? Well, Holly Parker, perhaps the favourite, 4:12 lifetime best over 1500, 4:31 mile in Boston. And, you know, Chris Barnes has looked at it. You mentioned what it was at New Year's Eve, around about that 30, I thought it was 34 or so seconds. I think they've extended it because of the fact that the men, you know, and we saw that, you know, that the mile race in Hawaii as well, they've consistently just, well, actually the opposite. I think they've cut it down over time because the women kept winning. And then, you know, for this one, it was the first time Hobbs managed to win, or vice versa, actually. I think Hobbs came close, but Nikki Hill held on. But yeah, so we'll see if that 36 seconds handicap is accurate enough, and you can see the entrance to that event village. But everyone just breathing a bit of a sigh, just taking a breath after that men's elite race. I mean, for 32, I just went out there and chatting amongst some of the people witnessing that, and they were as speechless as you and me, Rosie, to be honest.
Surprise! It's been a fantastic day for spectators, and what a race that was for them to see. So I'm glad that the spectators here have had such a good time and have enjoyed it as much as me and you have, because it has been a brilliant day of racing.
Yeah, we talk about this, I mean, by far and away, this is the best 5K on British soil, to be honest with you, and even when you compare that to any track 5K that we host, because, you know, to have 32 men break 14, but more importantly, to have them all at the same venue, running at the same time, is the special. And it was the same in the women's race. To have so many of our top women compete against one another, we don't see it enough. And I would argue that is probably the last time in the whole of 2025 we will see those athletes compete against each other, and we will see a field that deep. You know, the only other time perhaps is the British Championships, but then you lose, you know, athletes go into different events here and there, don't you? The likes of Callum Elson, who finished incredibly high up in that race, you know, we won't see him at the British Champs in the 5,000, or at least we don't think so. Maybe he changed his mind after that result. You know, we saw Pierce, Battershaw, other guys running 13:30 odd, and you know, they'll most certainly be in the steeplechase hunting for that world championship standard. So great to have everyone compete over one distance on one evening here in Leicester, and it was just quite frankly special, and hats off to Barnes and the team. Of course, we have got one more race to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It really is a special evening for them all to come together in one event and to see the true depth in British endurance running. We often talk about how strong we are through the ranks, and we often speak about how good a spot we're in, strength and depth at the moment, but it's rare that we get to see it in practice, and today we absolutely have done. It's been a privilege to watch, and this final race, I'm sure, will just be the icing on the cake.
It will, and you can see this is that top bend, by the way. We haven't seen too much of it, and you can just see how fast it's going. It's not a breath of wind, and look, you get these magical moments. And I'd argue the last time we seen a moment like that at Podium was when Beth Potter went and ran that European record in 14:41, and that really kind of took Podium off to what it is today in 2021. Like, it was crazy, but I was there that night, and there was just something in the air. You know, everyone was running fast. It was relentless. And the same night when sort of Mark Scott, it was a different night, but same sort of atmosphere where Mark Scott and Yee-Dog, you know, post-COVID, going toe for toe. It was just special. It was great racing, and they all ran fast. And that was what Podium was kind of all about. It wasn't just fast times. It was about the racing. Can we get the deepest fields possible? Can we get the exciting names out? And that's what we've had today. It really has ticked all the boxes.
Yeah, absolutely has, and I feel like whilst you can't manufacture that type of evening, you can't bring that special sort of unique vibe to an event, you can't force it. Podium does a really good job at providing it with a platform for it to occur, and there's a reason why they do crop up at Podium events every so often, and I think we are very, very lucky to have it on our doorstep, have it dotted around the country. Barrowful, of course, another fantastic venue. Battersea Park's often hosted Podium 5Ks or under the lights, and it's absolutely brilliant that we've got these events.
But a demand for this event now, it begs the question, next year we're going to have to host it over a whole weekend, Saturday, Sunday, because, athletes will look at these results and go, my goodness, if I'm going to set my PB, I'm going to do it here in Leicester at Podium Festival. So I can imagine there's going to be extreme amounts of demand. My one bit of advice, though, for the team, not that I'm in a position to give advice, they do a phenomenal job of putting on events, but with the entries coming out so early, I couldn't help but notice, especially in that women's race, we had 70, 80 or so, or 90 or so finishes, but we had 30 or 40 who didn't turn up today, who didn't race. And that's, but these are athletes who would have been entering this event when it came out sort of October, November time. Very tough to predict. One, if you're going to be healthy. Two, if it's going to work for you. Maybe you're burnt out after the cross season. Whether you're going to be, to sign up for a race 4 months in advance is difficult for a lot of athletes. So there have been, a lot of people who, despite being on the entries and being record number of entries, who actually haven't turned up. It hasn't taken away from the day at all, but I think they might have to think about releasing the entries a little bit later into the season, into the winter.
Yeah, it's a good point, or perhaps an entry transfer system for athletes to be able to deal with transferring or buying these entries off of each other in the future. Perhaps I don't know how feasible that would be, but
yeah, I mean that does happen, doesn't it? Almost selling back your entry and opening up the door for others, because I know there was a massive waiting list for it as well. And someone like Barnes, you're never going to know until these athletes turn up on the night and they check in and they collect their number. So perhaps more of that. I know the BMC have that same issue. They open their race fixtures super early on, and people sign up for 10 races in the summer season and only do 3. It's a nice problem to have, I guess. But because the demand is going to be there so much, they probably are going to have to think about that.
Yeah, I think so, and especially as Podium does inevitably continue to grow, there is no way that this is slowing down anytime soon. So hopefully we'll see some sort of alternative crop up at some point, because we want to make sure that we are maximising the opportunity at these Podium events. We want to make sure that every spot is filled if possible, because that is exactly what it's all about, and we want to see these busy races.
Well, here we go, and then the reason the camera is on this tent, the cheer zone, if you like, where the noise has been echoing all evening long, the tune truck just to the left of it as well, and the man dead center in the middle of this podium course, there he is, Tyler Billiard, just walking past the camera. He's going to be off to Washington in the autumn. Going to go work under the famous, the legendary, quite frankly, Andy Powell. I know he's very excited for that. Talking to him about his goals for 2025, to be honest, I think he realizes how good the team is at Washington. He was like, look, I need to go over there and be in the best shape possible. Can I start running 335, 334 just to match, what they're currently doing? It's frightening over in the NCAA. So we look forward to his season, but he'll treat this like a little bit of fun. And I guess I wonder if him, Tom Dodd, Tina Crorkin, they know each other, where they're going to bump heads and go, hey, can we help each other out to reel in these women? Or are the others going to go, Billiard, you're the fastest man in the field, it's all on you, buddy?
Yeah, I think either is a very plausible outcome, of course, but I reckon it could well be left to Billiard here. I reckon they could step aside and say, well, come on then, take us with you, see what you've got, and if that's how it works out, we could look for kind of a double tactical affair, in the sense of we're looking for the tactics between the men and then the tactics to catch the women. And how thought out is this going to be? It's going to be really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, and on the women's side, we mentioned Holly Parker. She's in fine form, 8th for those British 1500 metre championships. But Ty Brockley-Langford, another one who could probably match Parker for a large proportion of this race. Bucks Indoor 1500 metre champion, 4:18. She ran on that occasion. She comes into this in pretty good form. Anytime you're running a sort of PB territory in a championship final, shows you could probably do more as well. So again, I wonder if they'll work together to try and hold off these men for as long as possible, because I think there'll become a period in this race, perhaps that sort of 100 to go, 150 to go, where if the gap is too big, it's going to be very difficult for the men. I think the women are going to grow in confidence the longer it goes on.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be really interesting. And coming back to your point earlier on, Matt, about the course and the darkness impacting how this race will play out, it's going to be uncharted territory for a lot of these athletes. I think it's a very new event. We only saw it crop up at Podium New Year's Eve anyway. But to do it in these conditions, this setting, is going to be a whole new ball game.
It is. A few of the others to look out for then on your screen. Alexa Sam Yates in here, Alex Gruen, Oxford University shooting another 345 miler. We've got a few of those in here as well. Ryan Martin, 345 miler. I do apologise. I wish a 345 1500 meter man. Ryan Martin as well, fourth at the Bucks, 800 meters, 2025 indoors. He comes into this in good shape, just 21 years of age. Max Selby from Tonbridge, second at those London indoor games. He's a 349 man. So, you know, I think certainly in both fields you're going to get a lot of people just, I mean, you've got nothing to lose. You just got to go with it. You know, for those who potentially aren't the heavy favourites, aren't the big hitters, you just got to hang in there for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just got to throw everything at the wall and hope it sticks, really. I think you just got to absolutely go and go for as long as you can. Hang in there. And this race will be over and done with in about 5 minutes. So,
yes, it certainly will be. And Emily Lowry, someone who did this, had the opportunity to race this same format on New Year's Eve, and 4:56 for the mile on that occasion. But she has since bettered her 5K PB in that time, and she's much better form, operating in that 1640 range over the 5,000. And she is predominantly a 1500 runner as well. So the women, Rosie, looks set to go. We are 2 or 3 minutes away from this race kicking off. Get your stopwatches out, folks. They'll have a 36-second head start, and we'll try and see what that gap is when they come round with a lap to go. Just under a kilometre. So a lap and a half virtually, just over of this new college circuit. One final time, Rosie. We've been on air almost 7 hours, and well, coming into the last 5 minutes.
it doesn't feel like 7 hours. Time flies when you're having fun or when you've got quality athletics in front of you. And it's been a great day, and this is going to be a fantastic way to round it off. I think this final 5 minutes is going to be absolutely everything.
Molly Cannon for Belgrave. We've seen that vest on multiple occasions this afternoon. Downey with one of the biggest wins of the day, wasn't he? Mightily impressive. Again, that feels like a lifetime ago. She'll be wearing that maroon and gold strip of Belgrave. She's a 4:35 1500 runner. Violet Rudkin, Eleanor Robinson, and some terrific prize money on offer for these girls as well. And prize money paying down to 10th in the podium mixed mile. £1,000 for the winner, 500 for second, 300 for third, 200 for fourth, 100 for fifth, and everyone else will get £100 up to 10th.
It's absolutely fantastic prize money and a great incentive for these girls at the front to really go for it. Being chased is not an easy position to be in. It can be absolutely terrifying sometimes, especially when you know you have something on the line, but that is a hell of an incentive to keep yourself going. We've got about 50 seconds till we get underway then, the clock in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And it won't be long until this final race does kick off. It's been Podium Festival 2025. It's been a great day. We've had some absolute top quality 5K running. We've been treated to some of Britain's best turning up here at New College in Leicester, and now it's time for the mixed mile. 36 seconds the women have on the men, a nice head start, and it's all to play for.
It is. They're going to be running scared for a large proportion of this race, perhaps all of it. First 3 across the line. Don't forget, take home the prize money. Could be 3 women, could be 3 men. It's winner takes all.
So we are underway then, and off we go. These women are going to be going hell for leather for these first 36 seconds. They are going to be running so scared. They know no one's been set off yet. They know they've got 36 seconds of clear time to get themselves in the best position possible. But how much damage can they do between now and then, before the men get released and before they start being absolutely tracked down? 36 seconds.
Yeah, and I think we did mention Violet Rudkin, just 15 years of age. The under-17 local athlete from Reconsaw Valley, runs for Leicestershire, coached by John Skemmington. Away those men go, then they'll give chase. Bang on 36 seconds. Billiard straight to the front. Tina Crorkin in there as well. And as we mentioned before, Rosie, they're going to be running blind really into the darkness because these women are going to be coming around that bend initially straight away from the offset. So the way they like to operate, I mean, Billiard's a canny race. Oh, this is brilliant, isn't it? Look at this dual screen that we've got. We're really going to be able to see when these men take on the take to those red flag section that the women are on at the moment then. So Brockley Langford, Parker leading the women's race as we suspected. Emily Lowry to the right of picture as well. And you can see this men's mile. They're just crowning that turn. So they might just, women just out of shot on this one, aren't they? The men won't quite see them yet.
Yeah, not yet, and that's going to be really important, I think, for the women to really capitalise on that, keep themselves going, keep themselves pushing the whole way round here. They've got to make sure that they use every inch that they have, every second they can grasp, because this could go down to the wire. The men won't have any idea of what they're chasing and what that distance is like. If they can't see the women, it's going to be really hard for them to gauge. And the women now coming through under the finish gantry. They've got one lap to go, and they've got to fight now for every step.
Right, let's see what the gap is. Started my watch as they went past that, or under, shall I say, the finish gantry with under 1 kilometre to run in this one. Crauken, Tom Dodd, Billiard, how are they getting on? How much have they been able to close on that margin so far? 23 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, so already 13 seconds. Crauken's the tall towering figure to the left. Alex Gruen, MKDP run, Oxford University student, right in behind Billiard. So they're all just keying off the hot favourite in this one, represented on as well. So they've already cut that down. 13 seconds, Rosie, in that first 600 metres.
Yeah, that's a very big deficit already. The men have gone out really, really hard, and perhaps we speak about them being out of sight, out of mind, the women being out of sight being an advantage for them, but perhaps that means the men are just driving harder and harder and harder until they can finally get them in sight, and that could mean that that deficit is... And again,
I do think for the women, they want to have something at the end because, you know, once those men kind of get contact and get within sort of 20, 30 metres of you, if you can actually lift it and just hold them off, because they're going to be really tying up at that point, if you can try and respond, you might just do enough. I think where the women can mess this up is if they just get themselves in a right old mess with sort of 400 to go, and they're going to be easy pickings, aren't they? So it's good to see them measure it like they have. And Holly Parker now, I mean, we knew she was going to do damage out here. Look at this, Parker with the lead. 10 or so women behind her before we see Billiard, Gruen and Crauken.
So now the men will be really enjoying the fact they can pick the women off one by one. They've got someone in their sights every time they have someone to overtake now, a target on the back of each athlete ahead of them. And Holly Parker really has to run as hard as she possibly can, run herself into the ground almost as she works now to keep the lead that she's got. She's coming through past the red tape. Parker and Ty Brockley Langford really working, and now Billiard comes into view.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, those men had to run a little bit wide. They're on the inside going into that turn, but it would overtake a lot of these women coming out. You could see they're going to have to weave through, but they got Parker in their sights. I think she's on borrowed time. I think they're going to destroy her. Billiard there, Gruen on his shoulder. Crauken, a 145, 800 metre man. He can kick with the best of them coming into the final few hundred. Here we are, finishing straight. The podium, mixed mile, ladies and gentlemen. Holly Parker on borrowed time. Billiard looking to his left, looking to his right, and he's thinking, who's going to challenge me? Who's going to take my crown here? Who's going to take the prize money? It's all up for grabs. Tyler Billiard is going to take down an upset here. Crauken takes it. Billiard across the line. Parker and Gruen across in fourth overall. Wow, I didn't expect that. We hyped up Billiard, didn't we? We really did, but the fact he had to lead, what? The best part of 1,580, 90 metres of that race probably cost him.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that was a really hard run for home for Billiard. But what a fantastic finish for the first athletes through the line, to have that many women coming across the line. The first two, of course, were men, and then after that, we really did pack the women through very, very quickly. Just goes to show how close it actually is in that 36 seconds. Holly Parker did an absolutely sterling job of trying to keep them off her back for as long as she could. Absolutely brilliant.
Goodness me, yeah, quite the upset, to be honest, but Crauken is no slouch. I mean, he is a fantastic mid-distance runner himself. Spent a lot of time out at Ole Miss, but yeah, 145 over 800, he's 358 lifetime best over the mile too. And I think when he came down that home straight, I mean, Billiard weirdly looked over his shoulder. He looked the wrong way, wasn't it? Crawken was coming up on his inside. They both sort of parted the seas around Parker at that stage, but what a way to cap off Podium Festival 2025. And I believe Jeff is, you can see him down there hustling away like he has done all day. Him and Lewis Mosey done a phenomenal job in just keeping the crowd going all afternoon and well into the evening, haven't they? They've been responsible for the atmosphere. Jeff taught us through this fantastic village here as well. And if you're at home, you've probably got serious FOMO. I know I would. So let's hand over to Jeff with Parker and Billiard.
So I'm at the finish with Holly Parker and Tyler Billiard. Let's talk to the women's perspective first. Were you looking round? Did you know where they were?
I had no idea what
That distance, that gap was based on your personal best. Do you feel responsible for that? It was very close. It's a good format, isn't it? Let's speak to Tyler. I was right on the line. You won that by about 4 inches. Did you sense you were going to win it?
I mean, when Tiago came up on my shoulder, I was like, oh, it's not there. I must have managed to play the last 10 years. But yeah, I was very close.
Were you actually racing the other men, or were you keeping one eye on the women around the turns?
It was half and half. I was keeping an eye on the women for the first half, and then I realised there's still a gap. There's still a pack with me. So I thought, if we race, we're naturally going to catch up anyway. So I better just focus on my own race rather than what's happening 200 metres ahead of me.
Have you ever run a format like that before?
I have actually 4 years ago, back in Norfolk. The woman had a 29-second head start, so this one's a lot harder.
Well, we're blaming Parker for the 36 seconds, but well done both of you. Great format and congratulations to you both. Good work. The winners of all of the races.
Well, bizarrely, Billiard on the results is coming up with a win. Holly Parker, Tina Crawken is not on the results. I mean, my eyes playing tricks on me?
I mean, I thought it was incredibly close. I'm not sure who got it, but it definitely was on the line. So I think, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm honest with you, but Billiard right up there. Crawken now coming up as second, which is, yeah, perhaps the angle that we can see is slightly different to the one on the photo finish, but an incredibly close finish. And Holly Parker just 3 seconds back there.
Yeah, goodness me, to be honest, we're watching on the stream in the Grand Prix here, so yeah, we probably haven't got the best view, but I could have sworn Crawken did take that, to be honest. But there you have it, Tyler Billiard, the winner, the hot favourite, and Holly Parker hanging in there for third. Very, very impressive. Crawken there, Parker, Gruen, Ty Brockley, Langford, Lowry, Williams, and Co. So all of these athletes gonna take home some nice cash. But yeah, just having to get the stream up once again, just to double check. But it's been a fantastic day, hasn't it? Day, afternoon, evening. It really has been a true festival, a festival of running, celebrating all the good things about our sport, to be honest.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Podium 5K and SportsShoes.com have done a fantastic job. The brands that we've had here today have really helped bring life and soul to the party, and it's been a great day from start to finish, and it's been a privilege to be able to be here.
And Tyler Billiard, if you're watching this back, I apologise. And Tina Crawken, I thought you were the winner on this occasion, so congratulations to yourself. Congratulations to the pair of you for putting up such a display out there. What a fine finish. Holly Parker as well, hanging on right to the wire. It's been fantastic, been alongside Rosie next to me. Thank you all for tuning in. There's been record entries. There was hype before it, and it truly, truly delivered. Record times throughout the whole day. Massive PBs was slashed as well. Podium Festival 2025 over and out. We'll see you next year.
you're a winner. Oh, baby, oh, now you're a winner.
You don't need headphones to cancel the noise, or a trophy to feel like you're winning. You don't need to go far to leave it all behind. All you need to do is move. Because when you move your body, you move your mind. ASICS. Sound mind, sound body.
Seems like you've been wasting time trying to find your place in life. Need to get your ducks all in a row.